Chapter 3181. 3181 Blood-Changing 5 Transformations. 3181 Blood-Changing 5 Transformations. Lien Xuerong lightly sent out a palm strike, blocking this punch from Ling Han. Their fist and palm didn't truly come into contact. Instead, they were separated by at least 6 meters, and a fierce collision of power had already taken place. The dust on the ground was sent flying, turning into a mushroom cloud. Ling Han felt a powerful power rebound back at him, causing him to involuntarily retreat continuously. On the other hand, Lien Xuerong was standing firmly. Sigh, this was still inferior to blood transformation tier. Are you trying to defy the heavens? Lien Xuerong couldn't help but exclaim.
Am I?
Ling Han shook his head and said, I'm considerably inferior to you. Lien Xuerong was speechless for a moment. Brat, could it be that you want to defeat me with the cultivation level of Meridian Opening Tier? She shook her head. Do you know what cultivation level I am at? Blood Transformation Tier, Ling Han said. This wasn't a secret. I am indeed a Blood Transformation Tier cultivator, but Blood Transformation Tier is the same as Meridian Opening Tier. It is similarly divided into several minor levels of cultivation level. Lien Xuerong said seriously, Blood Transformation Tier, as the name goes, one has to transform all the blood in one's body. Ordinary blood is red, so after the first change, the blood turns purple. In a fierce battle, one can make the blood boil, and for a short period of time, burst out with twice, or even 3 times his usual power. In the second transformation, the purple blood turns black, and the blood is so strong that it solidifies and forms pillars. This is called the condensed blood pillar. In the third change, the black blood turns silver, and blood can condense into the appearance of a fierce beast from the ancient age. It would soar out, and could kill with its aura alone. This is called the condensed blood beast. In the fourth transformation, the silver blood turns gold, and blood can be condensed into a weapon, and the murderous aura becomes even stronger. In the fifth transformation, golden blood turns into crystalline color, and blood condenses into a human form that has endless uses. Lien Xuerong spoke of the 5 levels of the blood transformation tier, paused, and said, I am now in the third transformation, condensed blood beast. As she spoke, silver-colored blood rose from her body, turning into a 3-legged bird, endless viciousness surging out from it. Even with Ling Han's temperament, he still faltered. This 3-legged bird made him feel a strong pressure. Even if it was just staring at him like that, it was enough to greatly reduce his strength. Condensed blood beast. This was a suppression of cultivation level. I'm already standing at the 3rd level of the blood transformation tier, and you actually want to fight me to a tie. Should I say that your courage is commendable, or should I say that you're stupid? Lien Xuerong shook her head. Ling Han chuckled upon seeing this. The gulf between them was far too great. Then how far is the gap between me and the 1st level of the blood transformation tier, he asked. Lien Xuerong pondered for a moment, then said, in the 1st level of the blood transformation tier, power tier starts from 100,000 kilograms, and your current power has definitely reached 100,000 kilograms. It is not the slightest bit inferior to a newly advanced blood transformation tier. In fact, it has even surpassed it. However, once you have advanced into the blood transformation tier, one would be able to boil his blood, and burst out with 2 to 3 times the usual power. This is an advantage that you cannot hope to attain. Ling Han nodded. Even if he only had 100,000 kilograms of strength, if he could increase it by 2 to 3 times, reaching 200,000 kilograms or even 300,000 kilograms of strength, just how terrifying would that be? This wasn't the overlapping of power. Just like a 7 meridians, even if he could overlap 10 layers of power, would he be able to withstand a punch from a 10 meridians? This was the advantage in terms of cultivation level. In essence, this was a crushing advantage. However, boiling blood also has a time limit, no more than 10 minutes. Then, it would need at least 5 to 6 hours to calm down, and those who need longer may even need a day, depending on the individual. Lien Xuerong said, so if you can avoid these 10 minutes or so of a power burst, then it would not be difficult for you to match, or even defeat, a blood transformation tier. Ling Han nodded. Unless his power could be further increased, would he be able to withstand the explosive power of 200,000 kilograms or even 300,000 kilograms? He would only be crushed into dust. No one had made it a rule that if one defeated an enemy, they had to suppress them head-on. Using one's strengths and avoiding one's weaknesses was the way to go. How exactly do you cultivate? Lien Xuerong was curious. I know that a great many prodigies can break through the limit of 50,000 kilograms of strength at the peak of 12 meridians, but even Tuoba Tianhuang only seems to have about 75,000 kilograms of strength. Compared to you. She shook her head. This gap was really too obvious. Ling Han's expression became solemn. He really could not underestimate the people of this world. Tuoba Tianhuang could be called the strongest of the younger generation, and was even acclaimed as an extraordinary prodigy that would only appear once every 100 years. He was indeed very awesome. He chuckled, I don't know either. I'm just cultivating like usual. Regarding the matter of the extraordinary 8 meridians, he definitely couldn't tell anyone. Lien Xuerong didn't think about this either. She only thought that Ling Han was born with extraordinary talent, and the pressure-bearing ability of his meridians far surpassed that of ordinary people. He could allow power to surge out at a terrifying speed, and his explosive power was astonishing. This was something that others could not envy, no matter what. By the looks of it, you really might be able to get the first place in this martial arts competition, she said. Then, her expression became very strange. Previously, when Ling Han found out about the martial arts tournament, he had asked what the prize for the first place was. At the time, she had thought that Ling Han was dreaming, but now that she thought about it, could it be that this guy had long since known that his strength could improve so rapidly? Or was it that this guy was too shameless, and had soaring self-confidence? Go, fight for first place, and also make our Xueqi banner proud. The day after tomorrow, I will bring people to cheer you on. Lien Xuerong waved her hand. Ling Han hurriedly left. He was really afraid that Lien Xuerong would cancel his leave and make him return to the army from tomorrow onwards. After he left the base camp, he did not directly return to the city. Instead, he began to practice in a desolate neighborhood. He wanted to know his maximum battle prowess. The limit of power he could release was 9 meters. This didn't increase by much. Previously, it was already 6 meters. He didn't expect his power to increase so much, but the distance didn't increase by much. Additionally, in the case of overlapping layers of power, it was 15 layers. This was only under normal circumstances. If he channeled the brother monkey cultivation technique, he could attain 20 layers. Even if it's a blood transformation tier cultivator whose blood is boiling, as long as I avoid a head-on confrontation and deliver 20 layers of power, I don't believe that there is anyone I won't be able to defeat, Ling Han murmured. His battle prowess limit was equivalent to 20 blood transformation tier first change cultivators attacking at the same time. Who at the same cultivation level could block that? He returned to his quarters, and began to anticipate what kind of rewards he would obtain in the martial arts tournament that would be held 2 days later. A day later, he received an invitation, which was sent out by the city lord's residence. As it turned out, the day after tomorrow was the 18th birthday of the young miss of the city lord residence. Since I've received an invitation, what kind of birthday gift should I prepare? Ling Han rubbed his chin. He couldn't go empty-handed, right? I'll take a look at pill recipes. What women care about the most is naturally looks, especially beautiful women. The lifespan of the people in this world is extremely short, so their appearances also age easily. In that case, the effect should be quite good if I give you an everlasting youth pill. Alright, let's go to the online platform and see if there are any pill recipes like this. Ling Han immediately did as he said. He opened the optical computer and began searching. Chapter 3182. 3182 Everlasting Youth Pill. 3182 Everlasting Youth Pill. Everlasting Youth Pill was the favorite of women, especially beautiful women, who didn't want to preserve their most beautiful side forever. Ling Han soon saw the information about Everlasting Youth Pill on the trading platform. Of course, it wasn't a completed pill, but an incomplete recipe. In the last era of civilization, there was indeed something like the Everlasting Youth Pill. However, with the destruction of the civilization, the recipe for the Everlasting Youth Pill had also been destroyed, and had not been completely passed on to this day. On this pill recipe, there was only an introduction to the effects of Everlasting Youth Pill, as well as the color and smell of the completed pill, and the method of assessing its quality. As for the specific ingredients needed, a corner of the page was missing. There wasn't much missing. At most, there were 4 medicinal ingredients missing. However, no matter how the alchemists of the modern era studied it, they were still unable to complete it. Fuck, even the incomplete recipe has to be sold for 10,000 Dark North coins. Do you really think money comes from the wind? Ling Han looked at the transaction information and couldn't help but grit his teeth. However, only one person had made the deal, so Ling Han could only accept it and bid on the pill recipe. What could be seen on this page was only the introduction to Everlasting Youth Pill's functions, and below it were a great many messages, most of which were left by females, begging some grandmaster to repair this pill recipe for the benefit of the world. After Ling Han paid, it wasn't long before the complete pill recipe appeared before him. He scanned the ingredients, then went to find out the specific uses of each ingredient. Then he began to ponder. In the Genesis world, Everlasting Youth Pills also existed, so what Ling Han had to do was very simple. He had to make a comparison between the two, and from there, find what was on the missing corner of the page. After only half a day, Ling Han murmured, "I have 3 options, but I don't know which one is the most correct." He immediately went to buy medicinal ingredients, then began to concoct alchemical pills. The Everlasting Youth Pill had very low requirements for formations, so it was very easily matched. Ling Han released his spiritual power and activated the formations. Then, his spiritual power transformed into a hand that threw one medicinal ingredient after another into the formations. Using his spiritual power to grab medicinal ingredients would further decrease the impurities. No matter what, his hands would eventually be stained with something. But in the Genesis world, Ling Han's strength was too strong, so his hands naturally wouldn't be touched by the slightest bit of dust, so it didn't matter. Thus, Ling Han was gradually developing the habit of using his spiritual power to grab medicinal ingredients now. This was only an elementary-level alchemical pill, and was very easy to concoct. 2 hours later, Ling Han succeeded with a single attempt. Let's try the other 2 options. He also concocted the Everlasting Youth Pill that corresponded to the other 2 options, totaling 14 pills. He analyzed the 3 types of Everlasting Youth Pills one by one. With the Alchemy Emperor's strength, he immediately made a judgment. The Everlasting Youth Pill that he refined from the second method would have the best effects. The effects of the other 2 types are about 3 years, but this one is 5 years. Furthermore, it can also make one's skin glow. Ling Han nodded, and resolutely threw away the inferior goods. How could the Alchemy Emperor sell inferior goods? This should also be able to sell for a high price. I'll go find Mo Guahao and give him the pill recipe as well. I'll take a direct share of the profits, which will save me some energy. Otherwise, with more and more alchemical pills that I have to refine, how will I be able to spare the time to concoct this? It doesn't matter if I earn less. The fundamental purpose of my alchemy isn't for money, but to increase my strength and make preparations for Luanxing and the others after they come out. Ling Han made a trip to Mercy Medicine Hall. It was really coincidental. He had just arrived at the entrance, when he saw Zhong Yongbi walk out from within. The other party also discovered him at the same time, and his eyes immediately became fierce, as if he wanted nothing more than to devour him. Ling Han, he forced out through gritted teeth. Ling Han acted as if he had not heard anything. He entered into the pharmacy, and directly went up to the 2nd floor. Mo Guahao had long since instructed the staff that Ling Han could come and go freely here. He was ostentatiously ignored. Zhong Yongbi clenched his fists, filled with fury. He really couldn't figure out why his master would be so polite to the deputy captain of Shenqing Banner. Wasn't it because that he was just a little better at fighting? But no matter how good he was at fighting, how could he compare to Tuoba Tianhuang? There's no way I'm going to swallow this, he thought. How could Ling Han possibly care? He went up to the 2nd floor and entered Mo Guahao's study. Mo Guahao just happened to be drinking tea after going through his accounts. Young friend Ling, how come you have the time to come and play today? Mo Guahao asked smilingly. He knew that Ling Han was an alchemy mania. Otherwise, there was absolutely no way he could have concocted 900 meridian exploration pills in a single week. He was practically like a maniac. Speaking of which, he still didn't understand how Ling Han had managed to concoct so many meridian exploration pills. This was because even if he had a 100% success rate and concocted them 24 hours a day, there was still far from enough time. Ling Han took out a bottle of alchemical pills and placed it on the table. He said, "This is everlasting youth pill." Pooh! The pitiful Mo Guahao had just taken a sip of tea, yet all of a sudden spluttered out, causing him to cough endlessly. Was this for real? Young friend, you are really going to defy the heavens. He hurriedly grabbed the pill bottle, opened it, and poured out a pill to carefully observe. Regarding Ling Han's natural talent in alchemy, aside from feeling rueful, he had nothing else to say. After a while, Mo Guahao revealed a shocked expression, and said, "This is indeed everlasting youth pill. It completely matches the description on the pill recipe. This smell, this color, and..." He pinched a bit then nodded, "And this smell after ingesting it, there is a kind of vitality factor." He was even more stunned. There is actually a sliver of whitening effect. This wasn't just the everlasting youth pill. It was practically the whitening everlasting youth pill. Young friend. His face was filled with excitement. The modifications to the Meridian Exploration Pill and the Mystical Power Pill benefits the nation and the people, enough to allow your name to be remembered for 100 lifetimes. However, the completion of the Everlasting Youth Pill can truly bring you mountains of gold and silver. Oh, does the Everlasting Youth Pill have such great effects? Ling Han asked with a smile. This is not a question of whether one's abilities would improve or not, but rather a question of how much a woman would be willing to pay for this item. Mo Guahao was extremely rueful. Though the main force in this world for making money is men, the main force for spending money is women. And having one's youth last forever is every woman's dream. For the sake of your dream, how much are you willing to pay? He countered Ling Han's question. To the point of bankruptcy, Ling Han said. He was speaking the truth. Just look, he had spent more than 10 million without batting an eyelid. Wasn't it all for the sake of speeding up his cultivation? That's right, Mo Guahao said with a smile. Thus, even if everlasting youth pills are sold for 100,000 each, I guarantee that the supply will not be able to meet the demand. No matter how large the quantity, there is no need to worry about not being able to sell. Ling Han nodded and said, I want to gift this pill recipe to you. In the future, I'll take 10% off the profit of every everlasting youth pill that you sell. Hiss. Mo Guahao looked at Ling Han in shock. He had just analyzed with Ling Han how popular everlasting youth pill would be, but in the next turn, Ling Han was willing to part with the pill recipe and only take 10% of the profits. A good person. No, this was so good that he had practically become an idiot. Chapter 3183. 3183 Gifting Pill Recipes. 3183 Gifting Pill Recipes. Young friend, are you really willing to give the pill recipe to me? Even with Mo Guahao's personality, he still couldn't control himself, his heart trembling madly. Ling Han was nonchalant. This kind of low-level alchemical pill could actually only earn some money from those at the lower ranks to satisfy his present cultivation needs. You see, if he really reached the blood transformation tier, or even a higher cultivation level, could money still buy the ingredients he needed? Impossible. When one had reached a certain height, it would definitely be an item exchange, a treasure exchanged for another treasure. Not only the everlasting youth pill, but also the modified version of the mystical power pill and the Meridian Exploration Pill. The conditions are all the same, Ling Han said. Mo Guahao was already numb with shock. No. He corrected his previous assessment of Ling Han. This was not a good person, nor was he an idiot, but rather, a saint. That's right, he was definitely a saint. He was filled with integrity. No, 10% is really too little, at least 50%. After Mo Guahao came back to his senses, he hurriedly said with a serious expression. He only had to obtain any one pill recipe, and he would have the confidence to become extremely wealthy. Gathering all 3 pill recipes, the seat that belonged to the richest man of the Dark North Nation would be beckoning at him. You will be in charge of skill, cost and manpower. I have only offered the pill recipe, so 10% is enough, Ling Han said with a smile. No, 40%, then 40%. Mo Guahao insisted. If outsiders saw this, they would definitely call them 2 idiots. Wasn't it? There was actually someone who was willing to sacrifice their profits for nothing. What else could it be but an idiot? In the end, after much persuasion, Mo Guahao finally managed to convince Ling Han to accept the proposal of 30% share of the profits, which made him sigh in relief. It wasn't that he didn't want to earn money, but that Ling Han had too much room for development. In future, he would definitely become a big shot in alchemy. At that time, if word got out that he had taken advantage of Ling Han, then everyone would be able to drown him to death just by spitting at him. Being a merchant was naturally beneficial, but one's heart couldn't be black. Ling Han gave the 3 pill recipes to Mo Guahao and told him to immediately advertise the everlasting youth pill. However, the actual sale date was set for next month. Although Mo Guahao didn't understand, in his heart, Ling Han had already leaped to the level of a god, so he naturally agreed. Regarding Ling Han, he was completely impressed. Even though he was a middle-level alchemist and was superior to Ling Han, unknowingly, he had already placed himself in a lower position. For some people, prodigious talent overflowed and could not be measured by age. Ling Han returned in satisfaction. Now, he didn't have to spend time on these 3 types of alchemical pills. Instead, he could study more profound pill recipes. Unfortunately, his spiritual power was still not up to standard, and he was unable to construct the middle-level formations. He was still unable to set up that killing formation. In fact, he was not even able to create a formation foundation. Huan Shui, how's your cultivation going? Ling Han called his little handmaiden over. She had also gotten some benefits from the rich man's formation previously. Young master, Huan Shui is now in 8 meridians, the little female attendant said excitedly. All right, try to reach 12 meridians as soon as possible, Ling Han nodded. Huan Shui will definitely work hard. The little female attendant clenched her fists tightly, filled with motivation. She had a wish, and that was to obtain powerful strength, so that she could be by Ling Han's side. Then, she would be able to stay by Ling Han's side for the rest of her life. Otherwise, she would always worry that she would be abandoned one day. The little handmaiden continued to cultivate with the spirit-gathering formation, while Ling Han sensed the 3rd extraordinary meridian. Every minute of cultivation time was precious. However, the more meridians that were opened, the more difficult it would be to take another step further. By midnight, Ling Han still did not succeed, so he could only give up and go to bed. Pang! Suddenly, a light sound woke Ling Han up. He raised his upper body, and his spiritual power surged. It had already surged into the courtyard, and clearly sensed the 2 figures. It was one of them who had shot out a punch, breaking through the psychedelic formation in the courtyard. Terrifying blood surged all over his body, and he could sense it very clearly. Being able to forcibly break through the psychedelic formation with brute force only meant one thing. This person was a blood transformation tier cultivator, and added with his boiling blood, there was no need to doubt it at all. These 2 people were masked in black robes, and held swords that shone brightly in their hands, exuding a sinister air. Assassins! Ling Han immediately thought. Previously, 2 had come, and in the end, one had been killed by the little female attendant, scaring the other away. He had not thought that so long had passed, and the latter would make a comeback. This time, an elite of the blood transformation tier had been mobilized. Head-on confrontation, or retreat? Ling Han only had a single thought before deciding to face this attack head-on. Pang! He directly broke open the window, and stood in the courtyard. Blood surged. This was only the first cultivation level of a blood transformation tier elite, so he wasn't afraid of a battle. If it was a condensed blood pillar or even condensed blood beast, he would definitely run away immediately with his little female attendant. Such good senses, a black-robed man said. He chuckled coldly, however, in the end. You are only a meridian opening tier elite. Old Su, you stand guard. If the girl comes out, kill her, and I will deal with this brat. All right. The other black-robed man nodded. Their mission was very simple, and that was to kill Ling Han. As for Huan Shui, as long as it did not affect them, they would not kill her. That was because they would be collecting money if they killed someone. How could they kill someone for nothing if they were not going to be paid for it? Ling Han smiled calmly. Who sent you? You're already close to death, so what's the point of asking so many questions? The assassin in black looked at Ling Han balefully. All right, if you must know, my name is Zhang San. I'm Li Si, the other man in black said with a chuckle. Ling Han shook his head and said, I'll inscribe these 2 names on your tombstone. Die! Zhang Sen charged over, his sword sweeping out like a rainbow. Ling Han clenched his hand into a fist and punched out. Pang! With the release of his power, Ling Han was unafraid of the sharpness of his weapon. With a loud bang, Ling Han's figure retreated, but Zhang Sen also took a few steps back, his boiling blood wavering. What? Li Si saw this, and couldn't help but look shocked. Ling Han was clearly only a Meridian Opening Tier Elite, so how could he rival a Blood Transformation Tier Elite? Though they were not the best of the Blood Transformation Tier Elites, there were only a total of 7 Blood Transformation Tier Assassins from Hell. Under the suppression of a major cultivation level, in terms of power, Ling Han only had a slight disadvantage. Hiss! Zhang San was also stunned. Fuck, he had been screwed over by the intelligence again. Previously, it was said that Ling Han only possessed 10 meridians. In the end, the organization sent out 2 silverplate assassins with 12 meridians, yet they were killed and defeated by a woman. They only managed to escape after using a rare treasure. Now they sent out 2 elites of first change blood transformation tier, and in the end, a man ran out, and his strength was unbelievable. Could it be that the assassination mission was just a foil, and the purpose was to screw over their Hell organization? Again! Zhang San made a comeback, his sword soaring into the sky. After exchanging a blow, Ling Han was already confident. He laughed loudly, and charged towards Zhang San. Pang! 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 The 2 of them exchanged blows. Though Ling Han's power was slightly inferior, it wasn't by much. They exchanged blows. Li Si was completely speechless. This was too ridiculous. Chapter 3186. Young Master. The maid rubbed her eyes. She had been cultivating the entire time today, so she had slept like a log. Even now, she was still a bit dazed. But when she saw the battle going on in the courtyard, she immediately woke up. Don't be nervous. Watch how young master shows his power, said Ling Han, clearly full of confidence. The maid immediately calmed down. She was full of confidence in Ling Han. Arrogant Zhang San also calmed down. It was inconceivable for someone at the Meridian Opening Realm to possess such power. But no matter what, that was only the Meridian Opening Realm. It was impossible for him to have the power of the Blood Transformation Realm. I'll let you see the true power of the Blood Transformation Realm. He let out a long roar, and his entire body surged with blood chi, wrapping around the blade of the sword, causing the originally blazing white blade to turn dark red, as if it was dripping blood. Shua, the sword actually split apart Ling Han's energy as if it wasn't being blocked at all. Ling Han was startled. Blood chi actually had such an effect? This is the suppression of secret energy in terms of quality. Little brat, sneered Zhang San. His sword pressed forward, cold light flashing. Is that so? Ling Han no longer held back. He used the Demon Monkey Fist, and his combat strength immediately skyrocketed. The Demon Monkey Fist was incomparably crafty and agile, but it also didn't lose its domineeringness. It was like an ancient berserk diamond monkey that could even kill a true dragon. The key was that after using the Demon Monkey Fist, Ling Han's strength could stack up to 15 layers. He didn't use 15 layers at once, but 10 layers. But 10 layers was still incomparably terrifying. It was equivalent to 10 Ling Han's combined attacks. If he was hit by it, it would be fatal. Boom! Xiao Chen punched out, and the sound waves stacked on top of each other, forming a fist visible to the naked eye, blasting towards Zhang San. Break! Zhang San's sword slashed out, and that fist was immediately cut apart. But that didn't matter. The 2 halves of the fist still shot towards him, and its power hadn't decreased much. What? Zhang San was shocked. His attack had the suppression of the Blood Transformation Realm, but it was still unable to destroy Ling Han's attack? How solid was the power of this fist? He didn't dare to take it head-on, and hurriedly dodged. Pong! This punch hit empty air, and blasted into the wall behind him, instantly and soundlessly creating a large hole. Zhang San and Li Si sucked in a breath of cold air at the same time. Just how much power did that punch have to be to make such a huge hole in a wall without making the slightest sound? How troublesome, Zhang San said. I'm going to use my ultimate move. Li Si nodded. The strongest aspect of the blood transformation realm was the ability to boil one's blood chi, increasing one's strength by 2 or even 3 times in a short period of time. Under this kind of crushing pressure, who could resist? Zhang San let out a soft roar. Hong! His entire body sprayed out a cloud of blood mist. His eyes also turned blood red, and his aura instantly rose to a new height. He didn't even want his sword anymore and threw it aside. His hands turned into claws like a mad wolf. Ling Han shivered. With his blood qi surging, the blood transformation realm could increase his strength by 2 to 3 times. That was extremely terrifying and could completely suppress him. But come. Die, young man. Zhang San charged over. In that instant, his speed surpassed the speed of sound, and only his mouth could be seen moving. Only when his claws reached did his voice reach him. Ling Han didn't take it head-on. At least 10 minutes was Zhang San's explosive period, and he definitely couldn't take it head-on. He slid to the side, but punched out with the power of 15 stacks. Child's play. Zhang San sneered, and struck out with his claws. Pung! The power of Ling Han's punch was immediately shattered. The power of 15 stacks was also useless. Ling Han bared his teeth again. A blood-changing tier warrior in a berserk state was really freakish. Die, die, die! Zhang San continued to attack. Ling Han dodged, but he definitely wasn't just taking the hits. He also took the opportunity to punch out. Even if it was only the power of 3 to 4 stacks, it was still enough to force Zhang San to respond. Either he dodged or he shattered it. He definitely couldn't take it head-on, or else he wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. The more Zhang San fought, the more anxious he became. It had already been 5 minutes, but he still couldn't take Ling Han down. One had to know that he could only explode for 10 minutes. At that time, his battle prowess would return to normal. Forget about killing Ling Han, it was even possible that he would be able to turn defeat into victory. Old Su, help, he called out to Li Si. Li Si glanced at Huan Shui. She wouldn't be as monstrous as Ling Han, right? However, since the other party wasn't making a move, he wouldn't waste his energy either. His blood qi immediately boiled, and boom, his power skyrocketed. Xiao, he charged out. His speed even faster than the speed of sound, and punched out at Ling Han. Under such explosive power, ordinary weapons were instead a burden to them. Thus, the two assassins gave up on using weapons, and instead used their hands. This was a part of their bodies, so they were naturally the most adept at using it. Their current strength was around 500,000 jin. If they were hit once, it was guaranteed that Ling Han's legs, arms, and chest would immediately burst open. Ling Han's situation instantly became difficult. His speed actually couldn't compare to Zhang San or Li Si. Previously, he could repeatedly dodge their attacks, but that was because he had eyesight that surpassed his cultivation level. Before Zhang San even pounced out, he could already determine the trajectory of his opponent's attack. Thus, he was able to respond in advance. In this way, he made up for his weakness in speed. But now, two people at the blood transformation realm. Moreover, their blood qi had boiled, and their strength had increased by 2 or 3 times. Each of them possessed a speed faster than the speed of sound, and their strength was so great that they could instantly kill Ling Han. How frightening was this kind of threat? Ling Han's spirit, qi, and essence were uncontrollably raised to the extreme. His brain was working at super high speed, capturing every movement of the two people, and then making calculations to determine their attack trajectory. Thus, he could dodge in advance, and avert danger. At the same time, he was still punching out, affecting the two assassins, and winning himself a bit of time to catch his breath. The movements of the 3 people were extremely fast, and every gust of wind caused great damage to the house. Very quickly, the entire courtyard was turned into ruins. This place was extremely remote, and there were only houses a long distance away. Thus, the commotion of demolishing the house did not attract the attention of the neighbors. Beads of sweat dripped down from Ling Han's forehead like rain. His mental state was extremely tense. Don't be fooled by the fact that he hadn't thrown out many punches, and had been constantly dodging. But now, he couldn't afford to make the slightest mistake, or he would die. Under this kind of burden and pressure, Ling Han felt as if he was walking on thin ice every second, and was on the verge of collapse. But he persevered. This should also be the effect of Ling Han's super luck value. Otherwise, humans would always make mistakes, and that one mistake would cause eternal regret. 5 minutes passed, and Zhang San's strength was the first to fall. His blood qi boiling had already ended. Chapter 3188. Ling Han thought again. Lien Xuerong once said that breaking through to the blood transformation tier would grant one an additional 30 years of lifespan. If breaking through to the ultimate bone tier was the same, then Feng Zixing's lifespan would reach 200 years. In comparison, wouldn't 90 years of age be equivalent to 40 years of age for a normal person? That city lord's name seems to be Feng Ruoxian. TSK. 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 It's said that she's as beautiful as a fairy, Pan Hu said, clicking his tongue. His face was full of curiosity and even a trace of yearning. It's said that the city lord intends to betroth this young miss to a prince. However, the current emperor has yet to appoint a successor, so the city lord doesn't dare to make a decision. If he bets on the wrong person, then it'll be terrible. These words couldn't be spoken carelessly. If it reached the ears of the city lord, even if Feng Zixing chopped off his head, probably no one would dare to say anything. Criticizing an important official was a serious crime. Pan Hu dared to say this to Ling Han naturally as a way to express his loyalty. Ling Han smiled and said, I forgot to ask you, what powerful forces are there in the city? Young Master Han, you've asked the right person. I've done a lot of research, Pan Hu said. The number one force in our Crouching Tiger City is, of course, the City Lord's mansion. City Lord Feng Zixing is the strongest in the ultimate bone tier. It's said that he's already tempered his godly bones 5 times and is qualified to break through to the next tier. In addition, there's an old butler in the City Lord's mansion. It's said that he was chased by his enemies and was saved by the City Lord, so he was willing to be a servant. Now he's also in the ultimate bone tier, but it's not clear which tier he's on. Below the City Lord's mansion are the 3 great clans, the Zhao, Li, and Wenren. It's said that they all have ultimate bone tier elites. Look at the man in white over there. He's the leader of the younger generation in the Wenren family. His name is Wenren Siue. He's only 34 years old this year, but he's already at the blood transformation tier. And that one in yellow, that's Zhao Zhishu from the Zhao family. He advanced into the blood transformation tier 2 years ago. He's only in his 30s and has a bright future. And this one? Pan Hu suddenly revealed a lecherous expression. He looked at a woman wearing a milky white dress, but it immediately attracted the other party's attention. She turned around and glanced at him, but it scared him so much that he immediately broke out in a cold sweat. This was a blood transformation expert. He possessed an absolute suppressive power over ordinary people. A single glance from him was enough to make people lose their courage. That's the Li family's most outstanding flower, Li Ziyue. Don't be fooled by her fairy-like beauty. She shouldn't be too shrewish and ruthless. Pan Hu shrunk his head and said, the Lu family had a second generation. Just because he took a few glances at her and said that she was pretty, he was beaten to death. The Lu family is second only to the 3 great powers. They even have a blood transformation expert guarding them. But what use is that? They don't even dare to make a sound. They just let it be. Liang, Ling Han, the tier. Outside the Pan, while one family, outside Master. Pan family, he outside, 1. A1, he. Outside of this circle, there were 6 or 7 smaller circles, the scale of which was obviously much smaller. The Lu family, the Yang family, the Qi family, the Hu family, the Long family, and the Tuoba family. These 6 families are under the 3 great families, and each family has a blood transformation expert. It is said that a few of the family's patriarchs are in seclusion. Once they come out alive, there will be another extreme Bone Realm faction in the city, said Pan Hu as he pointed at the small circles. These small circles were all centered around one person, and they seemed to be quite hostile toward each other. Occasionally, these small circles would integrate into the larger circle and toast each other. Which one is Tuoba Tian Huang? Asked Ling Han. Why would this martial arts fanatic come here? Pan Hu shook his head and pointed to the left. Look, that's Tuoba Gong of the Tuoba clan. He's Tuoba Tianhuang's cousin. He used to be known as a genius, but with the rise of Tuoba Tianhuang, his brilliance was completely overshadowed. Ling Han looked over. It was a young man about 25 or 26 years old. He had a dignified appearance and an extraordinary bearing, but there was an indescribable sense of oppression between his brows. He was originally a genius, but he was overshadowed by his own younger clan brother. It was indeed depressing. Apart from these martial art families, there are alchemists and array masters, Pan Hu continued. For example, the president of the Array Formation Association, Gu Tianhe, and the president of the Alchemist Association, even though they are only at the blood transformation realm, they are comparable to the extreme bone realm. Like my uncle, even though he only has 12 meridians because he is a middle-level alchemist, he has great prestige in the blood transformation realm. Especially now, with the introduction of the improved secret power pill and pulse probing pill, even the city lord is full of praise for them. I reckon that he can be included in the extreme bone realm. Of course, this is all thanks to young Master Han. He flattered Ling Han one last time. Ling Han chuckled. As long as Feng Zixing knew that everything was done by him, it was fine. Why did he need so many factions to surround him all day? They were just interrupting his cultivation. Hey, Yan Jun is here, Pan Hu suddenly said. At the door, Yan Jun walked in with large strides, followed by Yang Ziqing. The moment Yan Jun entered, he immediately attracted the attention of many people. This was the #1 genius in Array Dao. His future was limitless. For example, the descendants of the Lu clan, Qian clan, and other second-tier clans all surrounded him and greeted him. Yan Jun appeared modest and polite, but Ling Han saw the arrogance in his eyes. Obviously, he didn't think much of even a blood transformation realm family. He had great ambitions. In the future, he wanted to make a name for himself in the capital and become an all-powerful person in Xianbei country. A killing intent flashed in Ling Han's eyes. He definitely wouldn't let Yan Jun go to the capital. Yan Jun had already hired an assassin to target him, and he still wanted to leave just like that? Wishful thinking. Young Master Han, do you have a grudge against him? Pan Hu asked. Although this guy was ignorant and incompetent, he was very good at reading people's expressions. Oh, that's right. Pan Hu clapped his hands and said in a low voice, "It said that this guy is pursuing the black-green flag's flag Master Lien, and young Master Han is in the black-green flag. Hee, I understand. What do you know?" Ling Han swept a glance at Pan Hu. This guy obviously thought wrongly. However, Yan Jun was pursuing Lien Xuerong. He nodded, finally understanding why Yan Jun wanted to target him. At first, he felt that it was inexplicable, but now it seemed that the root cause was Lien Xuerong. However, just because of a bit of suspicion and groundless accusations, he actually hired an assassin to kill. He was too narrow-minded. Ling Han always thought that no matter how talented a person was, as long as he wasn't broad-minded enough, then he was destined to not have a bright future. Young Master Han, what are you doing? Pan Hu was a little flustered, because Ling Han was striding towards Yan Jun. This was the meeting of love rivals. Their eyes were exceptionally red, and they wanted to fight on the spot. Chapter 3189. Pan Hu was shocked. Was Ling Han going to cause trouble? This was the city lord's residence, and it was also Feng Ruoxian's birthday banquet. If he ruined the atmosphere at this time, how could the city lord let him off so easily? Even if you're favored now, you can't be so unrestrained. No matter what kind of talent you had in the Pill Dao, you still needed to rely on experts. You definitely couldn't get carried away. He hastily chased after him, but Ling Han's legs were too long. Pa, both of his legs strode out. He was unable to catch up. Brother Yan. Ling Han stopped in front of Yan Jun. Yan Jun's gaze involuntarily flashed, and his gaze towards Ling Han was filled with fury. The day before yesterday, he had once again been cursed by the infernal realm. They had even threatened to kill him because he had once again brought out fake information. Ling Han didn't have 10 meridians, but 12 meridians. He even had the strength to fight against the blood transformation realm. To tell the truth, Yan Jun didn't believe it. Even if it was Tuoba Tian Huang, an absolute genius rarely seen in 100 years, he was still unable to rival a blood transformation tier elite. How could Ling Han, a vice-captain of the Dark Green Banner, be able to do so? But he also couldn't think of any reason for the infernal realm to lie to him. So he believed that there were experts by Ling Han's side, perhaps even Lien Xuerong. If a 3-transformation expert acted in secret, then it really could protect Ling Han. Thinking of this, he naturally burned with even more jealousy. But now, this fellow had actually come to strut around in front of him. Ha. He only smiled. In front of the public, especially in a situation like today, he still cared a lot about his image. Ling Han, what are you doing? Yang Ziqing stepped forward. I'm talking to your master. What are you interrupting for? Ling Han laughed, pressing and pushing his shoulder. Yang Ziqing involuntarily retreated to the side. Ling Han pulled Yan Jun into his embrace. Come, let's chat. Who's talking to you? What's there to talk about? Yan Jun wanted to struggle free, but his attainments in formations were not low, and he was extremely talented. However, in martial art he was only average. His cultivation of 12 meridians was indeed not low, but his strength was far inferior to Ling Han's. How could he possibly struggle free? But other people didn't know that although Yan Jun was pushing and shoving, it was obvious that he wanted to reject and welcome at the same time. Otherwise, how could he not be pushed away? You have 12 meridians, okay, everyone knows that. What a good gay couple. Even after arriving here, they still didn't forget to show off their affection. Pan, who also stopped abruptly, his heart thumping wildly. Fuck, young Master Han really likes chrysanthemums. Ling Han lowered his voice and said, Yan Jun, no matter what you do, it's just a waste of effort. Flag Master Lien is simply not someone you can reach. This sentence infuriated Yan Jun. This was what he cared about the most, but the target that he thought would be easy to deal with turned out to be unexpectedly troublesome, causing him to sink into a quagmire. He was already annoyed to death, and with such mockery from Ling Han, he was naturally even more furious. He couldn't help but forcefully push towards Ling Han. This was an instinctive reaction, and with Ling Han's strength, it should have been futile. But who would have thought that with this pile, Ling Han would actually fall to the ground? He was stunned. What was going on? Yan Jun, you're too ruthless. Ling Han immediately climbed up, pointed at his nose, and said, I was talking to you nicely, and you actually took the opportunity to attack me. Shameless. Everyone was shocked. What was going on? The two of them were just being sweet and affectionate, showing off their gay relationship in public, but now they suddenly turned hostile. They saw clearly that it was indeed Yan Jun who pushed Ling Han with force while he was unprepared, causing him to fall to the ground. Why did Yan Jun lose control like this? He was a well-known figure among the younger generation, a formation master with the most potential. How could he not even have this bit of self-restraint? This is Feng Ruoxian's birthday banquet. Aren't you afraid of offending the city lord by doing this? If this can be tolerated, what can't? Ling Han walked over with large strides, and slapped Yan Jun across the face. How could Yan Jun block Ling Han's attack? Pah! This slap landed on Yan Jun's face with incomparable crispness. Awesome! Ling Han said in his heart, who told you to hire a hitman to kill me? Fine. I'll beat you up first to vent my anger. Pang pang pang. Under Ling Han's frenzied slaps, Yan Jun could only take it all. How could he dodge? Now you know how to feel guilty? Why did you push me just now? Ling Han said as he slapped. Who felt guilty? Who the fuck felt guilty? Yan Jun even had the heart to eat someone now. He finally understood why Ling Han would fall with a push from him just now. This guy had dug a hole for him. From the beginning when he came over to greet him, to whispering to each other, to being pushed down, he had created the illusion that he had suddenly turned hostile. I didn't expect Yan Jun to be so humble. He didn't retaliate after being hit. There's no other way. Who asked him to start this? This is the city lord's mansion. If he dares to retaliate, then once the city lord investigates, he will be the main culprit. Speaking of which, Yan Jun really deserves it. If he had known earlier, why would he have pushed the other party? Who is this person? I don't think I've seen him before. Everyone was discussing animatedly. When these words reached Yan Jun's ears, he really wanted to shout out, who the fuck deserves it? I was tricked. Unfortunately, after being beaten up so thoroughly by Ling Han, he didn't even have the chance to open his mouth to speak. Once he opened his mouth, he would definitely receive a heavy punch, hitting him until he saw stars and couldn't speak at all. I say, this person should be enough, right? A young man said. He was from the Qi family, and his name was Qi Suifeng. He also had a cultivation of 12 meridians and had a good relationship with Yan Jun. Ling Han stopped. Everyone thought that he would listen to the advice, but then they saw Ling Han glare at Qi Suifeng and say, who the fuck are you? I'm teaching my grandson a lesson. I don't need you to care. Grandson? Pfft. Many people laughed. No matter how today's matter was resolved, Yan Jun would definitely become a joke. Yan Jun wanted to kill someone even more. In his heart, he yelled that the infernal realm was useless. They even said that there was no target they couldn't kill. Fuck, Ling Han had already escaped 2 assassination attempts and even humiliated him, the sugar daddy. Qi Xueifeng's expression turned cold, and he said, "You've gone too far. This is Miss Feng's birthday banquet. How long do you want to cause trouble for?" He leaped out and then stretched out his hand, grabbing towards Ling Han's wrist. Ling Han chuckled and only lifted Yan Jun up. Qi Xueifeng's grab pressed onto Yan Jun's buttocks. Yan Jun's entire body instantly froze. What kind of experience was it to have his buttocks grabbed by a man? Qi Xueifeng was also stunned. How could Ling Han's movements be so fast? He actually didn't see clearly how Yan Jun was lifted up. Otherwise, he would definitely stop in time. He snorted and hurriedly stopped. If news of him grabbing a man's buttocks and not letting go were to spread, he really wouldn't be able to explain himself. He wasn't good at this. Chapter 2162. A Beautiful Romance. What? AI Kaifeng simply could not believe his eyes. His 2 attacks had been easily resolved, and the person who had attacked him was Ling Han. How was this possible? He almost wanted to rub his eyes to confirm if this was real. A mere heavenly soul had actually been able to resolve his attacks, and he had even launched 2 attacks at the same time. Was he trying to defy the heavens? Ling Han. Though he had been running all this while, his divine sense naturally had everything that was happening in the surrounding space under his control, and he could clearly see this scene. He was about to be scared to death. Back then, Ling Han's strength was similar to his. That was why the 2 of them had become friends after fighting. However, only 10,000 years had passed. How had this fellow become so powerful? In an instant, the 3 of them stopped at the same time. However, Yi and AI Kaifeng had stopped in fear. Ling Han smiled calmly and said, "Brother Yi, it's been a long time since we last met. Aren't you going to have a drink and talk?" Yi laughed loudly. "As long as you can defeat this fellow, I will naturally accompany you. It's a small matter." Ling Han nodded. Meanwhile, AI Kaifeng was about to explode from anger. 2 mere dividing soul stages actually dared to say that they wanted to kill him. This was a huge joke. Ling Han had indeed resolved his attack, but how could he use his full strength against a dividing soul? Furthermore, Ling Han had definitely used some kind of precious artifact. If not, no secret technique would be able to allow a dividing soul to cross the immortal mansion. Reckless, AI Kaifeng charged over. Since Yi had stopped running, this was a good thing for him. Ling Han placed his hands behind his back. When AI Kaifeng charged over, he clenched his right fist and punched back. Of course, AI Kaifeng would not show weakness. He punched out with his right fist as well, wanting to destroy Ling Han's body in one move. Bang! The 2 fists instantly collided. Strictly speaking, they were separated by about 10 meters, but the fist force from both parties had already collided first. Rules and origin energy were both bursting forth, emitting a startling radiance. Then, a shockwave rippled out. With a bang, because Yi was standing nearby and watching the battle, he was instantly sent flying, coughing up blood. He was greatly shocked, and hurriedly tapped the air with his feet. Light patterns appeared on the soles of his shoes, allowing him to suddenly accelerate. He was actually even faster than the impact of the aftershock. AI Kaifeng only felt a strong force rushing towards him, and his feet couldn't help but start to retreat. He couldn't help but be overwhelmed with shock, because not only did Ling Han not retreat, he took advantage of the situation to attack. In an instant, AI Kaifeng's outlook on life was distorted. He had actually been forced back by a heavenly soul. To beat back this was a nightmare. Yes, it must be a dream. Otherwise, how could such an unimaginable thing happen? But his rationality told him that this was not a dream, but something that had really happened. The one with the surname AI, you have repeatedly mocked me just because your cultivation level is higher than mine, and you even want to kill me. Heh, so what if your cultivation level is higher? I'll beat you to death. Ling Han attacked mercilessly, and each of his punches was aimed at AI Kaifeng's lower body. It was as if he wanted to beat a bird to death. AI Kaifeng was furious, embarrassed, and shocked. He was actually not a match for Ling Han, but not only did Ling Han dare to turn around and attack him, but he was also targeting his younger brother. As the saying went, one shouldn't hit someone's face in a fight, but the importance of one's younger brother was naturally above one's face. I'm going to kill you, he roared in fury. You couldn't kill me in the past, and it's even more impossible for me to kill you now. You can only be beaten to death by me, Ling Han said coldly. Previously, his strength was inferior, and he had been focused on escaping safely. Thus, he was not in the mood to tangle with him. But now, it was time to settle the score. Peng Ai Kai Feng's legs instantly shrunk back when his fist landed on his little brother, and an expression of extreme pain appeared on his face. Even if he had cultivated to the immortal palace tier, he would still have weaknesses, and his little brother was one of the weakest parts. Fuck, did I provoke you? You keep finding fault with me again and again. Why are you so despicable? Ling Han threw a few more punches, and knocked Ai Kai Feng to the ground. Then, he raised his leg, and ruthlessly stomped down on the area between his legs. Ayo! Ai Kai Feng's whole body bent like a large prawn, and he felt as if his balls had shattered all over the ground. It was incredibly uncomfortable. You still want to kill me? Fuck if I don't trample you to death, you bastard. Ling Han became more and more angry, and his stomps became more and more vicious. He did not simply stomp a few times, but rather every step was imbued with the power of regulation. With each stomp, it was as if the heavens and earth were collapsing, and the destructive power was incredibly terrifying. Since Ai Kai Feng was from the void-resisting sect, he definitely had life-saving techniques, but he had obviously already used them before this. Thus, he could only be trampled by Ling Han, becoming weaker and weaker, and not far from death. He was both angry and shocked. Could it be that he was going to become the first secret emperor to have his D***ck trampled to death? This would cause his name to go down in history for thousands of years to come. However, Ling Han did not seem to have any intention of giving him a quick death. He simply stared at his lower body and stomped on it. Pu. Blood spurted out, and Ai Kai Feng felt his consciousness become more and more blurry. Death was quickly enveloping him. Ling Han showed no mercy. Whoever wanted to kill him, he would take their life. This was karma, and it did not matter who it was. Puh! He stomped down again, and Ai Kai Feng's body was instantly torn into pieces. Slaughter, metal, lightning, and other incredibly destructive powers rushed into his mind, directly destroying his spirit. A secret emperor died in such a humiliating manner. At the side, Yi was already stunned. He was a monarch himself, and he could even be ranked at the top among monarchs. However, he had never thought that a heavenly soul could slaughter an immortal mansion, and a secret emperor at that. How vast was the gap between him and Ling Han? Brother Ling, I have to say that I'm convinced. Previously, he had always called Ling Han by his name, and only now did he call him Brother Ling. This was a sign that he was truly convinced by Ling Han. Yan Jun had just caught his breath and almost fainted when he heard this. Whoever dared to have even the slightest relationship with an assassin organization was courting death. Nonsense, he said coldly, brushing it off cleanly. In any case, he didn't leave behind a trace of evidence. The contact with the infernal organization was all done by Yang Ziqing. So, as long as he didn't spill the beans, this matter couldn't possibly be linked to him. Yan Jun, you're so ruthless, Yang Ziqing said sternly. It was clearly you who was jealous of the relationship between Ling Han and Flagmaster Lien, and made me hire assassins to kill him. Now, you're actually not admitting to it. For the sake of his own life, he could only throw caution to the wind. Everyone let out a long cry of surprise. So that was the case. This completely made sense. Who didn't know that Yan Jun was pursuing black-green flags Lien Xuerong? So, he was jealous and hired assassins to kill. This was reasonable. Yes, it wasn't legal at all. Chapter 3192. A Beautiful Romance. Feng Ruoxian greeted Wenren Siliu and the others with a smile, then eagerly responded to the others with a smile. She was as gentle as water, and did not have the slightest bit of the arrogance of the city lord's daughter, causing everyone to sigh in admiration. She was as beautiful as a fairy, and did not put on any airs, as if she was a child from an ordinary family. Ling Han, on the other hand, shook his head in his heart. A living person had died in front of her, but she did not even blink. How could this be the reaction of an ordinary person? However, it was none of his business. What happened to him? Feng Ruoxian pointed at Yang Ziqing and asked. Little sister Ruoxian, let me tell you. Li Ziyue walked over, pulled Feng Ruoxian to the side, and whispered to her. After a while, Feng Ruoxian walked back, looked at Ling Han, and said, Vice Captain Ling, you did very well. Praising himself, Ling Han was surprised. He had forced Yang Ziqing to flee, causing him to run into Feng Ruoxian in a panic, causing the old housekeeper to attack and kill Yang Ziqing. No matter what, the host would definitely not be happy if someone died at a banquet. However, not only was Feng Ruoxian not angry, she even praised him. This naturally made him feel strange. He nodded towards Feng Ruoxian and said, My apologies, I made a move at Miss Feng's birthday banquet and disturbed Miss Feng. Colluding with an assassin organization is not tolerated by the laws of the country. Vice Captain Ling does not need to blame yourself. Feng Ruoxian smiled gently, making people feel indescribably comfortable. No wonder Feng Zixing was so confident, believing that his daughter would definitely become a favored concubine of a prince, and even had a chance of becoming an empress. Whether it was appearance, speech or cultivation, she had nothing to say. Feng Ruoxian retracted her gaze from Ling Han, and after exchanging a few pleasantries with the crowd, she announced the start of the birthday banquet. Although the city lord did not come, with an old housekeeper at the extreme bone realm overseeing things, who could truly be at ease? Every word and action was extremely restrained. Ling Han did not mind. Once he delivered the gift, he could more or less retreat. The harvest this time was not small. He beat up Yan Jun and killed Yang Ziqing. It could be considered that he had collected half of the debt. Next, there was only killing Yan Jun. Everyone knew that the city lord had the intention of marrying his daughter to the imperial family. Thus, no one was blind enough to try and curry favor with Feng Ruoxian. That was simply courting death. Everyone was well-behaved and polite. Ling Han sat down beside Yan Jun. This fellow was currently drinking to drown his sorrows. After making a fool of himself in public, there was naturally no one who was willing to sit together with him now. Yan Jun's expression involuntarily changed. In his eyes, not only was Ling Han a rival in love, he had even become a malefic star now, causing him to feel a chill from the bottom of his heart when he saw him. Next time when you find an assassin, please find someone more powerful. Ling Han patted Yan Jun's shoulder. However, you probably won't have such a chance. Yan Jun looked at him coldly. Do you think you're amazing just because you know how to fight? The lesson you received today was not enough, Ling Han said with a smile. Yan Jun was instantly speechless. If it wasn't for the fact that his strength was inferior, how could he have been humiliated by Ling Han like this? There was no other way. What he specialized in was the formation Dao, but there were no killing formations among the elementary formations. It was basically impossible for him to arrange one to kill Ling Han. No matter how strong you are, in front of Tuoba Tianhuang, you won't be able to withstand a single blow, he said. That's right, in front of Tuoba Tianhuang, you indeed only have the right to kneel. Qi Suifeng walked over and sat opposite Ling Han and Yan Jun. This fellow's ears were quite sharp. It seemed that after suffering a loss at Ling Han's hands previously, he had his eyes on Ling Han. Ling Han swept a look of disgust at him. I don't talk to a damn pervert. Damn pervert! Qi Suifeng instantly recalled the scene of him grabbing Yan Jun's butt and penis, and his face instantly paled. Isn't this all because of you? Ling Han, you should be representing the black-green banner to participate in the martial competition tomorrow, right? Qi Suifeng didn't bicker with Ling Han. How could a disciple of a noble clan be so lacking in self-restraint? What, do you want to get beaten by me? Ling Han smiled. Qi Suifeng immediately had the urge to flip out. How could this brat's words be so hateful? He forcefully suppressed his anger and said, I can make a bet with you. If you can block 10 moves from Tuoba Tianhuang, I'll eat this chair. What do you want to eat again? Ling Han dug his ears as if he hadn't heard clearly. Qi Suifeng angrily shouted, Eat the chair. This shout was heard by everyone in the surroundings, and all of their expressions became strange. What was going on? How could this young master of the Qi family not think things through and actually want to eat the chair? Speaking of which, could it be that the chair in the city lord's residence was made of special materials to be so delicious? Only then did Qi Suifeng realize that he had been tricked by Ling Han. Veins popped up on his forehead. How could this brat be so hateful? Before he could flip out, Ling Han nodded and said, Fine, I'll bet with you. If I defeat Tuoba Tianhuang tomorrow, you'll eat this chair. These words were powerful and resounding. In a moment, the entire hall became silent. Everyone looked at Ling Han with astonished gazes. What was this guy saying? Defeat Tuoba Tianhuang? Did water enter your brain? You actually said you wanted to defeat that godlike man? Qi Xuefeng was also shocked. The bet he had made with Ling Han was that Ling Han would last 10 moves from Tuoba Tianhuang, but Ling Han said he wanted to defeat Tuoba Tianhuang. Was this the same thing? Could it be that the bet was more than 100 times more? That was completely impossible. He laughed and said, "Fine, if you can't defeat Tuoba Tianhuang, then you'll kneel on the martial stage for a day. How about it?" "Fine." Ling Han nodded. Everyone shook their heads. Ling Han was too arrogant. He actually said he wanted to defeat Tuoba Tianhuang. It had to be known that Tuoba Tianhuang was publicly acknowledged to be unrivaled in the Meridian Opening realm. Even the City Lord had said that if they were in the same realm, he wouldn't be Tuoba Tianhuang's match. That was just asking to be humiliated. "Fine, it's a deal." Qi Xuefeng slapped the table. As long as he waited another day, he would be able to see Ling Han's incomparably miserable appearance. He immediately realized he had overlooked something and hastily said, "What if you don't meet Tuoba Tianhuang?" Hearing that, everyone came to a sudden realization. Tuoba Tianhuang would definitely enter the finals. But what about Ling Han? What if he was eliminated early? This guy was bragging to attract attention. So this was what he was planning. How despicable. Ling Han was also surprised. He hadn't expected Qi Xuefeng to think of such a possibility. He shook his head. "If Tuoba Tianhuang isn't defeated by me early, then I will definitely wait for him in the finals. Otherwise, it will count as my loss." Those words were domineering enough. Everyone was unable to believe it. Where did Ling Han get his courage from? "Fine." Qi Xuefeng sneered. Ling Han had said such a thing in front of everyone. If he went back on his word, then he wouldn't be able to stay in Hidden Tiger City in the future. "Miss Feng, this is a small token of my appreciation. I wish you a happy birthday," someone said as he presented a generous gift to Feng Ruoxian. The gift-giving segment had finally arrived. Chapter 3193. Someone started this segment first, and naturally, people presented their gifts one after another. Here, people had a habit, and that was to open their gifts immediately after receiving them. Therefore, in this kind of situation, everyone would give a more precious gift. Otherwise, if they opened their gifts in public, not only would they lose face, the host would feel humiliated, and it would be worse than not giving it at all. Li Ziyue gave a jade hairpin. It is said to be an artifact passed down from ancient times. It comes with a defensive formation. Once it is activated, it can form a shield and block the attack of the illuminating pulse realm. Wanren Shuyue gave a broken sword. It can still unleash some of its power. It is said to be able to cut through anything in the illuminating pulse realm. Zhao Jigu gave a talisman soldier. It seems to be at the blood transformation realm. After everyone went up to give their gifts, their background would be immediately revealed. The aristocratic families that could come here were all elites. Everyone had a very sharp eye, and there were few things that they could not recognize. Yan Jun also went up to give his gift. He was a formation master, so he naturally gave a formation. However, it was not a killing formation, nor was it a psychedelic formation. Instead, it was a puppet. It was only the size of a palm, but once it was activated, it could turn into the size of a normal person. It was vivid and lifelike, and could complete some simple orders. Although it had no practical value, it showed that Yan Jun's thoughts were very clever. If it was a girl, she might be moved by him. Ling Han waited for a while. Seeing that no one else went up, he stood up and walked to the birthday girl. He took out a bottle and handed it over. Many people already laughed. Although everyone's gifts would be opened on the spot, everyone would still wrap them up properly. This was a kind of etiquette, and also showed their sincerity. Just like Ling Han, he directly gave a pill bottle. Haha, too casual. Feng Ruoxian could not help but laugh. Vice Captain Ling is really a person with character. It was unknown whether this was a compliment or a mockery. Ling Han took it as a compliment. He said, "Miss Feng, happy birthday." "Thank you." Feng Ruoxian took the pill bottle and asked curiously, "Vice Captain Ling, what pill is this?" She had eaten quite a lot of pills, but she couldn't recognize what these 10 pills were. Ling Han said, "Beauty retaining pill." "What?" All of a sudden, Everyone was shaken and became alert. The female guests even widened their eyes as if they were going to snatch it. However, the crowd soon revealed a doubtful look. The recipe of the face-retaining pill was just finished by Mo Guahao. It was said that it could only be refined next month. Where did Ling Han come from? Fake, it must be fake. Hee, people nowadays are getting better at bragging. Zhong Yongbi walked out. He should have come in when Ling Han and Yan Jun clashed. Otherwise, Ling Han would have noticed him. Brother Zhong, you're saying that these are fake pills? Yan Jun immediately asked. He hated Ling Han to death. Of course. He would not let go of any opportunity. Of course, Zhong Yongbi said proudly. He had just been given the recipe of the youth-retaining elixir, and the Compassionate Heart Medicine Hall had not even started to refine the first batch of youth-retaining elixirs. Therefore, if Ling Han claimed that the elixir in his hand was an youth-retaining elixir, it must be a lie. Fake. Everyone was astonished. Ling Han actually sent fake elixirs. I understand. The most popular elixir now is the youth-retaining elixir, and it's also the most favored by women. However, it can't be bought yet. Therefore, he deliberately boasted to attract attention and flatter Miss Feng. This is a big miscalculation. Isn't he afraid of losing his head by giving the city lord's beloved daughter fake elixirs? As they spoke, housekeeper Mu seemed to have woken up from his slumber. He stared at Ling Han with a murderous look in his eyes, as if he would attack at any time. Ha, I didn't come too late, did I? A middle-aged man walked out of the back hall with large strides. City Lord. Immediately, everyone hurriedly saluted. This was the City Lord of Hidden Tiger City, Feng Zixing. He had the power to decide the life and death of the people in the city. Generally speaking, as long as he did not rebel, killing a few people was nothing. Therefore, he was an absolute big shot and deserved absolute respect. Feng Zixing, on the other hand, was very casual. He raised his hand, indicating for everyone to rise. He smiled slightly and said to his daughter, "Open the gifts." "Yes, father." Feng Ruoxian respectfully replied. Her every movement made people feel comfortable and satisfied. Feng Zixing then looked at housekeeper Mu and said, "Old Mu, why is there a killing intent all over your body? Who provoked you?" "Someone sent fake elixirs to Miss," housekeeper Mu said in a low voice, his gaze still fixed on Ling Han. Feng Zixing followed his gaze and saw Ling Han. He couldn't help but smile. "Oh, what happened?" Feng Ruoxian explained how Ling Han had sent the elixirs but was questioned by Zhong Yongbi. She was impartial and didn't even mention her own emotions. According to reason, she should be very angry that someone had sent her fake elixirs. Feng Zixing shook his head in his heart. He naturally knew that it was Ling Han who had improved the 2 pill formulas and completed the beauty halting pill. Therefore, how could Ling Han have sent fake elixirs? He looked at Zhong Yongbi and said, "How can you be sure that these are fake elixirs?" Zhong Yongbi hurriedly replied respectfully, "My lord, the beauty halting pill was completed by my master. This one was fortunate enough to receive this pill formula. According to this one's knowledge, the medicine hall has yet to refine the beauty halting pill. Therefore, this one is certain that these are fake elixirs." Yes, it was reasonable and well-founded. Everyone nodded. From a logical point of view, Zhong Yongbi's deduction was flawless. Feng Zixing smiled and took the bottle from his daughter's hands. He then tossed it to Zhong Yongbi and said, "Then you come and have a taste. Just what is this thing?" "Yes, my lord." Zhong Yongbi caught the bottle and swept a glance at Ling Han, revealing a trace of complacency. "Brat, you've fallen into my hands this time." Ling Han didn't care. The ugly always caused trouble. Zhong Yongbi poured out a pill. He first looked at it, then smelled it. Then, his expression changed. Damn! Isn't this the beauty halting pill? He had received the pill formula, so he naturally knew how to identify the beauty halting pill. Whether it was the color or the smell, it completely matched the beauty halting pill. No way, it really is. Zhong Yongbi didn't give up. He took out a little more and put it in his mouth. This taste, this vitality factor, it was completely the beauty halting pill. Everyone watched, but they discovered that after Zhong Yongbi took the pill, he seemed to have become stupid. He actually didn't have any reaction. Haha, could it be that this is a stupidity pill? Eating it will make you go into a daze? Someone laughed. This caused many people to laugh out loud. However, the city lord was also at the side, so no one dared to laugh out loud. Feng Zixing opened his mouth and said, "How is it?" Chapter 3194. Zhong Yongbi didn't want to say anything. He really hoped that the pill he had consumed was a mute pill or a stun pill. That way, he would be able to escape from such an awkward situation. The problem was that this was really an age-halting pill. It would only preserve his youth and whiten his skin. Hey, did you guys notice? His skin seems to have become slightly whiter. That's right. It's even brighter. Everyone exclaimed, especially the women. Their eyes were all shining. To them, this was even more important than advancing 1 or 2 cultivation levels. This is definitely an age-halting pill. Even if it's not an age-halting pill, just this whitening effect alone is enough for me to take it. Look, he only ate such a tiny bit. It's only been a short while, but it already has such an effect. If I were to take one, how terrible would that be? Almost all the women turned into hungry wolves. They stared at the bottle in Zhong Yongbi's hand as if they would immediately pounce on him. Even a well-bred lady like Li Ziyue couldn't remain calm. Her breathing involuntarily became much heavier. It could be said that if this wasn't the city lord's manor, if it wasn't for Feng Zixing overseeing things, this place would have already been in a frenzy. "How is it?" Feng Zixing asked again. This time, there was a hint of displeasure in his tone. Fuck. He dared to let the city lord ask him twice? Zhong Yongbi quivered, and he finally came back to his senses. He couldn't help but smile bitterly and say, "This is indeed an age-halting pill." Even if he was lying now, as long as he called another alchemist to appraise it, he would still be able to come to the correct conclusion. If he dared to lie to Feng Zixing, then his end would be very, very tragic. "Then why did you immediately bite it off as fake?" Feng Zixing asked. Zhong Yongbi was speechless. Previously, he had analyzed so much and was certain that this was a fake pill. Now that it was proven to be real, how was he supposed to explain himself? He thought for a long time before saying, "Vice Captain Ling has a close personal relationship with my master. Perhaps my master gifted it to him." "Since you knew of such a relationship, why did you insist earlier?" Feng Zixing asked indifferently. "Furthermore, since he is your master's friend, why did you lose your respect? There's something wrong with your conduct." This last sentence was a little heavy. If he was evaluated by the city lord as a problematic person, would the Alchemy Association still dare to focus on nurturing him? Although alchemists were very special, and the entire group was managed by the Alchemist Guild headquarters, who would dare to go against Feng Zixing in the small territory of Hidden Tiger City? Zhong Yongbi's legs went soft, and he knelt down. His face was pale, and he seemed to have lost his soul. Feng Zixing casually made a grabbing motion, and the pill bottle in Zhong Yongbi's hand flew back into his hand. He then handed it to his beloved daughter. "You have to thank Little Han, this gift is very precious." Little Han, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. When had the city lord ever called a junior so intimately? From tomorrow onwards, no, from now onwards, Ling Han would no longer be an ordinary vice captain of the Black-Green Banner, but a favored person in front of the city lord. They couldn't understand. Was it because Ling Han offered a bottle of face-retaining pills? Although Miss Yu Feng will have a great advantage when she marries into the palace in the future, she can be bought every other month. There's no need to value her so much, right? I really don't understand. Everyone was shocked. This was too hard for them to accept. Feng Ruoxian, however, bowed slightly towards Ling Han. "Thank you, Vice Captain Ling, you're welcome." Ling Han cupped his hands in return. He walked back, and saw that everyone's mouth was wide open, as if a large bun could be stuffed inside. Only Pan who gave him a thumbs up. Young Master Han was really awesome. Ling Han had just returned to his seat when he saw a young miss and a pretty lady coming over to purchase face-retaining pills from him. For women, every minute of their youth was slipping away, so even though they knew that the face-retaining pills would be on the market next month, they still couldn't help but want to get them one day earlier. Moreover, the face-retaining pills definitely couldn't be mass-produced. What if the supply was insufficient? Thus, the person who got them first would be able to retain their youth first. Ling Han then said that the pills were refined by Mo Guahao, and he only had 10 of them, which he had already given to Feng Ruoxian. It just so happened that Zhong Yongbi had found such an excuse for him, so he effortlessly pushed all the blame onto Mo Guahao. As for whether the doors of the Compassionate Heart Medicinal Hall would be broken tomorrow, That wasn't something that Ling Han needed to consider. After drinking the wine and giving the gifts, Ling Han quickly went to bid farewell to Feng Ruoxian. Miss Feng, can I have a small request? Ling Han suddenly turned back after taking 2 steps. What request? Feng Ruoxian looked at Ling Han with interest. This man was really different from the rest, and very interesting. Ling Han cracked a smile. I want to ask for something from Miss Feng. When he said this, everyone was shocked and stunned. Ask for something from Miss Feng? Hiss. Are you flirting with the daughter of the city lord? This is practically courting death. Haven't you heard that the city lord intends to send Feng Ruoxian into the palace? She's a forbidden item, and you actually dare to have ideas? Speak. Feng Ruoxian maintained a gentle expression from beginning to end, as if she had been trained since young to maintain this kind of calmness and gentleness no matter what happened. I want to ask for a chair from Miss Feng. Ling Han said, previously, I made a bet with Shui Feng. If I defeat Tuoba Tian Huang, he has to eat one of the chairs here. I'm afraid that he won't be able to find it, so I asked for one from Miss Feng first. Hee hee. Feng Ruoxian finally couldn't hold it in any longer, and covered her small mouth as she laughed out loud. The others also stared blankly for a moment before bursting into laughter. This guy really remembered this matter. Furthermore, it was the same as eating a chair. Which chair couldn't be eaten? There was no need for it to be from the city lord's residence, right? For Ling Han to mention it at this time, he was obviously teasing Shui Feng. Everyone looked towards Shui Feng, only to see that this guy's hands were clenched into fists, and the veins on his forehead were bulging. He was already about to explode from anger. Sigh, what a pitiful guy. All right, please go ahead. Feng Ruoxian retracted her smile, and once again returned to her gentle appearance. Thanks. Ling Han lifted a chair and swaggered off. Everyone was filled with admiration. Who could bring something back after entering the city lord's residence? It could only be Ling Han, although it was only a chair. Ling Han hailed a taxi and returned to his residence. The little maid was curious, and seeing that Ling Han actually brought a chair, she hurriedly asked what happened. After hearing Ling Han's words, her eyes involuntarily lit up and were filled with envy. Ling Han couldn't help but smile. There's no need to be envious. When your young master soars into the sky like a dragon, you will be even more resplendent than the princess. No, it's not like that. Huan Xue hurriedly waved her hands. Huan Xue hopes to serve young master for the rest of my life. It's just that Huan Xue is afraid that when I grow old and become ugly, young master will feel uncomfortable looking at Huan Xue. Ling Han stared blankly for a moment, and then he laughed loudly. This love for beauty was truly in everyone's nature. Even the little maid was afraid of growing old. Chapter 3196. Ling Han wins, the judge announced loudly. Xueqi lay on the ground, his heart dead. After preparing for so long, he thought that he could rise to fame overnight, but it turned out that he had a bad start, often making heroes weep. Ling Han went off to rest. When the first round was over, the 8 contestants immediately began the second round of elimination. About an hour later, the second round began. The main reason was that there were 2 people who fought too long in the first round, and everyone was waiting for them. Otherwise, the other 7 groups would have already finished their battles. Ling Han's second opponent was the victor of the battle of attrition. Both he and his opponent in the last round were good at defense. If the judge hadn't ordered them to attack each other, they would have both been eliminated. In fact, it would have been far from over an hour. If it was just defense, the consumption of energy was very small, and it was very durable. Begin, the judge said. Ling Han's opponent had no intention of attacking. He tried to shrink his body to reduce the area of defense. His strategy was to exhaust Ling Han until he used up all of his energy. Then he would win. This was called the Turtle School of Defense. Ling Han smiled and said, "It's good that you don't want to fight. Let me." He clenched his fist and punched at his opponent. That person crossed his arms in front of his chest to protect himself. Bam! The punch landed, and that person was immediately sent flying. Then, he lay on the ground, unable to get up again. Ling Han wins. The spectators were all surprised. They didn't expect Ling Han to win so easily. His opponent specialized in defense, but he couldn't even take a punch. What kind of power was that? He's this year's dark horse. Yes, his strength is amazing. Don't underestimate him. He might enter the finals. He got second place in his first year. That's not easy. Everyone discussed. They were very optimistic about Ling Han's strength, but no one thought he had a chance to win against Tuoba Tianhuang. After winning 2 matches, Ling Han had already advanced into the top 8. He only needed to win 2 more matches, and he would be able to stand out from the upper half of the group. At this point, there were no more mediocre opponents. His next opponent was actually a woman. "Begin," the judge said. The woman was dressed in red. Her beautiful eyes were like a painting, and she was extremely moving. She bowed slightly to Ling Han and said, "Mister, can you let me in? I have always had a wish, that is to see Lord Tianhuang up close. Can you fulfill my wish?" Ling Han shook his head. "No." The red-clothed woman sighed. "This answer really disappoints me." With a shake of her arms, a crescent moon scimitar appeared in each of her hands. Weapons could be used in the competition, but they couldn't be ancient artifacts. Otherwise, it wouldn't be a competition of individual strength, but a clan's heritage. Ling Han did not mind. After he released his strength, the threat of weapons would be greatly reduced. After all, external objects were not as good as his own fists and feet. His pair of iron fists was enough to level the world. The woman in red shouted and brandished her dual blades to kill Ling Han. Ling Han didn't move. He waited for his opponent to enter his attack range before punching out. Bang! Under the crushing force of hundreds of thousands of pounds, the woman's techniques were all useless. Under the crushing force of absolute power, everything was nothing. The woman was instantly sent flying. Her dual blades also flew out of her hands, one to the left and one to the right. Schwa, they flew towards the viewing platform, causing a series of exclamations. Ling Han won again. He had entered the top 4. Soon, his last opponent also stood in front of him, but he still defeated her with a single punch. This caused a heated discussion among the audience. No matter who his opponent is, he defeated him with 1 punch. He's so strong. He might even pose a threat to Tuoba Tianhuang. What a joke. Tuoba Tianhuang is in existence. Even 10 Ling Hans together can't be Lord Tianhuang's match. That's right, you're thinking too much. No matter who enters the finals, no matter how stunning, it will only serve as a foil to Lord Tianhuang's strength. Lord Tianhuang's strength has long surpassed reason. In the end, everyone agreed that it was impossible for Ling Han to shake Tuoba Tianhuang's position. The top half's finalists had already appeared. As for the bottom half's finalists, they would only be decided in the afternoon. After lunch, the second half's elimination matches immediately began. Ling Han also stayed behind. He wanted to see what this legendary Tuoba Tianhuang looked like. At the start of the match, Ling Han saw a tall and slender young man with long hair like a waterfall, bright eyebrows, and bright eyes. He had an indescribable elegance, and as soon as he appeared, he became the center of attention, firmly grabbing everyone's gazes. Tuoba Tianhuang. Without anyone's introduction, Ling Han was certain that this was Tuoba Tianhuang. Sure enough, as soon as this person appeared on stage, he received a tsunami of cheers. The entire martial arts stadium was chanting one name, incomparably orderly. Tuoba Tianhuang. Unfortunately, Ling Han did not see Tuoba Tianhuang make a move, because every person who encountered Tuoba Tianhuang would automatically concede. Surrendering without a fight was a great humiliation to a cultivator, but these people did not receive any boos, as if this was a matter of course. Just like this, Tuoba Tianhuang entered the finals without a fight. In terms of difficulty, Tuoba Tianhuang had already crushed Ling Han. Then tomorrow it would be. Ling Han's interest was piqued. Originally, there was no one in the 12 meridians that could be his match. Perhaps Tuoba Tianhuang would give him a pleasant surprise, or perhaps the other had also opened a hidden meridian. Returning to his residence, Ling Han continued to sense the 3rd meridian. He had a feeling that breaking through 15 meridians was just around the corner. However, today's match was a great blow to the little attendant. Although she was full of confidence in Ling Han, the atmosphere of the entire martial arts stadium was one-sided by Tuoba Tianhuang. This made the little maid uneasy, full of worry. If he lost, how great of a blow would young master suffer? She did not dare to think about it. Ling Han cultivated until midnight. His body suddenly shook, a look of pleasant surprise on his face. He had found the 3rd meridian. Unfortunately, without the supply of mystical power of heaven and earth, He could not open this meridian. He could only wait. Early the next morning, Ling Han woke up early and waited for the sun to rise. He immediately began to break through 15 meridians. In just a few minutes, this meridian was suddenly opened. Next was the matter of broadening it. Ling Han practiced for a full half an hour before stopping. It was time to get the prize. Ling Han was full of anticipation. How much could a mystical cloud fruit increase his mental power, and whether it could allow him to reach the intermediate level? He did not consider the possibility of losing to Tuoba Tian Huang at all. "Call Snow, bring that chair. Someone wants to eat it today," Ling Han said. "Oh." Call Snow did not sleep well the whole night. She had 2 dark circles under her eyes. She carried the chair from the city lord residence and ran after Ling Han. Chapter 3197. As Ling Han and Huan Xue ran, they would definitely turn their heads. Beauties were always eye-catching, not to mention the fact that she was carrying a chair. Furthermore, Ling Han's reputation was not low either. He had fought his way into today's finals. Even though he would definitely lose to Tuoba Tian Huang, he was still a famous figure. Now that the two of them walked past each other in such a manner, everyone was naturally curious. Isn't he going to participate in the finals? What's going on now? Is he trying to express his disdain? Is he just sitting there to deal with Tuoba Tian Huang? It's a pity that there are no tickets. Otherwise, I would really like to see it with my own eyes. Soon, Ling Han and the little maid arrived at the martial art hall. Seeing Ling Han carrying a chair, the guards were naturally very surprised. However, Ling Han was a finalist today. Not to mention bringing his own chair. Even if he brought a rocket launcher, as long as it was not used in the finals, they would not dare to stop him. However, when they entered, they just happened to see Qi Sui Feng. Shit! Seeing the chair Huan Xue was carrying, regardless of its style or color, he recognized it immediately. Fuck! Wasn't this the one in the city lord's mansion? Ling Han, Ling Han, you really won't shed a tear until you see the coffin. Do you think you have a chance to win? Humph, he sneered. When Ling Han saw this, he said to the little maid, "Call Snow," cold smile. Naturally, Huan Xue would carry out her young master's orders without any hesitation. She immediately revealed a stiff, cold smile. In Qi Suifeng's eyes, this was a blatant mockery. "Look, I've already prepared a chair for you to eat. Hurry up and wash your mouth." He couldn't help but become furious. Ling Han was detestable, but he didn't expect his maid to be like this as well. Sure enough, like master like servant. "Ling Han, I'm waiting to watch your show." He sneered. It was impossible for Ling Han to win against Tuoba Tian Huang. Thus, he could only act strangely now. Later, he would only be able to cry. "Summon Snow, make a face," Ling Han said. "Oh." The little maid put the chair aside and made a face. "Oh, so embarrassing." Qi Sui Feng bared his teeth. Ling Han didn't even talk to him directly, and instead used his own maid to mock him. This was really too much. She didn't want to lower herself to his level. In any case, this brat would soon kneel down and say that he had conquered her. "I won't lower myself to your level." He swaggered off. Ling Han smiled. He wanted to know if Qi Sui Feng would eat this chair. Yes, he was looking forward to it. "Summon Snow, let's go." The two of them entered the martial art arena. Huan Xue went to the audience seats first and sat down. She carried a chair, which attracted the attention of everyone along the way. Did he find the chairs in the martial art hall uncomfortable, so he brought his own chair? Ling Han went to prepare. Since there was only one battle today, he naturally had plenty of time. It would only start at 10 a.m. He closed his eyes to rest, and then someone came to inform him that it was time to go on stage. Ling Han followed the man. When he entered the arena, it was quiet all around. There was actually no one cheering for him. Ling Han was surprised. He knew that Tuoba Tian Huang was very popular, but no one was optimistic about him. Sigh. Immediately after, Tuoba Tian Huang also went on stage. This was completely different. Thunderous applause sounded, and countless men and women screamed at the top of their lungs, excited to the extreme. The difference in treatment was too severe. Ling Han had his hands behind his back. This couldn't shake his spirit. In the Yuan world, he had killed who knew how many geniuses, and in the end the world respected him. The Yuan world was like this, And this place was no exception. Begin, the referee announced. Tuoba Tianhuang looked at Ling Han and said calmly, since this is the finals, it's not good to end it too quickly. I'll let you have 10 moves. Make your move. His voice wasn't extremely harsh, but it naturally had a domineering aura that made people willingly submit. Ling Han smiled, and his feet moved, charging towards Tuoba Tianhuang. Tuoba Tianhuang indeed didn't make a move. His feet moved casually, and very quickly, he had let Ling Han's 10 moves pass. I'm going to make my move, he said. His voice was clear, and his jet-black hair shone with indescribable elegance. He made his move. Xiao, a palm struck out towards Ling Han. His hand was whiter than most women's, smooth like jade, and would make women jealous. However, this palm strike was like a heavenly blade that could split the earth, possessing an indestructible might. Ling Han didn't parry, and his feet moved as well, evading all of Tuoba Tianhuang's attacks. Very soon, 10 moves passed as well. I'll return 10 moves to you, Ling Han said calmly. Hiss, everyone on the spectators' stand bared their teeth. Because this was the finals, the venue had even turned on the sound amplification device, and the conversation between the two was clearly transmitted to everyone's ears. Ling Han had actually deliberately let Tuoba Tianhuang have 10 moves. It had always been Tuoba Tianhuang who let others have their moves, and today, he was actually doing so as well. One had to know that if others dared to boast in front of Tuoba Tianhuang, there would only be one result, and that was to be beaten into dregs. But what about Ling Han? 10 moves had passed, and he was still alive and kicking, without the slightest injury. Inconceivable, truly inconceivable. Everyone had originally thought that this finals was just a formality. If Ling Han was smart, he would surrender early, and if not, he would be beaten into dregs. But now, there was a return. This guy couldn't really be a match for Tuoba Tianhuang, could he? Impossible. Tuoba Tianhuang was just too careless, and did not use his full strength, allowing this brat to dodge 10 moves. Yes, that must be the case. These 10 moves definitely made that brat use all of his abilities. As long as Lord Tianhuang is a little more serious, he can instantly obtain victory. Everyone quickly suppressed their shock. Tuoba Tianhuang's invincible might was deeply engraved in everyone's heart. HM? Tuoba Tianhuang was also slightly surprised. He nodded. You're not bad. Your strength surpasses my imagination. Ling Han shook his head. If this is all you have, you'll disappoint me. Ha ha ha. Tuoba Tianhuang laughed loudly. You're very arrogant. I'm just stating the facts, Ling Han said calmly. Tuoba Tianhuang waved his hand. All right, I'll be a little more serious. He attacked again. Shua, a palm strike was unleashed, slashing towards Ling Han, forming a terrifying sonic boom. This had not broken through the speed of sound, but it was not far from it. Hiss, as expected of Tuoba Tianhuang, his attack speed is close to the speed of sound. You should know that only those in the blood transformation realm can reach the speed of sound. That's why it's said that Tuoba Tianhuang is the #1 person below the blood transformation realm. No one can shake him. Everyone sighed ruefully. However, the speed at which they spoke naturally could not compare to the speed of Tuoba Tianhuang's attack. This palm strike had already reached Ling Han. Ling Han clasped one hand behind his back, while the other clenched into a fist and punched forward. Pang! Tuoba Tianhuang's palm strike was instantly shattered. This time, the entire crowd was in an uproar. Previously, it could be said that Tuoba Tianhuang was going easy on Ling Han and had not used his full strength, but in that attack just now, Tuoba Tianhuang himself had said that he would be a little more serious. Heavens! Tuoba Tianhuang's seriousness had not dealt with Ling Han at all. Did he need to be very serious? Or was he completely serious? Tuoba Tianhuang finally revealed a solemn expression. The corners of his mouth slowly widened, and his entire person exuded a boundless battle intent. So you're this strong. That's great. He appeared to be extremely happy. I've always wanted to find a draw. Unfortunately, after I advanced into the 12th Meridian Channel, I couldn't even find someone who could withstand a single attack from me. Today, can you let me fight to my heart's content? Chapter 3198. Ling Han laughed. What a coincidence. I've never met anyone who can last one exchange with me. How many of my moves can you block? Tit for tat. not losing a single bit of momentum. In the stands, everyone's blood was boiling, and their passion began to burn. In truth, what was so good about a one-sided battle? Only evenly matched opponents would be interesting. Come, let's fight. I'm still waiting to see someone eat a chair, said Ling Han. In the viewing platform, Xueqing's face was as black as ink. He really wanted to charge down and fight Ling Han. But let alone the rules, even if he could go down, he wouldn't go down. What, was he looking for a beating? He clearly knew how terrifying Tuoba Tianhuang was. An opponent that even Tuoba Tianhuang had to be serious about. So how could he be his match? Good. Tuoba Tianhuang smiled. This was a happy smile, one that came from someone who had been unrivaled for too long. It was rare for him to encounter a good opponent. He finally assumed an offensive stance, as if it was the beginning of a palm technique. Everyone thinks that 12 meridians is the limit of the meridian opening realm, but that's not the case. Other than the 12 standard meridians, there are 8 hidden meridians. So the peak of the meridian opening realm should be 20 meridians. Your strength isn't any weaker than mine. You should have opened a few extraordinary meridians. Haha, everyone thinks I'm suppressing my realm for this competition and haven't stepped into the blood transformation realm. What they don't know is that I'm only trying to open 8 hidden meridians. His words were spread to every corner of the stage through the loudspeaker, causing a huge commotion. What, 12 meridians isn't the limit of the meridian opening realm? There are 8 hidden meridians. I think I've heard of them before. They're called the 8 extraordinary meridians. Why has no one ever opened them? Didn't you hear what Tuoba Tianhuang said? They're called hidden meridians. If you can sense them so easily, how can they still be called hidden meridians? No wonder Tuoba Tianhuang is so strong. So he has 13, 14, or even higher meridians. Hiss, that Ling Han has also opened his hidden meridians. 2 monsters. Let alone the ordinary people, even the people from the 3 big clans and 6 small clans were shocked. They had indeed heard of the legend of the 8 extraordinary meridians, but they had always thought that it was just a rumor that no one could reach. They didn't expect it to be true, and 2 such super geniuses had suddenly appeared. That Ling Han can be recruited. The vice captain of the black-green flag. He comes from a remote area and has a clean background. He can be recruited into the clan with great benefits. Immediately get the family to work and tie this kid to our chief family's war chariot. On the grandstands belonging to the great families, the authoritative figures all issued the same command, which was to recruit Ling Han. This was an outsider with a clean background. They could use the method of recruiting a son-in-law to tie him to their family. In the future, it was very likely that their family would be glorified because of Ling Han. Ling Han looked at Tuoba Tianhuang in astonishment. You actually dared to mention the matter of the 8 extraordinary meridians in public? However, since it had already been announced, he didn't care. He said, I just opened the 3rd hidden meridian this morning. I opened the 3rd hidden meridian at the beginning of the year. It is now complete, and I am currently sensing the 4th. Tuoba Tianhuang said, since that is the case, our cultivation levels can barely be considered the same, so I will not hold anything back. Bang! His clothes suddenly bulged as if they were filled with air. This was the surging of the secret power in his body. The power was too great, and traces of it directly seeped out of his skin. That was why his clothes were bulging. His black hair danced wildly, making him look unruly and unrestrained. Ling Han felt the pressure. This opponent was really not weak. Not only had he opened 15 meridians, but he had also opened the 3rd hidden meridian to the limit. Of course, everyone's limit was different. Thus, even if Ling Han had just opened the 3rd hidden meridian, his strength might not be inferior to Tuoba Tianhuang's. However, those who could open the hidden meridian were all extraordinary geniuses. Thus, it would be difficult for Ling Han to surpass Tuoba Tianhuang in terms of strength. He was already at a disadvantage in terms of strength, and Tuoba Tianhuang was clearly serious. If Ling Han was still careless, wouldn't that be courting death? He was confident that he was invincible, but he definitely wouldn't be blindly arrogant. Ling Han also got into an attacking stance. This was the demon monkey fist. Both of them clearly hadn't made a move, but in the eyes of the crowd, a storm was brewing. Look, doesn't Tuoba Tianhuang look like a blade? How strange. He's clearly a person, but why does he give me the feeling of a blade? Furthermore, when he slashes with his blade, There's nothing it can't cut through. Ling Han is the same. He's like an ancient demon monkey, his feet on the ground and his hands supporting the sky. It's incomparably terrifying. This is a kind of aura. Logically speaking, only when one's cultivation reaches the blood transformation realm and their blood chi surges will they have a chance to form such an aura. But now, the battle intent of these two is too strong. Or, in other words, their mastery of techniques has already reached an incomparably high level. This naturally forms an aura. Someone explained that this was a blood transformation expert. Then, according to Senior's opinion, who is stronger? That expert muttered to himself for a moment before shaking his head. We'll only know after they fight. Now, no one believed that Tuoba Tianhuang would definitely win. Ling Han also had 15 meridians. Although he was slightly weaker, this was already a true battle between people in the same realm. Either side could win, and either side could lose. Come! Tuoba Tianhuang roared softly. His figure charged out, and as his palms slashed out, the force behind them surpassed the speed of sound. Waves of sound formed, and they formed the shape of a saber that slashed at Ling Han. Ling Han was fearless. He used the demon monkey fist, and a fist imprint also stacked together with sound waves. Bang 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 bang. When the two forces collided, a heavy sound rang out. Then came the sound of an incomparably concentrated collision. After a long time, the saber imprint and fist imprint both disappeared. The two of them are too terrifying. They have at least 10 layers of power stacked together. So after their first exchange, the two forces continued to clash like a hailstorm. A blood transformation expert was pushed onto the stage. This kind of battle was something that ordinary people, even those with 12 meridians, couldn't understand. Someone needed to explain. According to what I know, the Tuoba family's Azure Lightning Fist only has 9 layers of gravity. Furthermore, Tuoba Tianhuang should be using a saber art. He's only using his palm, so it's definitely not the Azure Lightning Fist. I've also never seen Ling Han's fist art before. The two of them must have had an incredible fortuitous encounter. Everyone's eyes turned red with envy. In a situation where one's realm didn't change, cultivating a stronger martial technique was undoubtedly the most practical way to increase one's combat strength. And Ling Han and Tuoba Tianhuang were hiding such a huge secret. In truth, Ling Han didn't want to use the demon monkey fist in public, but he had to obtain the mystical cloud fruit. So he had to win. Then let's fight. Chapter 3200. Tuoba Tianhuang and Ling Han's battle had returned to the essence of the Meridian opening realm. It was a competition of power, a competition of how much power they could stack. It's time to end this. Tuoba Tianhuang roared. His voice was so loud that a great many people on the spectators' grandstands involuntarily covered their ears. He leaped high into the air and pounced towards Ling Han. His palm struck down, and it was as if he was holding a heavenly saber in his hand that could split open the earth. At this point, no one doubted Ling Han's strength. He was a supreme genius on the same level as Tuoba Tianhuang. But there was no first place in literature and no second place in martial arts. Today, one of them had to fall. Who could it be? Ling Han also let out a long howl. He activated the Monkey King's cultivation technique. 222. His heartbeat accelerated, and more blood gushed out, speeding up the circulation of his blood. This also allowed his body to explode with more potential than usual. Break! He swung his fist. Bang 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 bang. As they clashed, sharp sounds rang out incessantly, and Tuoba Tianhuang was forcefully sent flying. What? Everyone in the viewing gallery had their eyes protruding out from their sockets, unable to believe what they had just witnessed. Was Ling Han going to win? Tuoba Tianhuang landed on the ground, a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Just now, he had circulated his cultivation technique, causing his power to stack 18 times. He hadn't expected that he would be heavily injured in this exchange. Ling Han's fist contained at least 19, perhaps even 20 layers of power. Just how shocking was their raw power? Both of them were at least 100,000 pounds. How could he not be injured after being struck by one or two such waves of power? And this was Tuoba Tianhuang. A normal 12-meridian cultivator would have long since been blown to bits. Your cultivation technique is above mine, and the same is true for your fist art. Tuoba Tianhuang sighed. I admit defeat because I have too few techniques in the meridian opening realm. Once I advance to the blood transformation realm, I definitely won't lose to you in the same realm. This was the truth. In a situation where both sides had the same amount of raw power, if one side had a superior cultivation technique or martial skill, they would be able to unleash greater power and gain the upper hand. This was the Meridian Opening Realm, and it was a competition of power. Ling Han smiled faintly. He could defeat Tuoba Tianhuang now, so as his cultivation level increased, the gap between him and Tuoba Tianhuang would only widen. A draw was impossible. Sure, I'm looking forward to it. He nodded, but said such a sentence. Well, as a person, he had to keep a low profile. Tuoba Tianhuang turned and left. Since he had already been defeated, what was the point of staying? Only when his figure disappeared in the aisle did sparse applause ring out from the stands. Then, the applause became more and more intense, and finally turned into a storm. Who could believe that the invincible Tuoba Tianhuang would actually be defeated? Does this mean the end of an era and the beginning of a new one? Ling Han! Ling Han! Ling Han! Everyone in the stands was shouting Ling Han's name. This was the glory that the champion deserved. Heavens, I really can't believe it. Our captain is actually this amazing. The profound green banners warriors were also excited. Before this, they had told Ling Han that second place was already in the bag. They hadn't expected Ling Han to be so amazing that he had even defeated Tuoba Tianhuang. Of course, he's our captain. He's opened 15 meridians. How can he not be amazing? Starting today, our profound green banner is number 1 among the 4 banners. Xueqi was so excited that her face was about to blossom. She clapped her hands as hard as she could, as if she didn't care even if they were broken. Her heart was filled with pride. Who asked you to look down on my young master? Now you know how amazing my young master is. But while some people were happy, there were naturally others who were worried. For example, Xueqi. Before this, he wouldn't have believed that Ling Han could defeat Tuoba Tianhuang. But reality was just so cruel. Tuoba Tianhuang really had been defeated. That meant that he had to eat a chair. What a joke. Putting aside the fact that the chair definitely wouldn't taste good, as the most outstanding descendant of the Qi clan's younger generation, how could he lose face in front of everyone? He had to quickly slip away. Hey, Xueqi, don't even think about slipping away. Unexpectedly, Ling Han's voice rang out, and it echoed throughout the entire martial arts stadium through the sound amplification device. Don't even think about slipping away. There was even an echo. In an instant, Xueqi discovered that countless eyes were staring at him. Even though most of them were ordinary people, he still felt as if he was being pricked by needles. I made a bet with Xueqi. If I defeat Tuoba Tianhuang, he has to eat a chair, and it will be from the city lord's residence. I've already brought the chair. In a while, Xueqi will be performing in front of everyone. I hope that everyone won't be in a hurry to leave and watch, said Ling Han. The stands were too big. He naturally couldn't find Xueqi among the 200,000 people. But it didn't matter. His words would be magnified. Xueqi, if you're willing to bet, you must be willing to lose. Come. When everyone heard this, they were all delighted. When others won the competition, they would either be so excited that they would shed tears, or they would be so excited that they would dance with joy. Who would be as calm as Ling Han? He actually thought of the bet he had with someone else first, as if this was what he valued more. The little maid immediately carried the chair and jumped into the competition grounds. She was now at 8 meridians. Carrying a chair and jumping over a 6-zhang tall wall was a piece of cake. Fuck, they really had to prepare a chair, and it wasn't the normal version either. It was from the city lord's residence. Would the taste of the city lord's residence's chair be better? Xueqi was the center of attention. How could he slip away? Although he really wanted to slip away, if he slipped away now, he wouldn't be able to raise his head in Hidden Tiger City in the future. If you're willing to bet, you must be willing to lose. Go down. An old voice sounded, full of dignity. Xueqing's heart instantly trembled. This was the city lord's housekeeper Mu. Hiss, this was an extreme bone realm expert speaking. How could he dare to disobey? Helpless, Xueqi could only walk towards the center of the arena. His pace was extremely slow, as if he was walking into hell. In a way, that was indeed the case. But no matter how slow he was still able to reach Ling Han's side. Eat, said Ling Han with a smile. Ling Han, don't go too far. I am a direct disciple of the Qi family. If you insult me like this, the family will definitely not let you off, said Qi Suifeng through gritted teeth. Ling Han rolled his eyes. I was originally afraid that you would have indigestion, so eating one leg would have been enough. But since you're threatening me like this, haha, then I won't take any less. Eat it all. Qi Suifeng couldn't help but cry. He really had a cheap mouth to provoke this fiend. From Ling Han's series of actions in the city lord's residence, he knew that this fellow was not someone who was afraid of trouble. It was over. He had spun a cocoon around himself. Eat it. There's a lot, so you don't need to worry about not being full, said Ling Han very considerately. Eat, eat. On the viewing platform, the people who had come to watch the show began to clamor. Chapter 3201. Qi Suifeng's face was ashen. He stretched out his hands numbly, snapped off a chair leg, and put it in his mouth to chew. Very quickly, the chair leg was gone. Since he had to eat it, the faster he ate it, the better. He could spit it out as soon as he got out. How's the taste? Ling Han asked from the side. Meanwhile, the little female attendant's face was already scrunched up in a bitter frown. Just looking at the way Ling Han was chewing was enough to make her panic. Qi Suifeng numbly handed over an armrest, not saying a word. His meaning was very simple. If you want to know how it tastes, then come and try it. Ling Han tactfully refused. A gentleman doesn't take what others like. Please enjoy. Qi Suifeng numbly retracted his hand. Gotcha. He took a bite, and the sound was crisp. Eat slowly. No need to rush. No one is going to take it from you. Ling Han patted Qi Suifeng's shoulder and left. It was time to receive the prize. The prize for the first place was personally handed out by Butler Mu of the City Lord's mansion. When he handed over the prize to Ling Han, he gave Ling Han a deep look. Young man, you have a very promising future. Thank you, Senior. Ling Han accepted the prize, feeling very happy. He wondered if his spiritual power would be strong enough to release the Empress and the others after eating this mystical cloud fruit. He was impatient and was about to leave, but before he left, he saw two people walking towards him. Lian Xuerong and Sun Jianfeng. Lord Sect Leader. Ling Han hurriedly clasped his hands and bowed. He was very respectful to Sun Jianfeng. Very good, very good. Sun Jianfeng nodded and patted Ling Han's shoulder, smiling. Sect Leader. Has your hidden illness been eliminated? Ling Han asked. It has been eliminated, but it still affected my lifespan. Lian Xuerong said, Blood Transformation Realm should have an additional 30 years of lifespan. Every small realm increases another 3 to 5 years of lifespan. But because the blood transformation process is very domineering and will seriously harm the body, the increased lifespan is mostly offset by it. Unless Mr. Sun can break through to the extreme bone realm within 20 years, otherwise. She did not continue, but her meaning was clear. Sun Jianfeng could probably live for another 20 years or so. Sun Jianfeng, on the other hand, was very open-minded. He smiled and said, It's fine. I'm already very satisfied to be able to come to Xianbei Nation to see the golden age of martial art. Next, I'll leave it to fate. Ling Han did not speak, but he secretly swore in his heart that he would definitely refine the corresponding medicinal pill in the future to help Sun Jianfeng break through as soon as possible and resolve the crisis of his lifespan. After talking for a while, Sun Jianfeng and Lian Xuerong let Ling Han go back. However, Lian Xuerong made Ling Han return to the team in 3 days. They might be going on a mission. Ling Han agreed and brought the little maid back. He guessed that many people would come to visit him, so he changed to another inn. No, it was time to take the medicine. It was time to eat the fruit. Ling Han opened the box. There was a jade box inside. He opened the box again, and there was a purplish-black fruit inside. It was not big, and it was like a walnut. Ling Han first looked, then smelled, and observed the faint patterns on the fruit. He nodded. This was definitely the Wonder Cloud fruit. It was exactly as described. He no longer hesitated and immediately picked up the fruit to eat. This kind of treasure fruit did not need to be washed. It was naturally untainted by dust. Ling Han originally thought that it would be very bad. After all, he had eaten treasure fruits before. He did not expect that the Wonder Cloud fruit would actually taste so good. He chewed twice. He wanted to eat a few more mouthfuls, but he found that the fruit was already gone. Too little. Ling Han sighed. Speaking of which, he was actually a foodie. In just a short while, he felt that the Wonder Cloud fruit's effects were starting to show. His spiritual power was rapidly increasing. Originally, his spiritual power was at most able to grab a brush. It could be said that it was next to nothing. This was mainly used to communicate with runes. But now, he believed that he could grab 2 brushes at the same time. Moreover, it was still increasing. If this spiritual power was a little stronger, wouldn't he be able to use weapons to attack? Telekinesis was invisible, and unlike hands, it would not be confined to the body. It could be released and it could even attack from the back. It was impossible to guard against. I have to be careful in the future. Ling Han nodded. Otherwise, if he encountered a telekinesis master, he would definitely be hit if he was careless and attacked from the back. The treasure fruit of heaven and earth did not require Ling Han to participate. It was just that he felt his heart beating faster and his head swelling. It seemed to have doubled in size and was still increasing. But when he looked in the mirror, there was no change. This was an illusion formed by the increase in spiritual power. It was squeezing the sea of consciousness. About an hour later, Ling Han calmed down. Other than his face burning, eyes red, and a buzzing in his head, everything had returned to normal. He tried to use his telekinesis, and the stack of books on the table suddenly floated. It was very strange. This was not formed by the release of force, but by telekinesis. Compared to before, the strength has increased by more than 10 times. The effect of a Wonder Cloud fruit is so awesome. This can only mean that my foundation is too low. That's why there was such a big improvement. Ling Han nodded. He believed that if he had another Wonder Cloud fruit, his improvement would be very ordinary. Let's try again and see if I can let Luan Xing and the others out. Ling Han looked inside his body and had already located the queen. He then pushed her, wanting to pull her out. Who is it? The queen immediately shouted, full of dignity. She was a 4-step cultivator. Ling Han could not speak, so he could only use his telekinesis to touch her and convey his longing. Ling Han, the queen said immediately. This was Ling Han's body, and if there was anyone strong enough to affect her here without being discovered, it could only be Ling Han. Ling Han lightly brushed her, indicating his agreement. You can't speak, and you can't use your divine sense, right? The queen said. If you are, brush me twice. If not, brush me once. Ling Han brushed her twice. The queen nodded. You're injured. Ling Han brushed her once. The queen breathed a sigh of relief. That means that the world outside is very special, and your strength is limited. Although it was not quite right, it was close enough. Ling Han brushed her twice. Big sister, who are you talking to? The heavenly phoenix divine maiden walked over. Ling Han. Ah, husband. The heavenly phoenix divine maiden instantly became excited. Although they had only parted for a few months, they were most worried because Ling Han had gone to an unknown world, and no one knew what Ling Han would face. Instantly, Lu Yutong, Li Si-chan, and the other women all ran over. Ling Han's spiritual power was not strong enough, so he could not convey his thoughts, nor could he carve words on the ground. He could only express through a light brush. However, this gave Ling Han a strong sense of confidence. He believed that if his spiritual power was a little stronger, he would be able to communicate with the people in his body, and if he was a little stronger, he would be able to release them. Chapter 3202. Ling Han conversed with the girls for a long time before he reluctantly ended. Now, his thirst for power was even more intense. To release everyone from their bodies required psychic energy. But without powerful strength, how could he obtain treasures that could increase psychic energy? In the end, everything depended on strength. Ling Han considered for a moment before bringing the little maid girl to the compassionate medicinal hall. Next, he was going to the black-green banner. He was worried about letting a young lady like Xueqi move to a place full of men. Furthermore, this was against the rules. He had never heard of anyone bringing their family into the barracks. Therefore, he decided to let Xueqi live in the compassionate medicinal hall. After all, there were 3 medicines that he would get a share of. It was normal to arrange for someone to look after them. Furthermore, as the importance of the compassionate medicinal hall rose, the city lord's mansion would pay attention to it. It was impossible to let anyone tear it down. This place was very safe. Ling Han brought Xueqi to the medicinal hall. After explaining the purpose of his visit, Mo Guahao happily agreed. He would take good care of Huan Xue. After staying here for 2 days, Ling Han naturally ran into Zhong Yongbi. Looking at Zhong Yongbi's expression, Teska, he really thought of him as an enemy. Using these 2 days, Ling Han bought the materials and planned to create the blood transformation realm killing formation as soon as possible. But he couldn't rush it, so he decided to do it in the black-green banner. After dealing with the miscellaneous matters, 3 days passed. Ling Han took a large bag and set off for the black-green banner's barracks. He sighed ruefully. If only he had a spatial artifact. The current him, no matter how he looked at it, he looked like a thief who had just committed a crime. Entering the black-green banner's barracks, Ling Han was warmly welcomed, defeating Tuoba Tian Huang and winning first place in the martial competition. With great difficulty, Ling Han squeezed out of the crowd and put down his luggage. This large bag was filled with clothes. Ling Han continued to study the middle-grade formation patterns. These formation patterns were really a very difficult thing to learn. After learning them, they would automatically disappear from one's mind. But when drawing them, one would need to combine a few or even more than a dozen formation patterns. This undoubtedly increased the difficulty by many times. Moreover, an intermediate array foundation was not that simple. Not only did it have high requirements for the array foundation materials, but it also had the same requirements for the ink. Ordinary ink wouldn't do. At the very least, it required the blood of someone at the blood transformation realm. Furthermore, some formation bases had special requirements for species. For example, for an ice-type formation, it required the blood of demonic beasts like ice wolves and frost pythons. For a blazing flame formation, it required the blood of demonic beasts like flame beasts. The killing formation Ling Han wanted to set up didn't have such high requirements. As long as it was the blood of someone at the blood transformation realm, it would be fine. If there was a requirement, it would be the fresher the better. However, I seem to lack everything right now. Ling Han sighed. The array foundation needed for a mid-grade array formation was abnormally precious, and most importantly, it couldn't be bought. Even Old Man Nyo didn't have it in stock, so he could only go to the Formation Dao Association to get it. However, he wasn't from the Formation Dao Association, so how could he do that? Forget it, he would cross the bridge when he reached it. He would first familiarize himself with the array runes and study the Dao of Alchemy. As long as he had the ingredients, he would be able to refine it. It seemed much simpler. Before Ling Han could start his closed-door cultivation, he was called over by Lien Xuerong. Not only him, but all the members of Small Team 7 were also called over. I have a mission for all of you, Lien Xuerong said seriously. I promise to complete it. Tang Hai and the other 8 immediately shouted loudly. Ling Han gritted his teeth. Was there a need to shout so loudly? He followed suit and said, I promise to complete it. It was extremely out of step. Lien Xuerong nodded. It was said that a demonic beast appeared in the 1,000 Lotus Mountain. It should be from the 12 lineages. It often comes out of the mountain to harm the townspeople. You guys go and find it and destroy it. I promise to complete it. Tang Hai and the other 8 shouted loudly again. Fuck. Ling Han sighed. I promise to complete it. It was still very out of step. Go. Lien Xuerong waved her hand. Ling Han and the other 8 walked out of Lien Xuerong's room. All of them had relaxed expressions. Originally, it would take a lot of effort to kill a 12 Meridians demonic beast, and there might even be casualties, Tang Hai said with a smile. However, with Ling Han's participation this time, it will be a piece of cake. Everyone laughed. Ling Han's battle prowess far surpassed that of a 12 lineages demonic beast. Even if all 9 of them attacked together, they probably wouldn't be a match for Ling Han. Yeah. If only Ling Han had come earlier, Vice Captain Lu wouldn't have died. Zhang Honglang sighed emotionally. Their original vice captain had unfortunately died during an operation to eliminate demonic beasts. Everyone's mood immediately sank. To them, the feelings of comrades in arms might not be as weak as parental love or romantic love. All right, let's not talk about such sad things. Pack your luggage. We'll leave in half an hour. Tang Hai waved his hand. Yes, Captain. Everyone replied in unison. Ling Han's mouth was half open. Damn, they were out of step again. Half an hour later, all 10 of them had packed their luggage and were ready to leave. Tang Hai led the way, followed by the 9 others. Ling Han brought up the rear because he was the vice captain. Their destination was Thousand Lotus Mountain, which wasn't close to Hidden Tiger City. Based on their speed, it would take them 10 days to get there. Actually, if they weren't going to Thousand Lotus Mountain, it would only take a day or two to fly there by helicopter. However, ever since the world had changed, many mountains had undergone inexplicable changes. Aircrafts couldn't get close at all, or they would suddenly lose their momentum and fall from the sky. Falling from a height of a few hundred meters was guaranteed to shatter every bone in the illuminating pulse realm. Therefore, if they wanted to fly there, they would have to walk around the mountain. That would take a lot of time. Then there was no need to go through so much trouble. They could just use their legs and treat it as training. Of course, if they used a spaceship like Lien Xuerong's, it would be different. They wouldn't be disturbed at all and could fly steadily. But was it really necessary to use a spaceship to exterminate a 12-meridian demonic beast? They traveled west, passing through mountains and rivers. After the world had changed, the rivers had changed the most. Rivers that used to be dozens of meters wide were now several kilometers wide. There were even giant rivers that were hundreds of kilometers wide. They didn't know where all the water came from, but they hadn't dried up yet. This was within the borders of Xianbei. The current emperor was wise beyond compare, appointing virtuous officials with clear discipline. The common people lived in peace, so no one was forced to become a bandit or engage in a worthless business. Of course, some people were born cruel and didn't need to be forced to walk that path. Therefore, the Black-Green Flag's mission was to exterminate these bandits and demonic beasts. They arrived at Thousand Lotus Mountain without incident. Ling Han gazed into the distance. Thousand Lotus Mountain's name really suited the scenery. The mountain peaks stood tall like blooming lotus flowers. But wasn't this place a little too big? Chapter 3204. Who would have thought that the seemingly internal strife between the braided man and the red-clothed girl was actually just to numb Ling Han's group, waiting for them to show signs of impatience or slacken their concentration for the attack to suddenly arrive. It was very sudden. Although Tang Hai had roared, not everyone was able to retreat at the first instant. Ling Han took a step forward and punched out with his fist. A terrifying force was unleashed. Under the release of the force, it was almost tangible. Pa 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 pa. The incoming crossbow bolts were all broken by his arrow and fell to the ground. Under the suppression of absolute power, everything else was fabricated. Amazing, the braided man murmured. Quite handsome. The red-clothed girl covered her face with both hands and pretended to be shy. Not a single one died. A third person's voice came from the forest. Fuck, this is too disrespectful. Again. Xiao xiao xiao. Another wave of crossbow bolts flew over. This time, everyone was prepared and raised the weapons in their hands to parry. Ding ding ding. They cut down the crossbow bolts and felt their arms go slightly numb. The power attached to the crossbow bolts was very shocking, but it was precisely because of this that they were even more shocked. How strong did Ling Han have to be able to completely destroy the first wave of crossbow bolts with one punch? Why don't you guys die? A short man rushed out from the trees. His hair was messy like a chicken's nest. He glared angrily at Ling Han's group of 10. I, Wang Baixing, have attacked twice and not even a drop of blood can be seen. Isn't this a disgrace to my reputation? Tang Hai and the others were soldiers and had strict discipline. They could only attack criminals. Thus, although the braided man and red-clothed girl had spoken rudely earlier, they had tolerated it. But it was different now. Someone had attacked them with the goal of killing them. This was equivalent to provoking Xianbei country. They could not tolerate this. According to the laws of the empire, kill. Tang Hai pointed his sword at Wang Baixing. Kill. Lu Jing and the others also pointed their weapons at Wang Baixing and shouted. They immediately charged over. Ling Han did not move. Wang Baixing only had 12 meridians. Tang Hai and the others were enough to deal with him. He only needed to watch the braided man and the woman in red. Stupid shorty. Can't you make the mechanism a little more powerful? The braided man shouted. We don't have enough time, shouted Wang Baixing as he fought against Tang Hai and the others. He was short, but his saber was longer than him, which made him look very out of place. However, when he brandished his saber, a strong gust of wind whistled behind him. The saber's momentum was incomparably vigorous, showing that his strength was extremely tyrannical. Clink, 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 clink. The sounds of weapons colliding rang out incessantly. Everyone here was at least 9 meridians and could release their force externally. Thus, the battle was not just about the collision of weapons. Every punch, every palm, and every kick could not be ignored. Wang Baixing's individual combat strength was very outstanding, much stronger than Tang Hai's. It was estimated that it would not be a problem for him to fight 1 against 2, but there were a total of 9 people in the 7th squad, and their combined strength would definitely surpass 2 Tang Hai's. Therefore, after a few moves, Wang Baixing was at a disadvantage. "Stupid shorty. Do you need help?" laughed the girl in red. "Pa, I don't need your help. You're trying to trick me into bed again." Wang Baixing spat, then shouted at the top of his lungs, "Braided, come and help me." Damn, and here he was thinking how brave and unyielding he was. The braided man chuckled. "All right, I won't play anymore, lest the night is fraught with dreams." He strode towards the battle. Ding-ling-ling, the bells jingled. Boom, a terrifying force streaked past in front of him, forcing him to stop in his tracks. The braided man looked at Ling Han in surprise. It was Ling Han who had acted and stopped him in his tracks. "The 2 of you stay here obediently," said Ling Han. "Little handsome, I can play with you." The girl in red jumped over and shook her fat butt, making one want to vomit. Ling Han had originally only wanted to hold the fort and let Tang Hai and the others deal with the 3 of them one by one. But after being disgusted by the girl in red, he could no longer endure it. He charged forward and punched. Bang, there was clearly still a distance of 10 meters between them, but the girl in red's expression changed greatly. Crackling sounds came from her body, and she was sent flying. Drawing an arc in the air, she landed heavily on the ground. Her entire body was flattened, and fresh blood seeped out, dyeing the grass beneath her red. She would definitely grow fat in the coming year. Stupid bitch, shouted the braided man. But the only reply he got was a blob of blood that grew larger and larger. Hiss! The stupid bitch had been killed with a single punch. The braided man's heart beat wildly. Although there were only 3 of them, they were not afraid of Ling Han's numbers. Because the 3 of them not only had 12 meridians, but they were also much stronger than ordinary 12 meridians. But the members of the black-green flags? They knew very well that only the captain of the team had 12 meridians, and the others only had 11 or 10 meridians. Thus, the 3 of them could easily suppress them, and did not need to worry at all. However, the reality was so cruel. One punch, and she had been killed instantly. Just the thought of this terrifying strength caused cold sweat to drip from his forehead. He had to run quickly, or he would be courting death. Ling Han smiled slightly. "Let me give you a word of advice. If you don't want to die immediately, don't run." The braided man laughed dryly, and could only give up on the idea of running. The pressure that the young man in front of him gave him was too terrifying. He felt that if he really did run, he would definitely not be able to escape the fate of being killed instantly. He clearly also had 12 meridians. "Tell me, why are you here?" asked Ling Han. The braided man's eyes darted around. After a while, he said carefully, "Can I not tell?" "No." Ling Han shook his head. "What will happen if you don't tell?" he asked again. Probably about the same as her." Ling Han pointed at the girl in red on the ground. The braided man thought for a moment, sighed, and said, "Then I still choose Xiao." He suddenly charged out, and with a wave of his hand, a piece of paper flew out. Then, there was immediately a burst of black light, and it turned into a black cheetah that pounced towards Ling Han. It was very fast, and arrived in front of Ling Han in a flash. Yet Ling Han did not take it to heart. The power of this seal soldier was only 12 meridians, and could not withstand a single blow. He knew that the braided man's true goal was to escape. What wishful thinking! He punched out, and pong, the black cheetah was immediately shattered by him. Even the talisman paper was split into 2, and it quickly dimmed. "You fucking monster!" the braided man shouted in his heart. He knew that Ling Han was terrifying, but he did not think that he was powerful to this extent, right? He hurriedly ran faster, but he felt a pain in his chest, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Then he fell to the ground, and sank into eternal darkness. Chapter 3205. I accidentally used too much force and killed him. Ling Han scratched his head. But it's okay, there's still one left alive. He looked towards Shorty Wang Baixing and couldn't help but open his mouth a little wider. because he had just seen Wang Baixing get hacked to death by Tang Hai and the others. Damn, not a single one was left alive? How were they going to interrogate him? Vice Captain is amazing. Zhang Honglang praised. The 9 of us only managed to kill one, but Vice Captain has already taken care of 2. Vice Captain is awesome. Vice Captain likes it. Everyone flattered him, but this was also the truth. Ling Han sighed. They were all killed by you guys. Who are we going to interrogate? Everyone had a bitter look on their faces. We were so excited about the fight that we forgot to keep them alive. Vice Captain still has 2 more. We thought it would be fine to kill them. Who would have thought that Vice Captain would finish them off so quickly? In short, all 3 of them were dead. Not a single one was left alive. Let's see if there are any clues on their bodies, Tang Hai said. They searched for a while, but did not find anything useful. Strange, what is their relationship with the demonic beast? Why did they stop us from entering? Could it be that this demonic beast was raised by them? That's impossible. Firstly, no one would be so crazy. Secondly, they are only 12 meridians. They shouldn't be able to raise a 12 meridians demonic beast. Forget it, let's take care of that demonic beast first. Everyone nodded. That was their target this time. As for the identities of the 3 they would slowly investigate them in the future. They didn't dare to be careless. They got into an offensive formation and entered the canyon. The canyon was very quiet. Although there were many trees and weeds, there were no sounds of insects, birds, or beasts. It was as if they had entered a fake world. Strange. Be careful. The 10 of them whispered to their teammates. The gorge was still very large, and because there were too many trees, it greatly obstructed one's line of sight. One could only see about 300 feet ahead. However, just by looking at the crooked trees along the way, one could tell that this place had once been trampled by a huge monster. That demonic beast. They kept moving forward, and before long, a lake appeared in front of them. The lake was very big, but because there was no mountain wind blowing, there were no fish swimming in the water. It was like a clear mirror. They only took a glance before withdrawing their gazes and continuing to follow the trail. But everyone had already turned a corner, and Zhang Honglang was still walking forward. Tang Hai and the rest thought that he was going to wash his hands or drink some water, so they did not take it to heart. They only felt that this guy was not following the rules, actually leaving the team without permission. However, they soon realized that something was wrong. Zhang Honglang didn't stop when he reached the lakeside. Instead, he kept walking forward. His feet were already in the water, but he still didn't know how to stop. Then, the water went past his knees and reached his lower abdomen. What is this guy doing? Could it be that he wants to swim here? Zhang Honglang. Tang Hai immediately shouted. However, Zhang Honglang didn't seem to have any intention of paying any attention to him. One step at a time. He continued forward. He didn't float, but rather, allowed the water to pass over his chest and continue to rise. What happened? Tang Hai and the rest hurriedly rushed out and jumped into the water, forcibly pulling Zhang Honglang back. Strangely, even though he was clearly being pulled back by everyone, Zhang Honglang still moved forward with both legs. Zhang Honglang! Zhang Honglang! Little Zhang! Everyone called out, but Zhang Honglang acted as if he didn't hear them. His feet continued to move, and he would even use his hands to move in front of him, sometimes lowering his head. It was as if he was passing through a dense forest. Be possessed by the devil, wake him up, Tang Hai said. Slap, slap, slap. They slapped Zhang Honglang's face, but he didn't react at all, and maintained his original posture. Why did this kid suddenly lose his mind? Everyone was puzzled. Ling Han also felt it was strange. Why would he suddenly act up like this? Suddenly, a look of intense terror appeared on Zhang Honglang's face, and he suddenly punched forward. Zhang Honglang, what are you doing? Lu Jing hurriedly dodged. Although he had 11 meridians, he would still be heavily injured if he was hit by a 10 meridians punch. Zhang Honglang seemed to have gone mad. He pulled out his sword and attacked madly. His madness made it difficult for the others to stop him, for fear of injuring him. Therefore, they all retreated when they saw him attack. Zhang Honglang even used strength stacking, and was incomparably domineering for a moment. But under this kind of exhaustion, his strength was quickly used up, and he collapsed on the ground in less than 20 minutes. "Captain, you're all still alive," he suddenly said. Everyone looked at each other. They were all alive and well, but this kid had suddenly lost his mind. "That's great. Everyone's still alive." Zhang Honglang was incomparably emotional, and he hugged Lu Jing, tears flowing out of his eyes. This kid was seriously ill. "What did you see?" Ling Han asked. "We just ran into that demonic beast, and you were all eaten. I fought with my life on the line, and almost died. How did I end up here?" Zhang Honglang was bewildered. Of course, this was an illusion. The question was Zhang Honglang daydreaming? No wonder he was so nervous just now, as if he was fighting with his life on the line. So he thought he was fighting with a demonic beast. "His heartbeat is a bit fast, but it's within the normal range," Xueqi said. Not only was he a soldier, he was also the team's medic. "Is there such a strange symptom from suddenly falling into a dream?" Tang Hai asked. "I'm not sure either." Xueqi shook his head. He only knew how to simply treat wounds and reconnect broken bones. Bang! At this moment, Lu Jing suddenly attacked, and his sword slashed towards Xueqi's neck. No one had expected this attack. Although they didn't have the same surname, they were closer than a family, because they were comrades who trusted each other, and could entrust their backs to each other. But now, Lu Jing had suddenly attacked his comrade. How could he have expected this? Just as a tragedy was about to happen, a fist suddenly came flying over. Bang! Lu Jing's sword was instantly sent flying. "Lu Jing, what are you doing?" Tang Hai shouted, but before the word crazy left his mouth, he stopped abruptly, because Lu Jing was like Zhang Honglang from before. He seemed to have lost his mind, and his face was filled with malevolence. "What do we do?" Everyone retreated. Because Zhang Honglang's secret power had been exhausted, he was carried by Tang Hai. It was far more difficult to restrain a person who had gone berserk than to kill him. Something's wrong. He's definitely not losing his mind. He's been attacked. Has he been poisoned by some kind of poison that has affected his mind? Chapter 3206. A Beautiful Romance. It was understandable if one person had lost their mind. But both of them had lost their minds, and they were acting up in the same place, one after the other. This was unbelievable. Something was affecting and controlling Zhang Honglang and Lu Jing. It could be the gas emitted by some plant, or it could be that demonic beast. That was why this place was so quiet, without a single insect, bird, or beast. Damn it, to make us kill each other. Yu Liren clenched his teeth, but he could only pull away and not clash head-on with Lu Jing. Otherwise, someone might be injured. What kind of dog is this? Hurry up and show yourself. If you have the guts, fight 300 rounds with me. Xueqi shouted. But only Lu Jing wielded his blade fiercely, and not a single demonic beast jumped out. Ling Han moved, and a powerful force shook off Lu Jing's blade. Then, he chopped at Lu Jing's neck with his palm, knocking him out. This time, Lu Jing was completely at ease. But this was not the end. Tang Hai suddenly revealed a ferocious expression, and suddenly threw Zhang Honglang into the air, then slashed out with his blade. This, Ling Han hurriedly moved, but the distance was too far, and he couldn't make it in time. Not to mention that Zhang Honglang had already used up all of his strength. Even if he hadn't, how could he be Tang Hai's match when he was completely defenseless? He couldn't block it either. "Captain!" Everyone cried out in shock. Were they going to watch as their teammate was killed by one of their own? Ling Han knew that his fist strength was insufficient. He used his mental energy, wanting to deflect the blade in Tang Hai's hand, but he immediately rejected this idea. Although his mental energy had reached the intermediate level, it was only enough to lift a few books. How could it affect a 12 meridians cultivator? That's right. Ling Han transformed his mental energy into a blade and charged towards Tang Hai's consciousness. He believed that whether it was Zhang Honglang, Lu Jing, or Tang Hai, their minds had been affected by a mysterious power. Since this was on the mental level, he might be able to affect Tang Hai as well. The mental attack had no distance or time. With a single thought from Ling Han, his mental energy had already pierced into Tang Hai's sea of consciousness. However, a sinister, chaotic, and incomparably powerful will immediately charge towards Ling Han. Ling Han let out a muffled groan, and his psyche power retreated like a tide. Shua, the saber slashed down, and blood splattered. A tragedy. Everyone couldn't bear to watch. They didn't want to see the tragedy of their comrades being killed, but they forced themselves to open their eyes wide. Zhang Honglang is not dead. Tang Hai's slash was slightly off the mark. It did not hit Zhang Honglang's neck, but it still managed to cut off Zhang Honglang's left arm from the shoulder. Ah! Zhang Honglang screamed in pain. Ling Han snorted. This time, he could naturally conclude that there was a powerful existence controlling Tang Hai, causing him to experience a nightmare. In this nightmare, perhaps Tang Hai was fighting hard to protect his teammates. Damn it, he punched out again, and Tang Hai was instantly smashed to the ground. Ga. Zhu Yongxi let out a strange cry. As if he had changed into another person, he placed his sword across his own neck. I didn't expect to actually encounter someone who also cultivates mental energy. This was definitely not Zhu Yongxi speaking. Rather, someone was controlling his body and speaking. If I kill myself now, can you stop me? Ling Han was just about to act, but Zhu Yongxi had already swiped his saber horizontally. Pooh! A splash of blood splattered. His body had already gone limp, and he fell to the ground. Xiaoju! The remaining people all roared angrily, their eyes about to spit fire. They wanted to kill, but the enemy had not even shown his face, and had already injured and killed them. They were not on the same level at all. Ling Han frowned, and his figure leaped out. Pang, pang, pang. He threw out a few punches, knocking out those who were still conscious. Can you still control people? Boom. Instantly, an incomparably powerful psychic power rushed towards Ling Han, wanting to surge into his mind and occupy his consciousness. However, at this moment, Ling Han's chest emitted a purple light. Instantly, as if the psychic power had encountered a flame, it immediately shrank back. Ling Han did not need to look down to know that this was the power of the pendant. Speaking of which, Li Zhongdan's luck was really not bad. She had obtained 2 treasures, the pendant and the jade toad. I'm coming for you, Ling Han said calmly, but there was an indescribable determination in his voice. He took a step forward, and followed the traces along the way. Not long after, the traces of crushing came to an end. In front of him appeared a strange tiger-like demonic beast. It was completely hairless, but it had tentacles that were half a foot long and as thick as a stick. Now, these tentacles were still flickering. Strange, what kind of demonic beast was this? Die! Ling Han charged over. Wang, another psychic attack came, but before it could touch Ling Han, the pendant on his chest showed its power again. The purple light only trembled, and the psychic power was bounced back. Ling Han had arrived, and the demonic beast hurriedly waved its claws, sweeping towards Ling Han. There was a kind of disdain in the demonic beast's eyes. This was something that only an intelligent creature could show. Pang! The man and the demonic beast collided, and there was a muffled sound. Ling Han and the demonic beast's bodies shook at the same time. Pang, pang, pang. The surrounding trees toppled over. The demonic beast's face revealed an obvious look of shock. It was extremely strange to see such shock on the face of a beast. It had previously been full of mockery. Did this human think that just because he had found it, he could kill it? Wrong. Not only was its mental strength outstanding, its physical strength was also not weak. It had reached the blood transformation realm. This brat had a treasure on him that could resist its mental control. However, when this human realized that he had come to die, the expression on his face would definitely be very interesting. It was very expectant, but it never expected that the one who was shocked would be it. How could a 12 meridians cultivator have such great strength? It didn't make sense. After this attack, Ling Han's confidence increased greatly. This demonic beast's mental strength was extremely terrifying. It could control other people's bodies, and it could even do something as heaven-defying as speak. However, its physical body was not very strong. It was only in the early stages of the first blood transformation, and 100,000 kilograms of strength was heaven-defying. Good, kill it. Ling Han let out a long howl, and he swung both his fists at the demonic beast. Pang, pang, pang. His strength could reach up to 3 zhang, which was longer than any weapon. His punches surpassed the speed of sound, and he was practically bombarding the demonic beast from all directions. In the eyes of that demonic beast, Ling Han's fists were really all over, bombarding towards it. A hint of panic appeared on its face. Its forte was mental control. Even if one's cultivation level was just a little higher than it, there was a high possibility that one's mind would be controlled by it, and become its plaything. It could do whatever it wanted. But it had never imagined that Ling Han had a treasure on him that could actually block its mental control. Moreover, it was a demonic beast. This brat was clearly a 12 meridians cultivator, but his strength was comparable to a first blood transformation. Damn it. Chapter 3208. Ling Han went to Cixin Medicine Hall to take a look. Of course, the little servant girl was very happy. She hadn't seen her young master for more than 20 days. She still maintained a shocking rate of improvement. Spirit gathering formation, improved secret power pill, and pulse probing pill were unlimited. In just 20 days, she advanced from 8 meridians to 9 meridians. She was just a little bit away from becoming an expert who could release force. The secret power pill was sold every day. The pulse probing pill was still auctioned every 7 days. She had already earned a shocking amount of wealth. In another 5 days, the face-preserving pill would also be put on sale. Mo Guahao set a sky-high price, but he believed that the sales would reach a terrifying number. Unfortunately, production was a big problem. Because the pill recipe was far too important, Mo Guahao had only passed it on to his disciple, Zhong Yongbi, whom he valued the most. With just the two of them concocting the pill, even if they combined their efforts, they wouldn't be able to achieve even 1/10 of the efficiency. One had to know that Ling Han could refine several batches of pills at the same time with a 100% success rate. Ling Han didn't force it. Anyway, he didn't need to do anything. There was no need to be too calculative about it. The demon beast brought back by the 7th squad was brought to the city lord's mansion. This kind of demon beast that was good at mind control was almost unheard of. Moreover, it might have been raised by someone. Naturally, Feng Zixing was alarmed. Ling Han also took out the blood-colored crystal and studied it carefully. He believed that this matter was very important. Somewhere. Sir, there was a small mistake. A man in black knelt on the ground. In front of him stood a man shrouded in blood-colored light. His face couldn't be seen clearly. Only his waist-length black hair could be seen. He had a terrifying aura that made people suffocate. The man shrouded in blood-colored light was tasting wine. Hearing this, he paused. What mistake? Test subject number 39 was killed. The man in black said, not daring to get up. No matter how many times he was in front of this, sir, he would feel incomparable awe and fear from the bottom of his heart. He couldn't suppress it no matter what. Didn't you get the test subject back? The man shrouded in blood-colored light said indifferently. He didn't lose his composure at all. No, the 3 guardians were all killed in battle, and the experimental subjects were sent to Crouching Tiger City, the man in black said solemnly. Crouching Tiger City. The man shrouded in bloody light nodded. Indeed. The research base is not far from there. My lord, what if they discover something? The black-clothed man wanted to say something but hesitated. He knew clearly in his heart how shameful the things he had done were. Once they were exposed, no one could save him. Even he, the lord with an incomparably high status, could only be beheaded. Is that so? The man shrouded in the blood-red light pondered for a moment. Then let's release all the experimentals and trigger a beast tide to flatten Hidden Tiger City. Hissed the man in black gasped. Activating a beast tide to flatten Crouching Tiger City was not something that could be done with just a few words. There were countless consequences involved. Sir, even though flattening Hidden Tiger City is not a difficult matter, if a large city is destroyed, His Majesty will definitely be furious, he said with a trembling voice. The current His Majesty was a virtuous person, and everyone respected him. What was even more frightening was his strength, which was peerless and invincible. Moreover, there were still the 4 marshals in the empire. Which one of them did not have the courage to be defeated by tens of thousands of people and the ability to conquer the world? Really, once this matter was investigated, it would be a matter that would cost everyone's head. It's fine. His Majesty is currently breaking through the boundary between heaven and man, so it's impossible for him to be distracted for the time being. In a few days, who can tell if this beast tide was formed naturally or if it was driven by someone? The man shrouded in bloody light smiled faintly, appearing extremely calm. He took another sip of wine and said, Crouching Tiger City took a piece of my blood divine crystal, so I'll make them return it 10-fold, 100-fold. It just so happens that my Tianyi Gui Yuan art can also achieve initial success. It's killing 2 birds with 1 stone. The black-clothed man shivered, not daring to speak. In order to cultivate, This lord did not hesitate to plunge the people into misery and suffering, causing rivers of blood to flow. His methods were too vicious. However, he did not even dare to show it. Otherwise, he would definitely not be able to leave this place alive. Yes, I'll go prepare immediately. He could only agree respectfully. When can it be completed? The man shrouded in bloody light asked. 2 to 3 months, the black-clothed man replied. As soon as possible. Yes. Also, although it's only a piece of blood divine crystal, it can't be wasted. Go capture all the relevant personnel and force them to reveal the whereabouts of that piece of blood divine crystal. You must get it back. Yes. After 2 days, Ling Han figured out the function of this blood-colored crystal. When he used his mental power to guide it, the blood-colored crystal would also release spiritual power, synchronizing with his, thus increasing the strength of his spiritual power. This was equivalent to increasing his spiritual power by a level. He did not know if there were other uses, such as using it as medicine, or using it with some special technique to truly increase his spiritual power. There was too little information, so he could not speculate. Ling Han put away the blood-colored crystal first, thinking about this later. Another 3 days later, the aristocratic ladies and young mistresses of Crouching Tiger City ushered in an extremely important day. The face-retaining pill was on sale. As soon as the door opened, the Compassionate Heart Medicine Hall was almost broken by these women. It should be known that women have always been in a weak position in cultivation, and there were pitifully few who could really set foot on martial art. Therefore, at least 90% of the people who gathered here early in the morning did not even reach 1 meridian. But the power they burst out was so terrifying. It could only be said that women had a fear of aging that surpassed death, which was why they burst out with such potential. The first batch of 60 face-retaining pills was sold out in less than 10 minutes. The price of a single pill was 100,000 Xianbei coins, and there was no bargaining, but the speed of sales was so terrifying. This made other pharmacies in the city very jealous. But what could they do? They could not figure out the improved version of the secret power pill, the pulse-exploring pill, and could not improve the face-retaining pill. They could only watch others make a lot of money. Taking advantage of his free time, Ling Han used 3 days to concoct more than 60 retaining youth pills. Compared to Mo Guahao and Zhong Yongbi, who only produced 60 pills in a month, it was truly a difference between heaven and earth. Of course, it was impossible for him to only take 30% of the pills he refined himself. Mo Guahao had also agreed with him that Ling Han would not charge a consignment fee for the pills he sold in the Compassionate Heart Medicine Hall. However much he sold would be given to Ling Han. Therefore, these 60 face-retaining pills were a super high income of 6 million. Making money is so easy. Ling Han sighed. If others knew about this, they would definitely want to kill him with tofu. Easy to make money, my ass. Just like the soldiers of the black-green flag, they risked their lives and only earned 3,000 Xianbei coins a month. Who told Ling Han to be the alchemy emperor? If even he felt that it was difficult to make money, who else could make money? When the shares are sent over, I will immediately restart the tycoon formation. Sigh, in front of the tycoon formation, my little fortune is really not enough. Ling Han sighed again. Breaking the anti-theft chapter. Please use the search engine to search for keywords. All kinds of novels for you to read. Chapter 3209. Mo Guahao was very efficient. He transferred the profits to Ling Han's account that night. Not only the face-retaining pill, but also the improved secret power pill and meridian exploring pill. Although he had only refined a small amount and only received a 30% dividend, it was actually quite a lot after a month. The total was almost 4 million, just enough for Ling Han to set up a nouveau riche array. He handed 60 face-retaining pills to Mo Guahao. This should be the current hard currency. It would be sold in the morning when it was put on the shelves tomorrow. Ling Han still had 5 hidden meridians that had not been opened and 1 hidden meridian had not been expanded to the extreme. In theory, he still needed 6 nouveau riche array. He wondered what Feng Zixing would think if he saw such a rich method. Ling Han bought the materials and began to set up the nouveau riche array. Right, what was the real name of this array? Ling Han scratched his head. It was always called nouveau riche array and nouveau riche array. He had forgotten the name of this array. Forget it. It didn't matter. He activated the array. Immediately, rolling power surged into his body. Under the tempering of the Monkey King's technique, it became extremely pure. There were many factors that determined the strength of a martial artist, such as the illuminating pulse realm. The width of one's meridians, the speed at which one's power flowed, as well as the purity of one's power would all affect the power of one's final strike. Thus, if Ling Han wanted to reach his strongest state, he would have to make every single aspect to the extreme. Therefore, 90% of the power that surged into his body was abandoned because it was not pure enough. I want to pursue invincibility, so I can't just be greedy for advancement. Otherwise, it will just be for show. After half a day, Ling Han stopped and revealed a look of satisfaction. The third hidden meridian had been expanded to the extreme and could not be expanded any further. It was time to open the fourth hidden meridian. At the last moment, Ling Han also brought the little servant girl into the array. Because after he reached the extreme, the array should not have completely stopped, so he could not waste it. Ling Han's cultivation speed was already a miracle, and Summon Snow's advancement was also worthy of being recorded in the annals of history. In less than a year, she had started from 0 and reached the peak of 9 meridians. Who could compare? Moreover, the little maid's mental strength was also being developed. Ling Han planned to teach her alchemy and making array foundations after a while. He began to search for the fourth hidden vein. The reason why a hidden vein was called a hidden vein was because it was too difficult to discover. Not even 1 out of 10,000 people would be able to discover it. Even if a hidden vein was opened, it would be extremely difficult to continue to open it one after another. After a night, Ling Han did not make any progress. He had also wasted the time he had spent cultivating when the sun had just risen, because he could no longer make any progress. Lien Xuerong called him over. "I heard you've opened a hidden vein," said the woman. Ling Han nodded. After the blabbermouth, Tuoba Tian Huang, had exposed him in front of everyone, there was no way he could conceal it anymore. "I forgot to tell you a few days ago. Fortunately, you haven't broken through to the blood transformation realm, so it's not too late." Lien Xuerong said, however, "You're only a step away from the blood transformation realm now. I'll tell you the key points of breaking through to the blood transformation realm." Ling Han immediately became serious and straightened his back a little. He had been a little distracted earlier. The corner of Lien Xuerong's mouth twitched. She had an urge to beat up Ling Han. Although she never wanted others to focus on her beauty, being ignored like this by Ling Han made her very unhappy. The blood transformation realm, as the name suggests, is to change the blood in your body once. Every time you completely change it, you'll reach a complete minor realm, Lien Xuerong said. Don't think that it's easy. Changing blood is just the surface. What really changes is the level of life. This kind of change can be said to be earth-shattering. It requires a huge amount of life force. So trying to break through to the blood transformation realm without any preparations will only exhaust your own life force. Even if you succeed, it will consume a lot of internal energy. You'll look strong on the outside, but you'll be weak on the inside. You'll lose a lot of your lifespan. Ling Han nodded. Sun Jianfeng was an excellent negative example. Because he didn't know what was after the meridian opening realm or what he should do, he had relied on his own trial and error to reach the blood transformation realm. However, the price was very high. He had used up over 20 years of his lifespan. Although he had made up for it later, a loss was still a loss. "Then what do I need to prepare?" asked Ling Han. "Treasured fruits that contain life force." Lien Xuerong said, "Medicinal pills won't work, because medicinal pills actually stimulate the life potential of the human body. If you take too much of it, it will be harmful. But treasured fruits are different. They are nurtured by heaven and earth without any side effects. In terms of quantity, the more the better." Lien Xuerong paused for a moment. Everyone needs different amounts of life force to break through to the blood transformation realm. Generally speaking, the stronger you are, the more life force you need. Ling Han sighed. Needless to say, he would definitely need a lot of treasured medicines. For example, when I broke through to the blood transformation realm, I only used 1 treasure fruit, said Lien Xuerong. According to my calculations, you'll need at least 3. Would 3 be enough? Ling Han decided to prepare 5 treasured fruits before breaking through to the blood transformation realm. Otherwise, he would have to squeeze out all his life force. You can search for the fruits that contain life force yourself, said Lien Xuerong. She waved her hand, indicating that Ling Han could leave. Ling Han wanted to leave, but he paused and asked, "Flagmaster, are there any clues on that demonic beast's body?" "There are some clues. I'm still investigating." Lien Xuerong nodded. "Good." Ling Han turned to leave. If he found out who was behind the demonic beast, he definitely wouldn't be polite. Returning to his residence, Ling Han used his optical computer to search for treasured fruits that contained life force. There were a lot of them, but with the condition of breaking through to the blood transformation realm, there were only a few. White mist fruit, tiger wolf fruit, phoenix king jade fruit, daffodil lotus seed, blood vine root. Not only fruits but also roots. Other than that, ginseng, which was a great tonic, naturally had miraculous effects. However, the age requirement was higher. 500 years was fine, but 1,000 years was even better. What kind of joke was this? Before the world changed, wild ginseng was basically nowhere to be seen. Now, at most 120 years had passed. Where would there be ginseng that was 500 years old? Of course, it wasn't impossible. After the world changed, some regions emerged from the ground. If there were ginseng growing there, it wouldn't just be 500 or 1,000 years old. It might even be 2,000 or 3,000 years old. There's a price but no supply. Ling Han quickly shook his head. These treasured fruits all grew in extremely dangerous places. Just like the Wondercloud fruit, it was extremely difficult to obtain them. But, even if there's no price, it's worth it. Ling Han decided that after he earned enough money, he would set off to find treasured fruits. He believed that with his luck attribute, the chances of finding treasured fruits shouldn't be low. Then let's hurry up and concoct pills. Ling Han entered a frenzied state and concocted pills with all his might. 5 days later, Ling Han calculated that if he sold all these face-halting pills, he would be able to set up the tycoon formation 5 times. Alright, I won't concoct anymore. Chapter 32:10. Apart from concocting pills, Ling Han did not forget to search for the 4th hidden meridian. He even split his attention between concocting pills and checking the meridian at the same time. It could not be helped. The Alchemy Emperor could be so capricious. Hard work paid off. 10 days later, Ling Han successfully found the 4th hidden meridian. After opening it in the morning, he used the Tyrant Array to widen it to the extreme. My strength now is about 300,000 kilograms. If all 8 hidden meridians are opened, my strength will probably reach 500,000 or even 600,000 kilograms. If that's the case, I won't have to fear even if the blood chi of the first blood transformation is to boil. However, 200,000 kilograms is only the starting point of the first blood transformation. If I cultivate it to the extreme, I might have 400,000 kilograms of strength. Even if I double that, it will still be 800,000 kilograms, which is still beyond my limit. After all, there is still a huge gap between us. The only shortcoming now is that I don't have a spatial container. Ling Han sighed. He already had 120,000 jade seeds in his hands, which were packed into a gigantic sack. Though the quantity was not a problem, carrying this thing on his back and walking around always gave him a strong feeling of discomfort. However, I have to act soon, or I will unknowingly reach the peak of the blood transformation realm. Ling Han applied for leave from Lien Xuerong. He wanted to go to the 1,000 Lotus Mountain again. The 1,000 Lotus Mountain was a holy land for gathering herbs. However, ordinary people could only go to a limited number of peaks. Most of the peaks were suppressed by formations, so it was impossible to go up. Ling Han had the confidence to go because he already had quite a high level of attainment in formations. Moreover, he also had that purple pendant. Li Zhongdan, thank you so much. Lien Xuerong readily approved Ling Han's application. In her eyes, Ling Han was not an ordinary person. How could a small Xianqing banner accommodate such a great Buddha? However, before Ling Han started to act, he received a piece of news. Tang Hai had disappeared. He was not Ling Han, who stayed in the army all year round. Now that he had suddenly disappeared, it naturally caused a huge uproar. He chose to be a deserter and ran away? That was impossible. It was an honor to be able to enter one of the 4 banners. Furthermore, the treatment was extremely good. Besides, if they really didn't want to do it anymore, the 4 great banners would also be allowed to retire. They would have to bear the infamy and sacrifice their future benefits as shameful deserters. Could it be that she was kidnapped? Tang Hai was of the 12th lineage. To kidnap him from the camp without anyone noticing, what kind of strength did this require? The blood transformation realm. That was at least the 2nd, 3rd, or even 4th transformation. That was because there was a 3rd transformation expert in the camp. Was this scoundrel not afraid of running into Lien Xueqi? Ling Han muttered to himself. Could this be related to the power behind that demonic beast? Otherwise, he couldn't think of any other possibilities. However, this force was really bold. They actually dared to sneak into the black-green flag and openly abduct people. 2 days later, Tang Hai reappeared. He was found in the river. He was already a corpse. When Tang Hai was alive, he must have been severely tortured, because his body was covered with wounds. His 10 fingers were broken one by one, his left leg was broken at the ankle, and his entire right leg was gone. Only his face was not damaged, but both of his ears were cut off. This kind of tragic scene was unbearable to look at. When Tang Hai's corpse was brought back to the camp, not only were the members of the 7th Squad infuriated, but the entire camp went berserk. Who could be so deranged? When the news spread, the warriors of the Yellow Earth Flag, Heavenly Fire Flag, and Ink Cloud Flag were also filled with righteous indignation. Although they were always competing, it didn't change the fact that they were comrades. If Tang Hai had died on the battlefield, they would have nothing to say. But Tang Hai had clearly been tortured to death. Who wouldn't be angry? The warriors of the 4 banners were all incomparably agitated. All of them were restless, wishing that the murderer would immediately appear in front of them so that they could use the cruelest method to kill him. The entire city was under martial law. But the problem was that to be able to kidnap someone so easily, it had to be a blood transformation expert. If he really wanted to hide, how could meridian opening experts possibly find him? And how many blood transformation and ultimate bone experts were there in the city? In the eyes of blood transformation experts, this kind of martial law was practically useless. An intense desire for power arose in Ling Han. If he was still a celestial exalt, then as long as he spread out his divine sense, he would definitely be able to find the murderer. But now he shook his head. He had to go to the 1,000 Lotus Mountain to find a treasure fruit in preparation for breaking through to the blood transformation realm. Ling Han quietly set off. He didn't know if anyone was watching him, but it was always good to be a bit more careful. He bought a car. After so many days, he had also learned how to drive. With his talent, this was naturally a piece of cake. With a car, he could put the things he needed in the car. He didn't need to carry them on his back. It was as if he had just committed a huge crime. At the start, he was a bit nervous and excited, but after driving for over 50 miles, he calmed down. The road was very bumpy and uneven. Because of the frequent earthquakes, it was impossible to repair roads. It was already not bad that he could drive. However, because Ling Han was a newbie, he had only driven for 5 days before the car collapsed due to the intense wear and tear. He had just learned how to drive, so how could he repair a car? He could only push the car to the side of the road, put his belongings on his back, and continue on his way. However, after traveling for a day, Ling Han stopped and found a secluded place to set up a formation of tycoons. He sensed the 5th hidden meridian. Half a day later, this meridian had been opened to the extreme. Very good. There were still 3 left. Ling Han continued on his way. Another 5 days later, he returned to the 1,000 Lotus Mountain. According to the information, there is a Phoenix King tree on the Embracing Peak. It already bore fruit more than 10 years ago. One tree can bear 7 to 8 fruits. Based on the tree's age, this tree will bear fruit every year for at least the next 100 years. If I can pick all of them, not only will I be able to break through to the blood transformation realm, I will also be able to obtain the treasure fruit for breaking through to the 2nd transformation realm. Yes, but I don't know if the treasure fruit can be stored for too long. The road in the mountain was not easy to walk. 3 days later, Ling Han arrived at the bottom of the Embracing Peak. There is a formation suppression here. The closer we get to the peak, the stronger the suppression. It is said that this Phoenix King tree was discovered by a formation master. However, he could only see it from afar and was unable to get close. Ling Han was a little curious. Why were there formations on these mountains? Did the people of the previous civilization have nothing better to do? Also, how did this civilization suddenly disappear without a trace? I didn't interact much with Monkey King before. Now that I have cultivated my mental power, I think about it. Monkey King's strength is simply unfathomable. Hey, could Monkey King being suppressed have something to do with the previous civilization? Otherwise, in a small place like the ancient Tao sect, what kind of existence could suppress Monkey King? Chapter 32:12. Ling Han walked quickly, and as he walked, he continued to inscribe formation patterns on the magnetic stones. I threw it. He threw out another magnetic stone. Under the influence of the array formation, the magnetic stone floated again, opening a safe passage that could only be reached in half a minute. Go, go, go. He hurriedly strode forward. Behind him, the power of the first magnetic stone had been worn out. With a bang, it could no longer disrupt the array formation and exploded into pieces. Ling Han was still throwing magnetic stones, but this time, he miscalculated, or rather, the power of the array formation was too great. Bang, a huge force struck, causing Ling Han's chest to boil, and he almost fell to the side. He hurriedly stabilized his body. If he fell out of the path opened by the magnetic stones, he would be easily crushed by the array formation. Fortunately, he succeeded. He did not dare to stay. He had to continue creating the magnetic stone barrier immediately to interfere with the array formation. Otherwise, when the previous suppression wore off, he would be finished. Therefore, cracking the array formation was an extremely dangerous thing. The moment the second magnetic stone exploded, Ling Han threw out a third magnetic stone in time, once again stabilizing the array formation. As one magnetic stone after another was thrown out, Ling Han walked further and further away, getting closer and closer to the fruit tree. 10 minutes later, Ling Han finally walked the short distance of 300 feet. He felt a chill on his back, and he was covered in cold sweat. This journey was really too dangerous, and he was almost consigned to eternal damnation. It was good that he was here. He rested for a while and planned to pick the fruit before returning. However, before he could stand up, a powerful pressure attacked him, causing his chest to suffocate. It was indescribably uncomfortable. Ling Han was startled. He seemed to have heard a voice telling him that he couldn't pluck the fruit yet, because it hadn't fully ripened yet. This voice was very indistinct and very weak, causing him to doubt whether there was something wrong with his ears. The pressure disappeared. However, when Ling Han once again had the thought of plucking the fruit, this pressure came again. Ling Han couldn't help but have a strange expression. No wonder. This pressure came from the Phoenix King tree. It was also this old tree that had spoken to him earlier. This tree was really old. Although it wasn't tall, one could tell that it had been around for hundreds of years. Did it become a spirit? Since that was the case, he would wait for a few days. In any case, there was no array formation under the big tree. As long as he didn't walk out of this area, he would be very safe. Cultivation. Ling Han went to explore the sixth hidden vein. He had been working hard for the past few days, but as the number of hidden veins opened increased, even a monster like him could not complete the breakthrough in 2 or 3 days. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. Ling Han still hadn't been able to capture the sixth hidden vein, but he wasn't anxious. This wasn't something that could be accomplished in a single move in the first place. Moreover, as a former ultimate elite, he clearly knew that once his heart was in chaos, he wouldn't be able to accomplish anything. Another 3 days passed. When the sun rose, Ling Han's body trembled slightly. There was an opening in his sixth hidden meridian. Everything was difficult at the beginning. After opening an opening in the meridian, the following things were simple. Half an hour later, the sixth hidden meridian was completely opened. He still couldn't pick the fruit. Then he set up the array. Ling Han set up the nouveau riche array. This area was very small. After activating the array, he continued to cultivate. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. His cultivation increased rapidly. Half a day later, Ling Han's sixth hidden meridian had expanded to its limit. He continued to explore the seventh hidden meridian. It seemed like it had to be like this. If he couldn't pick the fruit, what could he do? Wait. When the fruit ripened, would there be anyone to remind him? Ling Han immediately thought of picking the fruit again. This time, there was no more pressure. That's enough. He climbed up the tree, and very smoothly picked a bright red fruit, then another, and another, until all 5 red fruits were in his pocket. Where are the small green fruits? Bam! As soon as this thought appeared, he was shaken off the tree trunk. Should he wait for these green fruits to ripen? Ling Han thought about it and shook his head. These few days, he had seen the growth of the small green fruits. According to his calculations, it would take at least half a year for these small green fruits to ripen. It was too long. Let's go. At most, he would come back in half a year. After all, these fruits could be hung on the branches for a long time. If there were 5, It should be enough for him to advance to the first blood-changing realm without harming his body. Return. He still used the magnet to open the way. Because he had already done it once, it was of course easy. Ling Han arrived at the foot of the mountain. Before he had completely walked out of the array, he saw a man sitting cross-legged on a rock in front of him. He didn't know how long he had been sitting there. It was as if he had become one with the rock. Expert. Ling Han immediately said in his heart. There seemed to be an ancient giant beast hidden in this person's body. The pressure it gave him was even more terrifying than Lien Xuerong's. A fourth transformation, or even a fifth transformation existence. Ling Han stopped in his tracks. The place where he and the man were standing was the area affected by the second array base that he had turned off. Because it was turned off, this place naturally became safe. He couldn't help but have a strange expression. If he suddenly turned on the array base, would the man be instantly killed? It was really possible. You finally appeared. The man stretched. You really made me wait. Oh, then I'm really sorry. Ling Han nodded and smiled. Your Excellency, why are you looking for me? In your hands, there should be something that doesn't belong to you. Now, return it to me. The man said. He crossed his legs, looking indifferent. Indeed, he was just a mere 12 meridians cultivator. So what if he had opened his hidden meridians? He was a fifth blood-changing realm cultivator. Even a third transformation could be instantly killed. Oh, is it this thing? Ling Han took out the blood-colored crystal. Not bad. The man revealed a smile, as if relieved of a heavy burden. Now, throw it over. He wagged his finger. Don't even think about escaping. You need at least 3 seconds to carve the magnet. This amount of time is enough for me to kill you several times over. He thought that Ling Han had used the magnet here. Ling Han readily agreed. All right, I won't run. That's more like it. The man nodded. Seeing that you've been so cooperative, I'll let you die a quick death. You won't spare my life? Ling Han revealed a smile. This kid's reaction was a little strange. But so what? The man grinned. You know too much. How can I let you live? Moreover, even if you return to Hidden Tiger City, you'll only live for a few more days. You'll still die. What did the last sentence mean? Ling Han shook his head. If you insist on killing me, then I'm sorry, I won't surrender. Is that up to you? The man stood up and took a step forward. But at this moment, bang, a terrifying bolt of lightning streaked across, striking towards him. Fuck, what was going on? Chapter 32:13. The man hurriedly dodged, but as soon as he stepped down, boom, another wave of raging flames came at him. The power was still extremely terrifying. He had no choice but to press his palm against it. Bam! The power of the raging flames was very strong. Under the collision, he couldn't help but stagger and fall to the side. In other places, it would be normal for one's body to be shaken to the point of slanting from the impact, and there would be no harm. But here, bam bam bam. For a moment, the ice was like a sword, the thunder and lightning intertwined, the raging flames surged, and the golden light shone. It was as if all the strange phenomena in the natural world were concentrated in such a small area. The man was very injured. He screamed as he resisted, and he was in an extremely sorry state. Finally, he set foot in a safe place, but he didn't dare to move at all. He was gasping for breath. In just a dozen or so seconds, half of his hair had been burned off. His left ear was frozen, and the clothes on his right arm were tattered and bloody wounds could be seen. There was even a hole in his abdomen that was almost pierced through. The man's face was full of disbelief. He took a step, and under the chain reaction, he was seriously injured and almost died. What was going on? Ling Han smiled and said, It seems that it won't be so easy for you to kill me. He had just activated the underground array base with his psychic power. It was said that this was the advantage of psychic power. It couldn't be seen, couldn't be heard, and could only be resisted by the same kind of psychic power. Therefore, the man didn't realize that the array in the area he was in had been reactivated by Ling Han. But very coincidentally, the place where he was standing just now happened to be a safe area, so the array didn't activate. But then he moved. Heh. Huff huff. The man panted heavily as he stared at Ling Han. There was an indescribable shock on his face. Why did the formation here suddenly activate? Ling Han spread his hands. I think I accidentally touched some trigger switch. Accidentally? What the hell? The man originally thought that the array in this area couldn't take effect because it was too old and damaged too much. But now that he thought about it, it should be that Ling Han had already turned off the array and dug a trap for him. Hiss. Did this kid know that I was tracking him? What a shrewd person. He had wronged Ling Han, because Ling Han's original intention was to make it more convenient for him to go down the mountain. The man looked left and right, but in a situation where the array formation was not triggered, everything was no different from the normal environment. How could he tell? I really underestimated you, the man said coldly. Ling Han stopped smiling. Tell me who sent you here. Haha, are you interrogating me? Laughed the man, his face filled with ridicule. So what if you've opened your hidden meridian? In front of the power of my fifth transformation, you're nothing more than trash. Under normal circumstances, that would indeed be the case. Ling Han nodded. Honestly speaking, he was no match for a 5 changes master. The gap between them was too great. But now that you're trapped in the formation, how much combat power can you display? The man was speechless. Right now, he was completely trapped and didn't dare to move at all. Even if he had a powerful battle strength, would he be able to use it? Right now, the initiative was in Ling Han's hands. Fine, I won't kill you for now. How about you close the formation? Asked the man. Ling Han laughed. First, show me your sincerity. What kind of sincerity? For example, what's your name? You know my name, but I don't know yours. Isn't that a bit rude? Laughed Ling Han. That's true, it's very rude. The man nodded. Although his heart was filled with hatred, he had no choice but to smile. I'm Cha De Yuan. Oh, Brother Cha. Ling Han cupped his fists and bowed. Brother Cha De Yuan really wanted to slap Ling Han's face. Did you know that the difference of an entire realm was an absolute suppression? You had to maintain absolute respect and call him Lord or Senior. Brother Cha fuck. But not only did Cha De Yuan not explode with rage, he even smiled. Now you can show me your sincerity. Ling Han smiled faintly and continued. You were the one who kidnapped Tang Hai, weren't you? If a 5th transformation realm expert barged into the black-green flag, he could, of course, avoid Lien Xuerong and capture Tang Hai without anyone noticing. Cha De Yuan fell silent. After a while he said, That's right, I kidnapped him. Why did you do that? Asked Ling Han. You already know the answer. Of course it's because of that blood divine crystal in your hand. Oh. Ling Han tossed the blood-colored crystal in his hand. Then who sent you? What makes you think I'm working for someone else? Asked Cha De Yuan. Ling Han shook his head. To be able to raise such a beast and have 3 12 Meridian cultivators guard it. And those 3 12 Meridian cultivators are much stronger than other cultivators of the same level. That's not something a 5th transformation like you can do. So you're just a pawn working for someone else. Cha De Yuan's face turned green from the provocation of the word pawn. But Ling Han was not wrong. He was indeed only a pawn, and he was even a pawn of a pawn. He did not know who his biggest backer was. Young man, some things are too dangerous for you. The more you know, the faster you'll die, said Cha De Yuan with a disdainful expression. His understanding of the organization he worked so hard for was only the tip of the iceberg, but that little bit was enough for him to know that it was a colossus. Ling Han observed Cha De Yuan's expression and suddenly said, I'm afraid you don't know who your real boss is either, do you? Cha De Yuan's expression immediately changed. Who says I don't know? I just don't want to tell you. He was a person who cared a lot about his face. Wasn't it incomparably embarrassing for a 5th transformation expert to not even know who his boss was? Since this guy didn't know, then there was no need to waste time. What did you say would happen to Hidden Tiger City? Ling Han changed the topic. Cha De Yuan wasn't willing to let it go just like that. He emphasized, Of course I know who my boss is, but I definitely won't tell you. This could be considered a knot in his heart. In fact, he had always wanted to know who he was working for. Now that he was provoked by Ling Han, he finally let it out. Ling Han chuckled. All right. I believe you. Be a good boy and stop fooling around. Let's get down to business. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old? Cha De Yuan snorted. I've already shown enough sincerity. What about you? Ling Han laughed. You didn't say anything that should have been said. You really know how to avoid the important and dwell on the trivial. Humph, Then don't even think about knowing anything, said Cha Diyuan coldly. Chapter 32:14. Fine, since you're so stubborn, I'll respect you as a man. Ling Han nodded. Hurry up and close the formation, shouted Cha Diyuan. Ling Han's gaze was sharp. Since you admit to killing Tang Hai, you still want me to let you live. You're just 12 meridians. Cha Diyuan's face was full of disdain. So what if I killed him? Do you want me to pay with my life? A life for a life. That's right. Ling Han nodded. Cha Diyuan sneered, Junior. The only reason I'm tolerating you is because I don't want to pay too great a price. Do you really think this formation can trap me? Your legs are on your body, and they're not tied up. If you want to leave, go ahead. Ling Han waved his hand. Cha Diyuan clenched his teeth. If he could leave, he would have done so long ago. Why would he need to be blackmailed by Ling Han? Turning his tone gentle, he said, Junior, we can both take a step back. As long as you give me the blood god crystal and hide your name, I'll treat you as a dead person and never cause trouble for you again. How about it? No. Ling Han shook his head. Junior, don't think you're at a disadvantage. Our organization is far stronger than you can imagine. Even if I die, there will still be people coming to deal with you. You might be able to block them with your luck this time. But what about in the future? Cha Diyuan persuaded. He found his injuries were far more serious than he had expected. He couldn't drag this out any longer, or just the blood loss would kill him. Even if you can block someone at the blood transformation realm, so what if they're at the peak bone realm? As a captive, I have to admit you're quite eloquent, laughed Ling Han. Captive? Which eye of yours sees me as a captive? Junior, don't walk further and further down the wrong path, threatened Cha Diyuan. He had lost his patience. His injuries were growing more and more serious, and he felt like everything in front of him was shaking. No, he had to receive treatment. But in order to make it easier to travel, he had hidden his luggage in a cave at the foot of the mountain. It was at least half an hour's journey from here. Who would have thought that he would be forced into such a miserable state by a meridian opening expert? I thought I caught a big fish, but it turned out to be just a small shrimp. Ling Han shook his head. Junior! Cha Diyuan roared. He really couldn't hold on any longer. How is this feeling of helplessness? Asked Ling Han. When you tortured Tang Hai back then, Tang Hai probably felt the same way. Now, you can taste it for yourself. Cha Diyuan glared at Ling Han. In his eyes, 12 meridians were no different from ants, but now Ling Han had actually compared him to Tang Hai, causing him to be extremely unhappy. Junior, I'm going to kill you, he said harshly. If Ling Han still didn't let him leave, he would kill Ling Han to accompany him in death even if he had to die. Wrong, I killed you. Ling Han strode forward. The route he took was very strange, sometimes to the right, sometimes to the left. This was the safe way out of the formation. Cha Diyuan was surprised and delighted. This kid actually walked out. Haha, are you here to die? Cha Diyuan sneered. This kid must have thought that he was heavily injured and his strength had fallen, so he wanted to personally kill him. First, that would be the best way to get revenge, and second, to kill someone at the 5 changes of blood transformation as a meridian opening expert. What kind of accomplishment would that be? Humph. Although he was heavily injured, his battle strength was still at the 1st or 2nd changes of blood transformation. It was more than enough to kill a 12 meridians cultivator. He waited quietly. As soon as Ling Han walked into his attack range, he would immediately attack. 1, 2, 3, kill. He suddenly slapped out with his claw. Bang, the power superimposed, turning into a claw that could be seen with the naked eye. It made a sonic boom as it clawed at Ling Han. Dang! Pong! This punch was similarly layered with heavy power, and transformed into an iron fist that could be seen with the naked eye, which blasted towards Cha Diyuan. The power of the fist and claw collided, causing a deafening sound. It also caused a backlash from the formation. Thunder, sparks, and ice energy flew everywhere. Luckily, the two of them were now in a safe area. As long as they didn't leave their position, the formation's attack wouldn't hit them. Cha Diyuan immediately revealed a shocked expression. In this exchange, he actually hadn't been able to gain the upper hand. Hiss! Could it be that his injuries were so severe that he couldn't even beat a meridian opening expert? Ling Han smiled. After reaching the peak of 18 meridians, His strength was about 250,000 pounds. Most likely, a peak first transformation expert would only have this much strength. How about it, he said. Cha Deyuan gritted his teeth. He had done a lot of research on Ling Han and knew that he had opened several hidden meridians. His strength was far stronger than ordinary meridian opening experts. But how much stronger was the strength that Ling Han had displayed compared to the information he had gathered? In less than a month, could it be that this kid had opened a few more hidden meridians? Damn, that was too exaggerated. Ling Han's sudden attack was already a sure win. Brat, you're going too far. Cha Deyuan roared furiously, incomparably sullen. Just how powerful was his true strength? He could have slapped Ling Han to death with a wave of his hand. But now he was being bullied like a noob. How could he not be infuriated? Die! 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 He roared and unleashed a martial technique. His battle prowess instantly skyrocketed. However, he was already heavily injured, and now that he used his full strength, his wounds became even more severe. Fresh blood seemed to be squeezed out of his wounds, spraying out in all directions. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Ling Han used the demon monkey fist. 15 layers of power stacked on top of each other as he attacked Cha Deyuan. Bang bang bang. Their forces collided and blocked each other. But Cha Deyuan's power was only stacked up to 9 layers. After using up all 9 layers, Ling Han's 6 layers of power came crashing over. How was he supposed to block them? Each layer of power had reached 200,000 pounds. Under the attack of 6 layers of power, he was directly blown apart. A mighty 5 transformation expert had died in an incomparably useless manner. Ling Han stopped and murmured, "Captain, you've already taken half of your revenge. I still haven't found the culprit behind this. When I become even stronger in the future, I definitely won't let that person get away scot-free." He went to check Cha Deyuan's corpse. He didn't know if he had any sort of command medallion or something like that on him. He might be able to find some clues about the power behind him. He was shocked, not because he had found some clues, but because Cha Deyuan's bones had actually been shattered. This was caused by my fist force. Ling Han was shocked. He knew that his current strength had greatly increased. 15 layers of power stacked together was definitely incomparably powerful. But could it really shatter the bones of a 5 transformation expert? This was caused by the final blow. At the point of impact, the bones turned into powder and then spread outwards. The degree of shattering became lighter and lighter. Until here, it was about a foot in radius. Shattered. That's a little inconceivable. Thinking back carefully, that state does seem somewhat different. Chapter 32:16. Ling Han couldn't help but laugh. There's no rush to get married. Let me put down my luggage first. I'm sorry, young master. Huan Xue hurriedly got up and wiped her eyes, looking very wronged. What's wrong? Ling Han asked. Sob sob sob, someone wants to marry Huan Xue as a concubine, but Huan Xue doesn't want to. The little maid cried again. A cold light flashed in Ling Han's eyes. Who is it? I think he's called Hu Qiu. The little maid racked her brains. Ling Han was speechless. Someone wants to marry you as a concubine, and you don't even remember the other party's name? Forget it. I'll go ask Mo Guahao. He found Mo Guahao to understand the situation. Mo Guahao was very clear about this, and told Ling Han about the entire sequence of events. Some time ago, Huan Xue successfully cultivated elementary mental power, which was accidentally discovered by Mo Guahao. Then, Mo Guahao was very excited and took the initiative to teach Huan Xue how to refine pills. There were too few people who had mental power, let alone to cultivate it to elementary level. Therefore, Mo Guahao naturally felt like he had obtained a treasure. But for some reason, Hu Xiao of the Hu family, one of the 6 great clans, came here and even met Huan Xue. Not Hu Qiu, but Hu Xiao. An 18 or 19-year-old with 9 meridians, who cultivated elementary mental power, was a future alchemist, and was actually very beautiful. Hu Xiao couldn't take his eyes off such a woman after seeing her. Marrying her back to the family would definitely be a big profit. Therefore, he didn't care that he already had 7 concubines, and immediately stated that he wanted to take Huan Xue as his 8th concubine. If this wasn't the Merciful Heart Medicine Hall, Hu Xiao would have already sent people to snatch Huan Xue back. But this wasn't a solution. She couldn't stay in the Merciful Heart Medicine Hall for the rest of her life. Haha, how lawless, Ling Han said coldly. The Hu family was only a blood transformation realm force, and they actually dared to marry? He wanted to see if Hu Shao really dared to kidnap someone. Thank you. Ling Han nodded. Mo Guahao had kept his promise and had been taking care of the little handmaiden on his behalf. Mo Guahao also nodded. To him, this was just a small matter. It was a small favor that didn't cost him anything. Naturally, he didn't mind doing Ling Han a favor. I want to learn some more pill recipes, Ling Han said. Mo Guahao's eyes lit up. Ling Han had learned the meridian probing pill and the secret energy pill, and in the end, he was able to come up with an improved version very quickly. Now that he was learning something new, wouldn't he be able to advance his alchemy level by a large margin? Little friend, feel free to choose. Mo Guahao took out his optical computer and showed Ling Han the pill recipes he had collected. Ling Han had seen them before, but he hadn't looked at the blood transformation realm. At that time, he hadn't needed them. But now, meridian opening realm medicinal pills had no effect on him. He scanned through and found that there were only 3 types of blood transformation realm medicinal pills. They were the energy recovery pill that could recover mystic energy, the 100 transformations pill that could cure poison, and the berserker pill that could boil one's blood qi. The energy recovery pill's use was the most common. There was a limit to one's strength. If one fought to exhaustion, then no matter how high one's realm or strength was, it would all be useless. This energy recovery pill could replenish mystic energy, and was very practical in battle. The 100 transformations pill's name was exaggerated. In reality, it could only cure about 37 types of poison. The berserker pill could only be used as a last resort. This was because it could boil one's blood qi a second time, but the consequences were very serious. There was a possibility of injury, disability, and even death. So unless they were in a desperate situation, no blood transformation realm cultivator would eat it. Ling Han thought about it and memorized the 3 pill recipes. To an alchemy emperor, this was a small matter. Are there no pills like the secret energy pill and the meridian probing pill that can speed up cultivation and increase the success rate of advancement? Ling Han asked. Mo Guahao shook his head. Although I know the pill recipes and can also refine them, the Alchemist Guild has strict rules. I definitely can't leak the pill recipes to outsiders, or both you and I will suffer. In other words, if I want to obtain pill recipes, I can only join the Alchemist Guild, asked Ling Han. Yes. Mo Guahao nodded. Ling Han thought about it and said, all right, then let's go to the Alchemist Guild to take a look. He didn't mind going there and taking in a large group of subordinates. There's no time like the present. Mo Guahao looked at Ling Han. All right. The 2 of them left. With Mo Guahao's status and identity, he naturally had his own car and chauffeur. The 2 of them quickly arrived at the Alchemist Guild. Mo Guahao was a mid-rank alchemist, so when he brought Ling Han in, no one dared to stop them. Instead, they had to respectfully greet them. Make the arrangements. This young friend is going to be certified as an alchemist, said Mo Guahao. Yes. 3 low-rank alchemists quickly arrived. Greetings, Lord Ma. The 3 low-rank alchemists bowed respectfully to Mo Guahao. Mo Guahao was a mid-rank alchemist, and he had recently made outstanding contributions to the alchemy Dao, so he naturally earned their respect. Name. One of the low-rank alchemists asked Ling Han. Ling Han said casually. It can't be that Ling Han, right? The second low-rank alchemist exclaimed. The Ling Han who defeated Tuoba Tian Huang. Originally, alchemists wouldn't care about the matters of martial art, but Tuoba Tian Huang was really too famous. Not only was he famous in the martial art world, he was also quite popular in the alchemy and array Dao worlds. Basking in Tuoba Tian Huang's glory, Ling Han's name also began to spread in the alchemy and array Dao worlds. It's him. I've seen his photo before, the 3rd low-rank alchemist said. The 3 of them were all shocked. They didn't expect that the number 1 person in the martial art world would actually come to be certified as an alchemist. What alchemical pill do you want to refine? The first alchemist asked. Pulse probing pill. Ling Han was very casual. Then prepare the materials, and we'll begin. To be certified as a low-rank alchemist, one would need to prepare their own materials. Only after becoming a low-rank alchemist could the Alchemy Master Association provide the materials for certification as a mid-rank alchemist and high-rank alchemist. Otherwise, If they had to provide a set of materials for each person who came to be certified as a low-rank alchemist, even the wealthy Alchemy Master Association wouldn't be able to afford such extravagance. Ling Han set up the array and began to refine pills. After throwing down a set of materials, he thought that since he had nothing to do, he might as well refine a few more cauldrons. In any case, the pills he refined would be his, so he could just treat it as earning some extra income. Thus, he threw another set of materials into the array. The three low-rank alchemists choked at the same time. What kind of situation was this? He didn't even know how many materials were needed to refine a cauldron of pills, and he still wanted to be certified as an alchemist? What kind of joke was this? However, this was just the beginning. Ling Han threw another set of materials into the array, and then another set. A total of 4 sets. Even Mo Guahao began to wipe off his cold sweat. He naturally believed in Ling Han's alchemy abilities, but he still couldn't play around like this, right? Sigh. He could only try again in a few days. Why hadn't the cauldron exploded yet? Mo Guahao was shocked. Based on Ling Han's nonsense, the 4 sets of materials should have immediately turned into ashes. Why was he still in the state of refinement now? Chapter 32:17. A good story. Not only Mo Guahao, but the other 3 primary alchemists also gaped in shock. Fuck, what did they just see? One person refining 4 cauldrons of pills at the same time? How the hell did you control it? 4 tasks at once? Fuck. They really couldn't believe what they saw, and felt that there must be something wrong with their eyes. Otherwise, their outlook on life and the world would be destroyed. However, the scene before them continuously reminded them that this was incomparably real. Just like that, the 4 of them stared blankly for a whole 2 hours, and finally saw Ling Han successfully refine 4 cauldrons of pulse-probing pills, a total of 17 pills. Only now did Mo Guahao understand why Ling Han was able to provide so many alchemical pills in such a short period of time. It was not that Ling Han had reached a 100% success rate, nor was it because he was continuously concocting alchemical pills day and night. Rather, it was because this guy could concoct 4 furnaces in one go. Any alchemist who saw this would kneel down and sink conquered. Refining 4 cauldrons at once, and every cauldron was successful. Moreover, the lowest was 4 pills. If it's pulse-probing pills, he can only refine 3 to 5 pills at once. This monster. Yes, monster. The 3 primary alchemists all nodded in agreement with the word monster. Since the materials were correct, and the cauldrons didn't explode, then the pills refined were definitely pulse-probing pills. The only problem was the quality of the pills. From the results, that meant that Ling Han had successfully passed the test, and he was already a primary alchemist. My horizons have been broadened today. If this was told to others, who would believe it? The 3 of them looked at each other, and could see the negative answer in each other's eyes. If someone told them that someone could refine 4 cauldrons of pills at once and succeed in all of them, they would definitely think that person was crazy. Do you need to check? Ling Han asked, smiling. No need. The 3 primary alchemists all shook their heads. All right, then I want to continue to be certified as a middle-rank alchemist. Ling Han said. He wanted to obtain middle-rank pill recipes from the Alchemist Association, so he naturally had to become a middle-rank alchemist first. Previously, he had seen Mo Guahao's 3 middle-rank pill recipes, and was already very confident. Mo Guahao exclaimed. He was very clear that Ling Han had just obtained a middle-rank pill recipe. Are you trying to defy the heavens? The 3 low-rank alchemists were also stunned. They had never seen such a situation before. Someone had just been certified as a low-rank alchemist, and was immediately going to be certified as a middle-rank alchemist. However, the certification of an alchemist's level was everyone's freedom, and they could not interfere. Hold on. They were unable to host this kind of certification, so they hurriedly went to invite other mid-level alchemists. In Hidden Tiger City, there were only a total of 9 middle-rank alchemists. As for Mo Guahao, because he was Ling Han's introducer, he could not be a member of the certification staff. Thus, he needed to find 3 other middle-rank alchemists. Ling Han was relatively lucky. Because the middle-rank alchemists were extremely busy, they spent all day researching pill formulas. Normally, there would only be 1 or 2 of them standing guard here. But today, there were actually 4 of them. Hearing that someone was going to be certified as a middle-rank alchemist, the entire alchemist society was in an uproar, and they all rushed over to watch. Ling Han chose to refine the 100 transformation pill. Soon, the materials he needed were sent over, as well as the corresponding array foundation. Really? He just passed the low-rank alchemy master certification, and he's already aiming for the middle-rank alchemy master certification? Does this guy think he can come and go as he pleases? Although we can conduct certification at any time, we only have one chance to use the materials for free every year. If you want to be certified at other times, you have to prepare your own materials. He wasted a chance just like that. Sigh, I can only say that he's too young. The surrounding crowd was all discussing in low voices, so as not to affect Ling Han. Ling Han set up the array and then used his mental power to guide it. Instantly, the array began to operate. This kind of array used the jade seed as its energy source, so it did not need to borrow the power of heaven and earth. However, the consumption of the jade seed was also very high. Ling Han did not waste any time and immediately began to refine the pill. Middle-rank alchemy pill. A piece of cake. Although it was his first time refining, it was very easy and leisurely. This was really too simple. Then, he nimbly controlled the array, changing the intensity of the energy. The timing of the materials was also just right. It was as if refining the pill was just building blocks. Extremely simple. Time passed very quickly, and 2 hours were almost over. The furnace had not exploded yet. No matter what the crowd's previous feelings were, there was only shock now. There was going to be another middle-grade alchemist, and this person was not even a low-grade alchemist 2 hours ago. Moreover, this guy was the #1 in martial art among the younger generation, and he was not even 20. Heavens! Was there really such a genius in the world? The young people were jealous and envious, but the old alchemists were all deeply moved. How much time did they spend to become low and middle-grade alchemists? There was no way to compare. 2 hours passed, and 3 pills were seen floating in the center of the array. Success! Without needing to test the pills, everyone could be sure that they were 100 transformations pills. Hidden Tiger City's 10th middle-grade alchemist, Ling Han. Congratulations! Brother Ling Moguahao was the first to speak. He also changed the way he addressed Ling Han in time. When alchemists talked, they only talked about rank, not age. In reality, this was also applicable in the fields of martial art and array Dao. As the saying went, age did not matter in learning, only the capable could be the teacher. Congratulations, Brother Ling. The other 3 middle-grade alchemists also cupped their fists. Congratulations, Senior Ling. The low-grade alchemists and apprentices were even more respectful. No matter how jealous they were, they had to lower their heads now. This was destined to be recorded in history. Such a young middle-grade alchemist. Ling Han nodded and said, "Don't spread the news about me." Yes. Everyone nodded, though they felt it was strange. "Can I look through the pill recipes to my heart's content now?" Ling Han asked. Everyone was dumbfounded. What was going on? He had finally become a middle-grade alchemist, so he should be complacently accepting everyone's worship. Why did he want to look at pill recipes now? He could look at pill recipes at any time, but it had to be on such an important day. But Ling Han insisted, so what could the others do? Ling Han quickly obtained almost all the middle-grade pill recipes, but there were 3 pill recipes that were classified. One needed to make a great contribution to the Alchemist Society, or be a member of the society for a certain number of years before they could be unlocked. Of course, if one could go one step further and become a high-grade alchemist, then there would be no more restrictions. Middle-grade pill recipes could definitely be browsed at will. High-grade alchemist. Let's see what conditions are needed to concoct high-grade pills. Ling Han took a look. Though alchemists also needed spiritual energy, the requirements were far lower than array Dao. Thus, as long as one's spiritual energy barely reached the middle grade, they could concoct high-grade pills. However, the Alchemist Society here only has 2 recipes for high-grade alchemists. One is the phaseless pill, and the other is the burning flame pill. It's not difficult to concoct them. Chapter 32:18. Ling Han looked at it carefully and then simulated the scene of alchemy in his mind. After reading it twice, he came to a conclusion. He ran out, found Mo Guahao, and said, "Help me apply, I want to be certified as a high-grade alchemist." Mo Guahao was still wondering whether or not Ling Han had improved some kind of mid-grade pill formula. He was filled with excitement and wanted to witness such a historical moment. But as soon as Ling Han spoke, he almost fell to his knees. You still want to be certified as a high-grade alchemist? Just a few glances at the pill recipe? Isn't this a little too much? But thinking of Ling Han's frightening alchemy ability, refining 4 cauldrons of pulse-probing pills in one go, was this something that a high-grade alchemist could do? So, it's understandable that he's a monster, right? Is this guy's limit the master level? I'll arrange it for you right away. Mo Guahao nodded and quickly left. Although he didn't dare to believe it, he wanted to see a miracle. Ling Han was indeed a man who could create miracles. Very soon, the president of Hidden Tiger City's Alchemy Society was invited out. His name was Lu Jin, and he was the only high-grade alchemist in Hidden Tiger City. Thus, if Ling Han wanted to advance to become a high-grade alchemist, he had to watch from the side. That was the rule. Lu Jin looked incomparably old, with a head full of white hair. Before he even got close, a strong smell of medicine could be smelled. Greetings, Master Lu. Everyone bowed in greeting. Only Ling Han stood proudly. In the field of alchemy, there was probably no one who could be his master, at least not Lu Jin. Ling Han only nodded slightly, and greeted him with the courtesy of an equal. Everyone was astonished. This guy had not even passed the certification, yet he was already treating himself as a high-grade alchemist. Think about it. What if you don't pass? Ling Han intended to refine the phaseless pill. Because it was a high-grade pill, the materials needed were much more precious. Some of them even required the signatures of several deacons before he could open the storeroom to collect them. Therefore, it was a bit time-consuming. Lu Jin looked at Ling Han and sighed deeply in his heart. This kid is really young. When he was her age, he was probably still an apprentice who was training his spiritual force, right? But what about him? He was already a middle-rank alchemist, and was in the midst of breaking through to become a high-rank alchemist. It was impossible to compare oneself to others. After a while, all the materials were ready. This time, there were actually fewer spectators. That was because Lu Jin had purposely controlled the spread of news. Only primary alchemists were qualified to attend. Thus, there were only over 30 people present. No one dared to breathe loudly, for fear of affecting Ling Han. Ling Han, on the other hand, was indifferent. Whether it was a beginner or an advanced one, in his opinion, there was not much of a difference. He just needed to be a little more serious. Let's begin. He laid down the foundation of the formation, and then used his mental power to guide it. Hong, the jade seed began to burn, turning into raging energy. Ling Han waited, and when the heat was right, he threw out the first medicinal ingredient. After a while, he threw in the second type, and then the third type. When the time was right, he took back the medicinal body that had already turned into liquid and put in new medicinal materials to begin the refinement. At the same time, he was also controlling the formation, adjusting the amount of energy output to an extremely precise degree. As a former Empyrean, Ling Han's control over his power and psyche power was unmatched by anyone here. Moreover, he was the alchemy emperor and had outstanding ability in alchemy. It can't be. The furnace hasn't exploded up until now. Just how precise is his control over the formation? This first medicinal liquid is golden and clear, just as described in the pill recipe. Which means that up until now, everything has been smooth sailing for him. What a terrifying young man. No, this is a future grandmaster of alchemy. Previously, many primary alchemists had been jealous of Ling Han, but now they were no longer jealous. There was only intense admiration. When one's achievements were too high, then others would not be jealous. Perhaps they would be envious, and what remained was only admiration. Ling Han had instantly rushed to a height that they could only look up to, causing even their jealousy to disappear. The second medicinal liquid, the third medicinal liquid, and then they were combined and new medicinal materials were added. When almost 2 hours had passed, Ling Han did not add any new medicinal materials, because he had already used up all of them. This was the most crucial moment, when the liquid would condense into a pill. One careless mistake, and all previous efforts would be wasted. Everyone held their breath involuntarily. Were they going to witness a miracle? A high-level alchemist. There had never been one in Hidden Tiger City. Lu Jin had been sent here directly by the capital's Alchemy Association, and he was already a high-level alchemist when he arrived. Even Lu Jin was slightly nervous. There were only 42 high-level alchemists in the entire Black North country. Was it going to become 43 from today onwards? This was going to shake the world. Time passed second by second, and the medicinal liquid rapidly condensed into a pill, showing no signs of turning to ash. It was going to succeed, it was really going to succeed. Another 2 minutes passed, and Ling Han called it a day. Xiao, 3 medicinal pills flew out and landed in Ling Han's hand. Congratulations, Grandmaster Ling. Instantly, everyone bowed and performed the alchemy etiquette of greeting an elder. Even Mo Guahao was no exception. This was a world with extremely strict hierarchy. Martial art was like that, formations were like that, and alchemy was like that. Ling Han clenched his teeth internally. These medicinal pills had just come out of the furnace, and they were so hot. There was nothing he could do about it. He had only cultivated strength, and his resistance against heat and cold was not very strong. However, his momentum was at its peak. If he suddenly threw out the medicinal pills in his hand, wouldn't that be very damaging to his image? Thus, Ling Han could only forcefully endure the burning sensation, nod at the crowd and wave his hand. Grandmaster Ling, you've really surprised this old man. Lu Jin walked over, the shock on his face still not receding. He had truly witnessed a miracle. Thank you for your praise, Ling Han said with a smile. Right, isn't your hand hot? Lu Jin asked in a small voice. Hot. Hee, come, store it in the pill bottle. This old man will have a good chat with you. The old and the young left, and the crowd could only watch them leave. These two were now the big bosses of alchemy in Hidden Tiger City, and the others could only look up to them. Lu Jin and Ling Han talked for a long time, mostly about the Alchemy Association. As a high-level alchemist, what rights could one enjoy, and what duties one had to fulfill? Half a day later, Ling Han finally left. He had now obtained all the rights in this place, and could browse any pill recipe he wanted. In addition, he could enjoy a 50% discount when purchasing ingredients. Moreover, the Alchemy Association could also sell medicinal pills on his behalf, and only charge a 10% commission. Ling Han also obtained a miniature optical computer that could be worn on his wrist. It could be used as a watch during normal times, and it could even be used as a torch in dark places. It was very practical and convenient. He turned on the optical computer and browsed through the pill recipes that had previously been restricted to him. Blood replenishing pill, can replenish qi and blood, and is suitable for breaking through to the blood transformation realm. Chapter 32:20. Ling Han looked at Zhong Yongbi with an indescribably strange expression. Hurry up and get angry out of humiliation and attack. Zhong Yongbi felt a bit of a headache. Why was Ling Han's reaction so different from what he had expected? What kind of expression is that? Could it be that you can bear to be a green turtle? Ling Han shook his head. I've seen many people who seek death, but someone like you is probably the first. You can be called a death expert. You. Zhong Yongbi pointed at Ling Han, anger written all over his face. You're trying to provoke me into killing you, aren't you? Ling Han laughed. And your wishful thinking is that I'll lose control and attack on the spot. Then, I'll be killed by the Alchemy Association's experts, right? Fuck, how did he see through me? Then do you plan to be a turtle? Zhong Yongbi asked, walking further and further down the path of seeking death. Ling Han smiled. Why do I say you're seeking death? It's because you don't even know what trump card I have, yet you jumped out to provoke me. What trump card do you have? Zhong Yongbi sneered. I don't know why Master values you so much, but if you want to attack here, no one can save you. Do you dare? He was trying to provoke Ling Han. Ling Han patted Zhong Yongbi's shoulder and said, Don't worry, I'll definitely kill you. After all, you're so bold. If I don't kill you, it'll be a waste of your efforts. Zhong Yongbi was stunned. What did that mean? Ling Han clearly knew his intentions, yet he still wanted to kill him. Why the hell was he telling him this? Ha! This guy said he wanted to kill him. Didn't he fall right into his trap? Why couldn't he be happy? Why did he feel like something was wrong? He looked at Ling Han, feeling as if he had just met this young man. Ling Han smiled and said, You must find it very strange that I still dared to kill you even though I clearly knew about your scheme, am I right? Zhong Yongbi nodded subconsciously. He was really strange. Pa! Ling Han raised his hand and slapped him across the face. With his strength, how could Zhong Yongbi dodge? This slap was solid and 3 of Zhong Yongbi's teeth immediately flew out. I forgot to tell you. What I hate the most is when people point their fingers at me. It makes me very unhappy, Ling Han said indifferently. Zhong Yongbi touched his cheek and felt a burning pain. He finally realized that something was wrong. They had already caused such a ruckus at the gate. Why hadn't anyone stepped forward to stop them? In that case, if Ling Han were to kill someone, no one would stop him. Fuck, he didn't want to lose his life just to kill Ling Han. Strange, isn't it? Why is it that everyone's just watching, but no one's shouting at you to stop your death-seeking behavior? Ling Han smiled and said to the crowd, "Come, tell this young alchemist who I am." "Greetings, Grandmaster Ling." Instantly, the alchemists at the entrance, including the guards, all bowed respectfully to Ling Han. Zhong Yongbi was stunned. Grandmaster? What Grandmaster? Whether it was the alchemy world or the array world, only high-grade and Grandmaster alchemists and array masters had the qualifications to be called Grandmasters. Could he be a high-grade array master? Impossible. He was so young and might not even be a beginner array master, let alone a high-grade one. Wait, even if Ling Han was a high-grade array master, why did the people of the Alchemy Association have to bow to him? Hiss. His eyes widened slightly and his face was filled with disbelief. You guessed correctly. Ling Han nodded. I am a new high-grade alchemist of the Alchemy Association. According to the rules, you should call me Grandmaster. Grandmaster, Grandmaster. Grandmaster Zhong Yongbi's heart was filled with 10,000 thoughts. His mouth was so wide open that it could fit a fist. A vulgar person from the world of martial art had actually become the king of the world of alchemy? How could he believe it? But what was the use of not believing it? Didn't he see the reactions of the others? Could this be an act? It was over. He actually flaunted his prowess in front of a high-grade alchemist and did such a despicable thing. He was courting death. No wonder Ling Han's expression was so strange just now. Ling, Grandmaster Ling, he said with a trembling voice. Not just his voice, but his whole body was trembling. Ling Han smiled slightly. Was it fun? It wasn't fun at all. Zhong Yongbi finally realized that he was the one who had been tricked. A mere beginner alchemist challenging a high-grade alchemist in the Alchemy Association was just courting death. Ling Han had purposely not revealed his identity. Clearly, he had purposely dug a pit for him to jump into. The stupidest thing was that he had actually jumped into the pit. Grandmaster Ling, please show mercy and spare me this once. Zhong Yongbi knelt down and kowtowed continuously. Ling Han shook his head. What you're saying is really too unconvincing. Weren't you trying to provoke me to kill you just now? If I don't kill you, wouldn't all your previous efforts be in vain? I'd rather be blind. Zhong Yongbi was about to cry. How could he have imagined that a person younger than him could actually become a high-grade alchemist? No one could have imagined this, right? Do you regret it? Ling Han asked. Yes. Zhong Yongbi nodded. Unfortunately, even if you regret it, you can't change the evil you've done. Ling Han shook his head. If you were just jealous, then I wouldn't care, but you actually used such a vicious method to harm others. How could I forgive you? No. Zhong Yongbi realized that something was wrong and hurriedly turned to run. He didn't want anything else. He wanted to escape from Hidden Tiger City. Bang! A huge force crushed over, and he couldn't help but fall to the ground. He felt as if his entire body had been split into pieces, and he couldn't move a finger at all. He looked around, only to see that everyone had a pitiful and indifferent expression on their faces. Then, they quickly looked away from his body. Why should they care about a dead person? Zhong Yongbi only felt that breathing was getting more and more difficult. He forced himself to turn around to look at Ling Han, but he only saw a blur. Then, he lowered his head, and his breathing stopped. Ling Han looked around and said, "Report this matter to the Internal Affairs Department. Let them handle it as they should." Yes. Everyone hurriedly said. How to handle it? To say nothing of the fact that this matter was Zhong Yongbi's fault. Even if Ling Han killed Zhong Yongbi for no reason, what could the Alchemist Society do to him? Such a young alchemist had a limitless future. For this reason, they would at most restrict Ling Han's range of activities, but they definitely wouldn't punish him. In other words, Zhong Yongbi had died in vain. Who asked him to do it himself? Why did he have to provoke a high-grade alchemist? Thinking about it, he actually tried to make a high-grade alchemist wear a green hat. If he didn't die, who would? Ling Han swaggered off. He also hadn't expected that the grudge between him and Zhong Yongbi would come to an end like this. He first went to the black-green flag and told them about the possible changes in Hidden Tiger City. Then, he went to find Sun Jianfeng and gave him a blood-replenishing pill. Chapter 32-21. Sun Jianfeng was filled with emotion. Back then, he had only decided to nurture Ling Han for the sake of the ancient Dao sect's future. He hadn't expected that this act of kindness would bring him such great benefits. Before, Sun Jianfeng had only eaten 7 blood-replenishing pills, and because of this, he owed Hidden Tiger City a huge favor. This was because the blood-replenishing pill could only be refined by a mid-rank alchemist, and the ingredients were precious. The success rate was also extremely low. 7 blood-replenishing pills could be said to be priceless and incomparably precious. Some people had suffered heavy injuries when trying to break through to the blood transformation realm, and without the blood-replenishing pill to recover, they would never be able to break through to the blood transformation realm or advance further. But now, with the blood-replenishing pill in hand, Sun Jianfeng had the confidence to break through to the second and third transformations. Even if he failed, it wasn't as if he didn't have another chance. Ling Han, you're very considerate. He patted Ling Han's shoulder. Ling Han smiled slightly. This was his personality. If someone treated him well, he would repay them tenfold, and if someone had ill intentions towards him, he would repay them tenfold, or even 100-fold. He chatted with Sun Jianfeng for a while, then left. After dealing with Zhong Yongbi, his heart seemed to have been enlightened, and he could faintly sense the existence of the 7th hidden meridian. He had to immediately go into seclusion and seize this rare opportunity to open the 7th hidden meridian as soon as possible. Without the blood transformation realm, no matter how powerful he was, he would always be restricted by his realm, and some abilities would not be able to be used. He didn't go to the Benevolent Heart Medicinal Hall, but instead returned to the Alchemist Society. To him, this was the safest place. As expected, his senses were not wrong. In just 3 hours, he had clearly felt the 7th hidden meridian. Using the Spirit Gathering Formation, he began to open this meridian. Right now, the Spirit Gathering Formation was of little help to him, but Ling Han didn't want to waste this hard-earned comprehension. What if he slept and couldn't sense it the next morning? He spent almost an entire night's time, and finally opened the initial stage of the 7th hidden meridian. Now, even if he slept for a few days and nights, he wouldn't have to worry about not being able to sense the 7th hidden meridian when he woke up. Early the next morning, Ling Han first used the time when the sun had just risen to cultivate for half an hour. Then, he went to pick up the little maid. If he wanted to use the tyrant array, there might be some overflow, so he could not waste it. He was surprised to find that his little handmaiden had advanced again. 10 meridians even in Xianbei country. This kind of advancement speed was incomparably shocking. But who asked her to have a good master who was not only generous, but also the Alchemy Emperor? The two of them arrived at the Alchemist Guild. Ling Han set up a nouveau riche formation and began to cultivate. Half a day later, he was at the peak of 19 meridians. If I can open another meridian, I will have the qualifications to break through to the blood-changing realm. Ling Han took out the Phoenix King Jade fruit that he had obtained previously. When it was on the branch, it was red, but now it was green, as if it was carved from jade. We'll be able to eat it soon. He put away the treasure fruit and began to ponder in his heart. Killing Zhong Yongbi made him feel very refreshed. In an instant, he was enlightened and could sense the 7th hidden meridian. Then, could he kill Yan Jun? Maybe he could open another hidden meridian, and at the same time, sense the 8th hidden meridian as well. He could not help but feel his heart palpitate. It was really irresistible. But before he could make a decision, Mo Guahao suddenly came to visit. Ling Han let the little maid invite him in. When Mo Guahao saw him, he immediately bowed respectfully. My sinful disciple has offended Master Ling. I have not disciplined him well. I have specially come to ask for forgiveness. Ling Han waved his hand and said, This has nothing to do with you. You don't have to force it on yourself. Thank you, Master. Mo Guahao hurriedly thanked him. When he found out about Zhong Yongbi's stupidity, he broke out in cold sweat. He was afraid that Ling Han would also bear a grudge against him. Luckily, Ling Han was a very reasonable person. He said a bunch of nonsense, expressed his apologies again, and finally left. Ling Han thought of Yen Jun's matter again. Without a very good opportunity, how could he kill Yen Jun? Even if he was a grandmaster of alchemy, if he killed an array master without rhyme or reason, even if he would not be sentenced to death, he would definitely have his freedom restricted and be locked up for a few years. He would have to desperately refine pills to make up for it. What Ling Han liked was alchemy Dao and exploring that unknown domain of alchemy Dao. If he had to blindly and monotonously refine medicinal pills that he had already learned long ago, he would go crazy. Therefore, he still had to find an opportunity. It would be best if Yen Jun also courted his own death like Zhong Yongbi. Speaking of which, it's actually still because my strength is not strong enough. Otherwise, even if I killed Yen Jun, so what? Who could and dare to do anything to me? Ling Han saw it very clearly. In this world, strength determined everything. No matter how awesome alchemy masters and array masters were, that status was still given by martial artists. Of course, array masters were a little better, because awesome array masters similarly possessed powerful battle prowess. Once a killing array was unleashed, it could massacre a city and destroy a country. From a certain perspective, array masters might be even stronger than martial artists. One more thing. What exactly will Hidden Tiger City encounter? Looking at Cha Diyuan's expression when he said those words, it was obvious that he was not trying to scare me. Sigh, this guy died too quickly. He didn't even say any useful information. Ling Han put it down first, and went to sense the last hidden vein. He desired strength so that he would not have to bow down to others, and would also be able to allow the Empress and the others to come out earlier. The matter of Zhong Yongbi being killed did not spread, because this was an internal scandal of the Alchemist Society, so there was naturally no need to spread it around. And the matter of Ling Han's newly advanced high-level alchemist similarly did not spread, because his identity badge needed to be made and verified by the main Alchemist Society of Monarch Tier. It could not be completed in a short period of time. Thus, the Alchemist Society had to wait for the confirmation from the main Alchemist Society before announcing Ling Han's identity. Ling Han cultivated for a few days, but made no progress at all. This final step was not an easy thing to take. No, he could not be hasty. The greatest taboo in cultivation was to be overly hasty. One had to know that more haste, less speed. A terrifying chill suddenly rose from the bottom of his heart. Ling Han suddenly turned around, only to see that a small old man had appeared in the room at some point. He had a protruding mouth and monkey-like cheeks, and was currently looking left and right. An expert, extremely powerful, practically terrifying. Ling Han was shocked. The Alchemist Society was protected by formations, and ordinary people would definitely not be able to barge in. And if the other party was a guest, then someone should have reported to him. I've been discovered just like that? The small old man's eyes met Ling Han's, and he could not help but grin. Ling Han also smiled, and said, "Senior has suddenly come to visit, and this one has not gone out to welcome you. Please forgive me." The small old man was surprised, and said, "You actually don't find it strange to suddenly see this old man appear in the room? Then forgive this one for being curious. But why has Senior come?" Ling Han asked. "Ha ha ha, this little friend is a bit interesting." The small old man laughed loudly. Chapter 32-22. A Beautiful Romance. The old man clasped his hands behind his back and circled around Ling Han. "I came this time to retrieve the blood god crystal, and to kill you." Ling Han was startled. It was that mysterious power again. Their reaction was really fast. Cha Diyuan hadn't been dead for long. He was sure that this monkey-like old man in front of him had unfathomable strength. He was definitely not at the blood transformation realm, but at least at the extreme bone realm. If he fought, he would definitely die. However, the old man didn't attack immediately, giving him a sliver of hope. He definitely had to prepare some powerful seal soldiers in the future. He didn't care how expensive they were. This feeling of being trampled upon was too terrible. Weren't you going to cry for help?" asked the old man curiously. Ling Han shook his head. "With Senior's strength, you can kill me with a single thought. What's the point of crying for help?" "Ha ha ha, you're really interesting." The old man laughed. "Originally, I really did want to kill you and leave. To make me personally act to kill a puny opening meridian, isn't that just giving me trouble? That's why I really hate you. On the way here, I already thought of all kinds of ways to kill you. However, I found you in the Alchemy Association, which made me feel a bit strange. So I went to ask around and found that you're actually a high-rank alchemist. Looking at all the alchemists in the Empire, no matter how talented they are, they have to be over 60 before they have any hope of becoming a high-rank alchemist. Wouldn't it be a pity to kill such a talent? Ling Han laughed. Many thanks for Senior's discerning eyes. The old man chuckled. My master has the talent to rule the world. In the future, he will soar into the universe and rule over the world. I cherish talent, and my master also loves talent. So I've decided to give you a chance. What chance? Asked Ling Han with a smile. Submit to my master, said the old man. I can make the decision to give you that blood god crystal. Ling Han thought about it and said, Then what should I do? Haha, for the time being you stay here. The little old man took out a bottle from his bosom and threw it towards Ling Han. Take the medicine inside. Ling Han opened the bottle and poured out a yellow-colored alchemical pill. There was only one pill, and it had a slightly sweet aroma. This is called the soul-separating pill. The little old man said, after taking it, the medicine will only take effect a year later. But don't worry, as long as you work hard for the Lord, there will naturally be an antidote for you every year. And as long as you are loyal, it won't be difficult to obtain a permanent antidote. Of course, if you don't behave, you will die miserably, very miserably. Ling Han did not hesitate in the slightest, and immediately swallowed the alchemical pill. He had no other choice. If he did not take the medicine, he would be killed by the little old man immediately. If it was poison, Ling Han was not afraid. As the alchemy emperor, could he not find the antidote within a year? Very decisive. I admire you. The little old man smiled. Wait for my orders first. There is nothing for you to do at the moment. Oh right. Leave Hidden Tiger City in half a month. Ling Han's heart skipped a beat. What would happen in Hidden Tiger City in half a month? Previously, Cha De Yuan had said that even if he returned to Hidden Tiger City, he would not be able to escape death. Now, the little old man had revealed the same meaning. What kind of disaster would befall Hidden Tiger City? No matter where he hid in the city, it would not be safe. He did not ask. Obviously, the little old man would not tell him. He was far from being trusted. All right, I'm leaving. Work hard and strive to become an alchemy grandmaster before the age of 30. That way, you can become the Lord's left and right arms. Your future is limitless. The little old man nodded at Ling Han and opened the door to leave. All right, you feel a little pain at midnight every day. This is a normal effect of the medicine. It won't take your life. Ling Han hurriedly chased after him. However, when he rushed out of the door, he could not see any trace of the little old man. This old man is at least an expert of the ultimate bone realm. The feeling he gives me is that he is completely invincible, far surpassing Cha De Yuan. Ling Han muttered. Am I lucky or unlucky? If he was unlucky, then he would have been killed by the little old man long ago. Thus he was still lucky. He had come to be certified as a high-grade alchemist by sudden inspiration. Only then did the little old man see his value. The most important thing now is to cure the poison. Ling Han raised his hand. There was a bit of medicinal paste between his fingernails. He had dug it out before taking the pill. He did not dare to dig too much, afraid that the little old man would find out. Also, I have to remind Lian Xuerong. I suffered such a big loss just now because I was not strong enough. Otherwise I could teach this old man a lesson. Ling Han started. He suddenly realized that he had sensed the 8th hidden meridian. That was fine too. He really did not know whether to thank the little old man or curse him. The pressure that the little old man gave him allowed him to gain enlightenment. Breakthrough first. He set up a spirit gathering formation and opened up the last meridian. Half a day later, the 8th hidden meridian was also opened up. Come, Nouveau Riche formation. Ling Han called for the little female attendant. He did not want to waste it. Another half a day later, the 8th hidden meridian had been opened up to the limit. He had finally reached the end of the illuminating meridian realm. However, is 20 meridians really the limit of the illuminating meridian? Ling Han murmured. Obviously, Tuoba Tian Huang will also reach 20 meridians. In that case, even if I have the advantage in the width of my meridians and the speed at which my secret power flows, compared to him, my advantage is not that great. Moreover, there should be many geniuses like Tuoba Tian Huang. Perhaps there will be someone like me. I do not believe that the peak of the illuminating meridian realm is the limit or the limit. Ling Han clenched his fists tightly. I want to become the strongest. Other than the 12 main meridians and the 8 extraordinary meridians, are there any other meridians in the human body? From my experience in the Yuan world, there are countless small meridians in the human body. Although the amount of secret power that can be stored is limited, many a little makes a mickle. When added together, it cannot be ignored. All right, this is my direction. Ling Han let the little female attendant continue to cultivate in the formation, while he went to the black-green flag and warned the little old man again. He did not say too much. Since the little old man was so confident, he believed that not many people could cure the poison of the soul-separating pill. Therefore, it was useless to tell Lien Xuerong. Half a month. Lien Xuerong nodded. I will inform the other 3 flags and pay attention to any movements. Ling Han did not think much of it. The little old man's tone was too certain. He was not arrogant but had a card up his sleeve. Let's see how it goes. I will take care of myself first and make preparations. If it really cannot be done, I will call Sect Master Sun and Huan Xue to leave together. Chapter 32-24. I have some confidence in the formula for the detoxification. Now, I need to collect the medicinal ingredients and refine the pill. I will only know if it is useful after I take it. Every night when the medicine takes effect, there will be a heart-wrenching pain. It is really uncomfortable. Ling Han set out to get the formula, but even though the Alchemist Guild storeroom was open to him, he did not have all the ingredients he needed. I'm missing a total of 8. They are either extremely precious and priceless, or extremely difficult to harvest and not very useful. The price-performance ratio is too low, and no one is willing to go to such dangerous places to harvest them. I can only do it myself. If it is the closest to me, well, there might be 9 flame grass in the Great Green Mountain. The 9 flame grass was what he lacked. There are still 8 days before the half-month deadline that the little old man said. I can go to the Great Green Mountain first. Ling Han thought for a while and decided to go to the Great Green Mountain. Because the members of the 7th Squad were either dead or injured, they would not go on a mission for the time being. Everyone was on vacation, so Ling Han was quite free. He also decided that after the crisis in Hidden Tiger City was over, he would resign from his position as vice-captain and focus on cultivation. After thinking for a while, Ling Han decided to take Huan Xue with him. Hu Xiao might not give up. Although the little servant girl was safe in the Alchemist Guild, she could not always stay there and not go out. He might as well take Huan Xue for a walk. Ling Han asked Huan Xue to get ready, and then he saw the little servant girl carrying a huge bag, like a thief returning with a full load. He used to look like this too. Ling Han could not help but grit his teeth. How shameful. The 2 of them set off. After leaving the city, they headed east. The Great Green Mountain was very close to Hidden Tiger City, about 200 miles away in a straight line. However, the road was really not easy to travel. There were too many potholes, and from time to time, big rivers appeared. It was impossible to drive there. Fortunately, Huan Xue had reached 10 meridians, and carrying the huge bag was still easy. A few hours later, they arrived at Mount Daqing. The Great Green Mountain was primitive and rough, but there weren't any powerful demonic beasts here. This was because the 4 banners would sweep through the area from time to time, so it was basically impossible for demonic beasts above 10 meridians to exist. Of course, there were also extremely dangerous places in the Great Green Mountain that even extreme Bone Realm experts wouldn't venture deep into. But as long as one didn't go there naturally wouldn't be any danger. Let's go, Ling Han said. Oh. The little maid nodded and hurriedly followed. The 9 Flames grass was located halfway up Mount Daqing. From this height, it was already extremely dangerous. Of course, Ling Han went straight to his destination. However, the Great Green Mountain was huge, really huge. Moreover, the mountain path was unusually difficult to traverse. It would take at least 1 day and 1 night to reach it. Ha! Ling Han paused. What's wrong, young master? Asked Huan Xue blankly. There are sounds of fighting, Ling Han said. Let's go and take a look. Xue nodded. She would do whatever Ling Han said anyway. Ling Han led the way in front. Very quickly, Xue also heard the sounds. Even without Ling Han leading the way, she could still find the right direction. They passed through the dense forest and an empty space appeared in front of them. A battle was currently taking place in the middle of the empty space. 5 young men and women were surrounding a demonic beast. This demonic beast was a 9-toed wolf. Its strength was completely written on its body. For every meridian power increase, it would gain another toe. Now that this demonic wolf had 9 toes, it meant that it was at the 9th meridian realm. Under normal circumstances, demonic beasts were stronger than human practitioners of the same realm because they had innate advantages. For example, they were faster and stronger. Furthermore, they had powerful defensive abilities. Therefore, usually, 2 or 3 people had to team up to fight against a demonic beast to have a chance of victory. However, this time, only 2 of the 5 young men and women had reached the 9th meridian realm, while the other 3 had reached the 8th meridian realm. Thus, even when the 5 of them joined forces, they were still evenly matched against this demonic wolf. The situation was extremely dangerous. Stay calm. Don't panic. We have the upper hand. We will definitely win. Among the 5, a slightly older man said, stabilizing the morale of the group. He was actually quite young, 16 or 17 years old at most. Indeed, as long as they could stabilize the situation, they had at least an 80% chance of victory. The other 4 young men and women nodded. Under the control of the youth, the situation gradually stabilized. However, at this moment, a sudden change occurred. The demonic wolf's entire body shone with white light and emitted a powerful aura. Oh no, this demonic beast is mutating. It's about to advance to the 10th meridian realm. The slightly older youth exclaimed and hurriedly said, everyone, retreat. They did not fear a 9-meridian demonic beast, but once it advanced to the 10th meridian, it would be able to release its power externally. The increase in battle strength would not be insignificant. They wanted to retreat, but the demonic beast had been surrounded for so long and had sustained serious injuries. Given the ferocity of a wild beast, how could it let them leave? It jumped about as if it was flying, and the mutation continued. On its 4 legs, the 10th toe was growing. Even if it reached the 10th meridian realm, there would not be a huge increase in strength immediately. However, it could release its power externally. That was the biggest change. The 5 young men and women were pale with fright. How could they have imagined that this 9-meridian demonic beast would actually break through at such a critical moment? Their luck was just too bad. Summon Snow, go help, Ling Han said. At the very least, he was the vice captain of the Black-Green Banner. Of course, he couldn't just stand by and watch. Yes, the little attendant replied and immediately scuttled out. Ling Han was speechless. This girl was really a bit dumb. Why did she have to carry her luggage when she was going to fight? Bam! Summon Snow had already attacked. She punched out, releasing her power externally. She threw a terrifying punch. Influenced by Ling Han, she was also more inclined to use her fists. The 5 young men and women were all dumbfounded. What had they just seen? A beauty carrying an enormous luggage appeared and then threw a punch at the demonic beast. Before they could react, they saw a bang and the demonic beast was sent flying. Releasing power externally. A 10-meridian expert. Yeah. Summon Snow attacked repeatedly at the demonic wolf. The demonic wolf had only just advanced to the 10th step. The only difference between it and a 9-meridian expert was that it could release its power externally. How could it be a match for Summon Snow who had advanced for more than 10 steps? Very quickly, its spine was broken by a punch and it became a dead wolf. Thank you for your help, miss. The 5 hurriedly expressed their thanks. Although Summon Snow had already reached the 10th meridian realm, she could not change her attitude as a little attendant. She hurriedly bowed in return. Immediately, the enormous luggage completely covered her. Her appearance was a bit funny. Ling Han walked out and said, "Let's go." "Who are you?" A youth immediately jumped out and pointed at Ling Han. "What right do you have to give orders?" "That's my young master," Summon Snow said weakly. "HM?" The 5 looked at Ling Han and then at Summon Snow. They all shook their heads, not believing him no matter what. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.